Before they drop, you can't ignore it. I'm transforming now these cars and planes, I'm always boarding. Just out touring down in Charlotte like I play for Hornets. When I'm performing, never boring, now you can't afford it. Champagne Perrier, finished friends on my face. Looking like I'm from the deep. These no Cartiers. Pockets deep, 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 bro. I can make it in my seat, bro. Do you, I'm doing me, bro. Making noise, use a peep, bro. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip was not a new, now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. Neighborhood on the scene, neighborhood on the strip. Neighborhood be the name, neighborhood no crib. Neighborhood that's me, neighborhood that's Nick. Neighborhood do the dance, neighborhood do the dip. Okay, thought I'd never make it like no way. I'm the real deal, no role play. My days off, that's no days. No, I hustle hard, young rose. E be the shooter, that's cold case. Those on the deals, that's brose. Got no pay, don't no say. Okay, this the new, tell 'em read it. Been the one since the fetus. Don't sleep on me, Tempur-Pedic. That's a no, no, no. Spending dope for no reason. Got a ball head, Mr. Cleaner. Heard the big bags overseas, then we gon' go, go, go. Whoa, I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip was not a new, now looks like, whoa. Upgrade her diamonds, now her girlfriends are like, whoa, 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 whoa. I press the button and the doors go off like, whoa. That money clip was not a new, now looks like, Keep the same energy. Work on being better when I'm 70. Your drip is just a water spring. You know I drip different, just the 7 seas. I deal with life different, make that limit squeeze. Went off for my style and identity. Better bounce back and get the cheddar cheese. I guess that's why they envy me. On track, now we going way up. Don't be used as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. I got his band like I'm Barry Bonds. Running through the money, but the money's long. I don't love it, but I need it, keep it coming on. Only family, me and friends, we don't get along. I put that on my name, that I put them on. I put myself on stage as they sing along. I might book a session, do 100 songs. I'ma let you hear them just to prove you wrong. On track, now we going way up. Don't be used as easy as a layup. Working late, stay up. Counting all the way up. Counting blessings, yeah, you know we pray up. Way up, pray up. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. On track, now we going way up. Now we going way up. Now we going. Now we going. Now we going.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1, Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
Feeling good. Blossom on a tree.
And there we have have it. Your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
All right, everybody, welcome to this evening's festivities. We are at it again. Pit of Valor. The saga continues. Number 99.8. Alas, here I am Strive, joined by the fantastic Mick. Some new freshness here coming as we're building up to that Pit of Valor 100. Mick, how are you doing, Chief? It looks like we're set up for our first match, but we got a lot to talk about here on Death's First.
Yeah, I'm doing absolutely outstanding, same old, it's a Wednesday night. We're going to get into this Pit of Valor action. I mean, we're getting darn close to 100. As you just mentioned, we're sitting at 99.8, and we can't really go over that threshold to get ourselves to that 100 without actually getting there. So, I mean, not too many more weeks to go. It is coming up. It is within our grasp, and everything. You just saw a little bit of a teaser of what we have to offer just in terms of that 100 Pit of Valor. But about me, I'm feeling good. I'm getting ready to go, man. I'm ready to go ahead and look at this match and see what we got for this first round, considering that we're not looking at a regular map anymore. No Haven, no Icebox, I'm sorry, no Bind, whatever it is. It's Breeze, man, and I gotta say, I am stoked that we've actually had two teams come to an agreement to say, let's get an interesting map for once.
Yeah, I'm ready to go on this one here. And, first and foremost, Mick, you're jumping a little bit ahead of me. I want to kind of tone it back just a smidgen and a half, only for the sake that it's important here. Pit of Valor number 100 is going to be an absolute banger. And honestly, guys, first of all, we got to say a big shout out to CG for upping the prize pool and helping us. Of course, we've had Metafy, we've had Control in the mix. And by the way, that code GLG still does exist, that 10% discount, I believe. It stacks on top of other Control codes. So be sure to use that if you're interested in some Control goodness. But the Pit of Valor number 100 is going to be a meaty $2,500 prize pool supported by Metafy Control. We even, I believe, have an amazing little monitor situation here from MSI. Yeah. So that's going to be for the MVP of the event. So keep your eyes peeled on that. There's so much to come with this event. 99.8, if y'all can put one and one together. 99.9 is next, followed by the big 100. So if you haven't already signed up for next week's event, please be sure to do so. And keep your eye peeled for the 100 as well, and be sure to participate in that. It's going to be an absolute banger.
Most simply will be. I mean, already though, Shirley, you already went ahead, wrote me back a little bit, kind of went ahead and explained everything up. I got to go ahead. I'm excited enough for tonight. I'm the one who wants to go and talk about the action, what we got at least between these first two teams we got here to put on the plates. We have the likes of Yacht Club versus, what is it? It was something Pizza Posse. I can't even
Pasquale's Pizza Posse.
Pasquale's, there you go. I had to get it pronounced to me and actually verbally hear it so I can make sure to understand it and pronounce it correctly myself, because it's a little bit of a situation name. I'm probably just going to say Triple P over the course of the night, or at least this first round, considering they actually just kind of move on. So that'll be at least up to kind of TBD. But as it stands right now, obviously, you can look at the cheat sheet under. We're going to Napa Breeze. I'm going to double down on that. I'm going to talk about it all day probably and shun any team who doesn't choose this map, because of how outstanding it is, how much I love it, how much there is to offer, and more importantly here for a first round, how much is really going to give us on a skill definition of these two squads.
Yeah, I'm ready to go. Like, this is a great opener map. Makes you feel good and cozy and comfortable inside. It's just going to be fantastic. So as we get into it, Yacht Club, of course, a name that I am familiar with and I have seen before here on Pit of Valor, as well as Pasquale's Pizza Posse has been, I believe, here before. The name itself is almost too good to forget. So if I'm saying it's been around, it's probably existed. So yeah, familiar faces, and, putting everything aside, moving from the good old Battlefy days to now the community gaming platform, the one thing we've been able to do is maintain the sense of community and the amazing family here we built at GLG. Such a noble following, and coming up on what, like 2 years, 3 years, almost since beta, we've been running this. So the show must go on, and along with that, we continue to up our game. The $2,500 was the one talking point. We are also doing a Valorant skin bundle giveaway here. So for those that have Gok 3000 at that beauty, we're doing 2 sets of giveaways for that, and you're more than welcome to join. ! Giveaway in chat to participate. And if you want to get to know more about Pit of Valor 100, !100 in chat will get you all that info. And be sure to hop on the goodness of Twitter and Discord. Twitter's where all the dankness comes out to be, but Discord is where all the serious biz goes down. So let's get into agent selection here, Mick, and see what we got here primed and ready to go for Ascent, which has been corrected now. We are not going to breeze, heartbreaker, but we'll take this any day
Oh,
of
are
the
you
week.
kidding me? I'm actually going to lose it. It is what it is, though. I mean, obviously, out of those options I mentioned earlier, the kind of maps we're typically used to on this first round, Ascent will be the map that I'm probably going to favor the most. The one I'm going to be looking the most forward to, and the one that's kind of the most interesting to watch, as a lot can really unfold from this. We already see the first 5 edges getting locked side for the side of Yacht Club. That's going to be a little bit more of a definitive setup that we're seeing across the board. The Sova is the initiator to be expected to fade, and the KO triple initiator, albeit with no duelists here into the field, and a chamber as your Sentinel with an Astra as that controller. A very diverse setup, a lot of plays to be made here, and I think, honestly, Pasquale's Pizza Posses may be going for a little bit of a random roll to just kind of let the dice fall into their place, but it looks like instead they're going to be matching things up and finally coming out here full guns a-blazing, and more importantly, explosions blazing as well, because that Raze is going to be filling that duelist slot that we haven't even had in the game yet.
Yeah, Pasquale's Pizza Posse here came in with a full orchestrated agent selection rundown. Like, I felt like I just watched a choreography go down, but in the end, we've solidified our picks here, and things are looking mostly okay as some adjustments may come, but combination-wise, Chief, this is a great, good, comfortable start for us. Happy to see the good old Astra back in the mix. Love to see some fade in it, and to see the good old, and I mean, the name is fitting, the Noble Killjoy, where the early excelling days of KJ came to be on this map. Always a nice and good fuzzy feeling. I'm keeping my eyes peeled. We got Luca on those smokes, and nothing from the side of Yacht Club to kind of match that energy minus that Astra. So, some diversity with flashes and everything else will keep it very, very interesting in this matchup.
Yeah, most definitely will. I mean, more importantly, have that KO playing as almost a second duelist in a sense. I mean, that's really where we see KO start to have that influence on the map. I mean, on a lot of maps now, KO will act as that duelist in those situations where you don't have one. So, I mean, it's going to be great for those situations. But more importantly, as you mentioned, those flashes. The paranoia from the Omen acted as one as well, because you're kind of losing out on that with the Astra. It's going to be a little bit of a twist up, but comes down to whether these two teams can really make the most of what they got to work with, and it also comes down to the size they're starting on. We're seeing Yacht Club start on this defense, get themselves that kind of initiative they really need. They don't have, as I mentioned, the duels to work off of. They're not going to have nearly as strong of like a retake in terms of getting on site in a super speedy and flashy fashion, but still, it's because they have much more utility. They can get reads, they can get information, they can get these wall bangs, they can make sure to hit those shots without having any kind of retaliation. That's the biggest thing so far. So speaking of retaliation, there's a little bit of an answer coming through with these Prowlers already in the round one, going ahead and flushing early out towards that B side, because that's where the push is going through, at least for 2 of these players, but it's going to be a massive split across the map with 3 hitting that A side.
Yeah, going for it here. The Well's going to slow them down for the time being. Becco coming out of sidewalk here, supported by that fade, and looks like some site control is here. Noble is going for the galactical flank of the Sentry, along with some support, rather. I take it back. It's not a flank. It's a fake. The second half of the round, and Becco is still making grounds with 1 and with 2. Talk about value, Chief. That is one way to get on site. Look at that. Spike now on A. They are just vibing with the number advantage.
Most definitely are. I mean, those 2 players are already lost in the meantime. You got yourself 3 kills, and you can really know you have the numbers advantage going over to this other side. But, I mean, we mentioned already, this Pasquale's Pizza Party. I mean, they were looking outstanding. They were already going hanging themselves on site. They were looking nice and easy, just kind of, just almost taking a stride. A nice little walk in the park as they made themselves at home over here. And as I mentioned, they have so much utility to work with. They're getting these reads, they're hitting these darts out, they're throwing everything at the problem as much as they can. And so it looks like they got 2 players sitting towards the end. They can carry over that money. They don't need to worry about the guns, but they have enough to force up here as they have themselves a lead.
Yeah, that's one way to sell a fake. I mean, for Becco to get 2 kills on that B side at that point, you might as well pack up the bags and go home. It's very, very tough to get back after that. So, getting into this one, PPP, P cubed, whatever you want to call it in this case, going to go ahead and buy up for their round 2, feel nice and cozy inside, and hopefully carry some momentum forward. Again, I do like the simplicity of what they're running here. A nice 3-2 split, get some good old map control, and maybe pistol round, but there's no reason to really digress too far from some good old-fashioned splits and defaults.
Yeah, they're most simply not, but I mean, as you got it right here, right now, I mean, you can go ahead and double down almost on the exact strategy, because you got much better guns to work with now. You can already see the setup. You can see the players still in that 3-2 split. No real mid control coming to light yet, which I gotta say is the interesting thing to me, but that'll probably come into play here eventually when you get those full buy rounds from both the sides. But I mean, right here, right now, when you see that turret's kind of laid out, give that little bit of information over to the attacking side. I think Pasquale's Pizza Posse is just waiting on something to come into their grasp. I mean, they know they have the essence of time. They know they have the advantage of gunpowder. They can make the move. They can set the tone right here, right now, and do whatever they want on this map, because they get a whole minute to make it work on.
Yeah, lots of time here, and after that slow default, making some moves back towards that A side. They've got that lonesome Astra, and I'm hoping there's some stars in that Astra's back pocket as well to slow off any kind of initial takes. KO getting that intel, Benimaru, no real intent here to drop anything as of yet. Smoke's going out, and that's going to block off the Astra. Force the peek, and should be an easy segue for P Cubed here.
Most definitely could be, and all things considered. I mean, already the full push coming through. Every single one of these 5 players, make sure you're on the A site. No real split, no fake to sell this time around. It's just an out front, outright approach on this A site, and they're kind of shoving it up as much as they can. Full util usage already, a little bit of decay, a little bit of time stall, but I mean, once you hear all these shots trying to take care of this utility, it's going to let you know it's none of the classics. You can't freak out. There's no sheriffs here to be rung out just yet, so you swing out when you can, you get aggressive, and you know you have the possible kills, but Earl is going to be the last one standing with that headhunter in hand. Can make 2 of 1, but there's still 4 remaining.
Now, keep in mind, there's still some Zach support here as well, so make it that 2v4, making some tracks. Zach gets the 1, looking for cover. Bulldog off the Chrissy with the frenzy. Close proximity, spray transfer. That's a hard negative, Chief. Noble from hell. Gonna go ahead and pack Zach away for the time being. That robot dismembered. Second round to PPP, but they did lose quite a few bodies, more than I was expecting.
Yep. I think honestly it was that sleeper simulate that I kind of forgot about coming around from that door was going to be Zach. Already go ahead getting 2 of those kills at least and making do of the rest of these Triple P players. It makes their job extremely difficult knowing that a lot of those guns are lost. The Bulldog was kind of the biggest thing to lose in that meantime, knowing that, I mean, you're probably going to go for half armor if you're trying to save this money, or even if you buy yourself a frenzy and you don't have really the best retaliation, the best damage, but in terms of like exchanging, it makes your job just almost a living nightmare. But speaking of nightmares, already Fade is spreading that across the field, looking for some presence in the middle of the map. And as I mentioned, the middle of the map wasn't touched on very much during those first 2 rounds. Usually that's the one place you'll see a lot of teams bully during those first 2 rounds, but instead it's going to be almost unscathed because JD is there with the shots. And go ahead and pick that door anymore unless you know you're ready to come out with some util to back it up and really make somebody turn away.
Yeah, a little bit of a drive-by there to get some picks on the board, and gonna go ahead and put Pasquale's Pizza Posse on the back end here. No spike in hand, but ample time on the clock here at a minute 6. Just gonna vibe, see if there's an overextension maybe. You know, talking about overextension, Ariel out in the boonies looking for a pick, and of course with that crosshair in the right neighborhood could yield damage if Luca chooses to cross.
Most definitely could be. I mean, it all comes down to this rotation around the map, who can get that pressure into spawn, and you know the defense with these Vandals are going to be trying to go for that. I mean, that's just kind of a given. You know, you have plenty of space to work with, no real moves have been made yet. You're seeing some influence towards the A main, towards the middle of the map, towards that door. You know it's all coming right onto the A side as a conclusion, but you have to hit those shots and make sure to get these kills when necessary. And Kellen is able to go ahead and wrap things around, make you feel like Helen Keller, but Benimaru is the one actually getting these kills, getting these frags, getting these players down and dusted, because that seems like a round done and dusted, if you ask me. Luca does have the Phantom to work with, has some money to buy for the next round, but in a 1v3 situation where you know all the players are possibly going to be stacked on A and maybe set themselves up for a flank, you can't really make the move with 8 seconds remaining.
No, not so much here. Saving that Phantom would be the best case to do. I really hope Luca plays this wisely. I'd be okay carrying that gun forward in a 3v1. Ticker goes down, and you called it well there, Mick. That's a summarization. Tough one for Pasquale's Pizza Posse, and in the end, Lukic says, nope, I'm going to go ahead and try and get sneaky. Maybe for the finances or whatever else it may be, but that's going to be Yacht Club picking up their first.
Yeah, most definitely could be. I mean, already getting themselves on the board, and I mean, on the round that we expected, when they get themselves the guns to work with and they have the rifles, more importantly, the actual advantage dedicated to them, they're going to be expected to win that round. And they did kind of win it in an impressive fashion. 3 players alive towards the end. You lost maybe a minority of your guns, so you're not really too stressed about it. You still have the majority of them. The thing you have to look out for now is the fact that Becco's been going off in this game so far. Already has 5 kills, has that showstopper to work with. That's going to go ahead and really rip some of these guns out immediately if you allow that opportunity. But they're going to see if they can find a first blood first to really work off of at least any info off that Prowler. If you don't check logs, this is going to be a nightmare already for Ariel to get one, but the second one just doesn't come to life.
No, so close. Ariel could have been just a smidgen more patient, I think, at logs, but we'll take that in the grand scheme. This is Pasquale's Pizza Posse doing the good old transfer, the shake and bake off to that A here. Kellen is present. You see the KO making some rotates as well, anchoring on that fade and getting the 1 here, halting the spike plant. Noble looking for retaliation, does get that, and that's going to be good for the time being. Zach's here, though. Turret spots it. I'm going to go ahead and put a bit of a halt on Yacht Club's retake.
Specifically could be, and even a little bit of lackluster utility, no real flashes to come out just yet. Now the fragment grenade actually coming into play. So, I mean, it's a little bit better late than never, but I mean, when you have some more stuff to work with, when you have the attacking side, able to go and wrap around, put that knife on the A main, you get so much decay, so much free damage onto the board that you swing off of it, you find yourself some success, you get the third round to work with. 2 ultimates invest in that last round, but you still have one more to work with that shutdown. The Squally's Pizza Party, they are starting Posse, excuse me, that's gonna be a mistake I make a lot. They're gonna get themselves a nice little start here on the board and still have a absolute arsenal to work with.
Yeah, Mega, and you gotta go ahead and appreciate some of the nuances thus far. Like, it's only been 4 rounds, but we can start to kind of pick up on some of the tidbits that are working for PQ, and that's been the fake strategy, right? They've had some good B presence, making that migration over to A, and whether it's the fake strategy for Pasquale's that's been working, or Yacht Club's tendency to want to shift really quickly, it's been trouble, and it's been working, you know, in the favor of Pasquale's Pizza Posse. As again, we're kind of slowing that tempo down. Yacht Club looking to extend, drones and a lot being committed, and not too much earned off of that thus far.
Yeah, I mean, already looking for a little bit of influence around this map, trying to go ahead and figure out where you can make yourself at home. But honestly, that kind of pressure coming towards A main, that could really serve as just a huge tool. That is, if we see PQ actually swing into it, they have to make sure to find its influence. They got to find themselves some pressure on the map, and they know with seeing these smokes starting to pop up towards this A side, they can't make the move there. So you already see the initiative going towards B, trying to see what players are about. You already sniffed out this fade, and you know that another star is now going to be baited out. B may not be a bad move, but when you know you've got the players over towards that side of the map because of that initial trigger you pulled, you know you have a numbers advantage on the A side.
Yeah, and the reliance here is going to be on landing your shots. Utility's only going to get you so far, and despite the fragment, talk about utility. Kellen goes wide with that swing. Betty Maru on site. Chrissy, that's how you clear an angle. Well done, well executed, and that earns Pasquale's Pizza Posse full site control.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, rotates are here, but it's a mega hill to climb ahead of here, Chief.
And even more importantly, it's in a flawless fashion as well. I mean, you're in a 2v5 situation. If you don't take down any of these players, your economy stacked against you is going to be disgusting here for the next couple of rounds. You have 2 rounds worth of buys at that point just because of what Triple P has stacked up in their own wallet. So you need to make sure to at least rob one of these guns away. See what you can work off of that. Get yourself a cross. Get yourself some utility, because we see it. JD has that to work with. With that knife now to come out, give yourself that intel. Help buddy's going to fund that frag. And you're going to see Earl be all by their lonesome, just looking for a little bit of an exit frag, or probably not even that. Just hoping nobody swings and you die to this fight and nobody gets any ult points to play off.
Yeah, that's the mission here. Ariel going to find solace near the spike. Doesn't get the explosion. L-Buddy picks up that pick for the 3-piece Wombo. And, you know, PQ continuing to build up strength. Just a minute ago, it felt like they had 1 ult, and they've yet again managed to accrue 2 more. Huge amount of util to get into this one, or rather, it's the same noble ult, plus now KO to really nullify Assault and a site, rather, and make full control of it look relatively easy. So, you know, this combination in itself works, I think, really well. You got to appreciate the KO-KJ combo. You're basically useless on a site. Not only you're being pushed out, but you're getting locked down as well, and no utility can be used. This is the kind of stuff that I like to see, especially on a close type map like Ascent.
Yeah, and that's the thing about KO and the KJ in that matchup is, I mean, as a KJ, you can't play too aggressively off of your site and kind of push into these main areas, because in that case, a KO would just throw a knife at a wall, see if anybody's playing close. And I mean, you back up, you have no real actual backup in your utility. And vice versa. You can't play too far back, because in that case, then you know that the KO is probably going to throw one towards back because nobody was close, so why not just throw it again? I have no real punishment. Speaking of punish, there's a player detained on site, and that's going to be that Sova. Just looking, waiting, hoping somebody can rush into site, because then you got a KO kind of backing you up. But once again, it's a little bit of a fake. An ultimate towards one side of the map, an ultimate on the other. I mean, every player, you got shots raining true from the side of Triple P, and they're also just slaying these players out in the meantime, allowing a free push onto the B side, a free plant more importantly, and a complete fake once again rolling out successfully.
This is the creation of Beethoven's Fifth all over again. Like, I am seeing an absolute symphony unfold. Like, look at the way they're playing this map. It's just beautiful. Pasquale's Pizza Posse is running the show here, making things work. It's, you know, 1 second they're A, the next second the spike's going down at B, and if you're Yacht Club, you're just over-rotating and just trying to react without taking a step back and saying, look, we may have to be a little bit more concrete in how we play this. We cannot be throwing bodies around like it's hotcakes. Just got to anchor a site and be patient, because we know that these guys are super mobile and are not hesitant when it comes to faking.
And that's the thing, though, is how difficult it is. I mean, every single time they get these players, they do that 3-2 split. Somehow, even the two players find success on these sites.
You're right.
I mean, they are finding themselves 2-3 kills, making it to say that if we can't win these main advantage fights, what are we going to do for the rest of the game? How are we even going to have a chance to contest? And that's the big thing that we're seeing Yacht Club really fall short in. It's just winning outright gunfights, a little bit more aggressive in this utility, a little bit better setups here to go ahead and proceed the fights that are, I mean, just kind of doomed to come. You need to make sure to be prepared for this. You have 4 ultimates to work with right now, and you should at least use 2 of them to make sure and hopefully guarantee yourself a round. Because if that's not the case, even with the utility advantage that you're putting yourself into, I don't know what else you got, quite honestly. Because you have the operator, you have a full vandal with the full armor, not across the board for every single member of the team, so maybe hold back for one more. But still, there's a lot more potential in the squad that we really have to see come to light.
Yeah, a lot hinges on Uriel and extending with this chamber, but just as I say, extend, there's nobody there to grab on. It is an absolute empty void here as they're making that shift right over to this A site. Fragment pushes Benny Maru away. Forget the fact that there's a star drop down or the actual Nebula blocking the vision, but they're going to go ahead and collapse here. JD playing passive. That's a clap. Hello. Chrissy getting the better of that, Sheriff, and that's a good opener, but now they got to be really patient and diligent here as that spike is planted, and we know how PPP plays this post plant.
Most definitely do. Just strong and aggressive, knowing they already had the main advantage most of the time. But this is where things are going to be a little bit different, where you actually don't have that for once. Yacht Club has the full 5 going on to a 4 stack, so this could definitely be doable. The Nightfall comes through, you get yourself a sense of where everybody's sitting at, and even in the Sova Dart to back things up. Problem is, though, the door approach is not working for anybody. You're getting shut down almost instantaneously, and it's already a 1v4 scenario with Uriel in the back end with nothing but an operator to work with, and that is not your ideal retake gun. So that's going to be another round for Pasquale's Pizza Posse, and that's going to be a guaranteed even half of them worst case situation past this point.
I mean, the harmonies across the map have been spectacular. Like, these guys, the entire team has been just spot on in how they're playing their post, how they decide to fake, the decisions they're making. I want to talk about one point that you mentioned before, right? The 3-2 split, and they're finding success on, regardless if it's a 3 side or the 2 side. The beauty is they're continuing to put pressure on that side they're winning at. And what does that give you? It gives you so much flexibility to move back to anywhere you want to go. And this has been trouble now. 3 ultimates on the board. Yacht Club haven't found success, and I'm really waiting for this chamber to wake up. I'm kind of shocked that we're not seeing a shift of that chamber, maybe towards the A side perhaps, to kind of mix things up and put some doubt in Pasquale's Pizza Posse. But, you know, it's neither here nor there at this point. The gap is just so big.
I think honestly one thing that can go really far for the likes of Yacht Club as well is maybe some overextension towards the middle of the map. Get this intel early, try to see where these players are working, see how many players are towards B, and see if you can get a kill and see if the spike is there. But the only kill we found so far is on site. JD's gone ahead and picked off Luca with your controller. You have no smoke to work with anymore for this attacking side, but that's not really too much of a stressful situation, but you've also lost some intel on the defense as well. So, I mean, not even exchange. As I mentioned once more, numbers just playing into the favor of Pasquale's Pizza Posse again and again and again. Now 4-man on the site, they're pushing on to B for free. You got to have a 3-man retake, no smokes to work with. You still have an initiator, but you've also now lost the majority of your power of a stall game. You don't have that tour de force to work with. You don't have the Hunter Steery now. Things are looking really dire here for Yacht Club. They just got to hit their shots plain and outright.
Yeah, in the nature of stall, you can see just how much that fragment did there. Bought so much opportunity for the rotate on through spawn, because guess what? That's pretty much the only place they can come from. There is so much control with this door down now. Coming through for the 1, for the 2, and for the 3. It is an absolute domino effect here. Just as they want to get any kind of ground, PPP says absolutely heck to the no. Right back you go, and that's 7-1 now. Again, they're just building so much momentum, and it's getting tougher and tougher considering the dollars and cents aren't adding up on Yacht Club's side.
It's looking really dire for Yacht Club, and that's all that really dwindles down to. I mean, they had to make some adaptations. I'm not going to say this map is attack-sided. I'm going to say I've seen so many results on this map. You and I have seen on so many different occasions through our time of casting this map that this is almost the map that leads to the most overtime, just across the board, purely from the advantage on the defense and the attacking side. And just true equilibrium coming to light here. And we're just not seeing that yet. Still, finally, an aggressive push. 5-man all the way through the B side. This could be the best opportunity for Yacht Club to really find themselves a halt, because they're doing some appropriate damage or making sure to get things done and get the utility out, but they don't have the guns to really follow it up. And it's going to be much more difficult to retake with that. But maybe with this pincer coming through the spawn as well, it could assist them to some extent.
And this better be one damn good lobster if it's going to be able to clap these folks on this B site now. Getting aggressive. Beko looking for some opportunity. 1 and more. Uriel doing a number. Finally, that chamber a little bit of sparkle and glimmer in the eyes as it's down to Noble and L Buddy. Little spread, but this L-shaped formation should be good. Zach, woo! That's a jiggle. Down to 1.
Instead, unfortunately, right at the end of the round, we find ourselves in the same result. Triple P closing things out, and every single time they get themselves around past those last two, I mean, things have just gotten better and better and better for them on the second half. It doesn't matter if their defense is absolutely abysmal. If they find themselves at least 5 now, things are going to look good. And I think, quite honestly, if they win this next one, they can at least be guaranteed 10, knowing that that next round isn't going to look too good either. So, I mean, you have to find some results here for your Yacht Club. This is going to be your last stand, if you ask me. And if you don't do it right here, right now, you better go ahead, take a timeout, and start buckling up and figuring out what you're going to be doing on that attacking side.
A lot has to be done. Kellen swinging for... Ooh, Kellen, hello! Awake and alive. That's a great 2 opening picks there, Nick.
Most definitely is, but it's got to be followed up as well. And we finally see some pressure coming onto the B side. Finally, after a couple kills going in one direction, this is the good stance here for Yacht Club. As you mentioned it, finally getting some kills, getting the numbers advantage. Thank you to Kellen, but you need a little bit more, and you lost 100 Fear in the meantime. That's the ultimate that you're really hoping for to line things up, but Akaza Divide is still alive and well. You have that KO available to make sure that all this utility and all this information on the other side, and the tether actually comes in as well. That's going to be a big enough of a decay to get 1, but you still need 2 more, and they're alive and well, but they find even exchanges. Play for your 1s right now, and you can win this round out.
I got Uriel for the 1 onto Chrissy. Speaking of it, and Benny Maru as well. That's going to be the finalization. Yacht Club coming back to life, and maybe it was hinged on that Cosmic Divide, but we take those all day and every day. And oh my goodness, that skin finisher looks absolutely stunning. You love to see it, and on a great round at that.
Keep in mind that this tournament actually started, like in terms of registration period and everything, at 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central. I'm in Central, so it's a little bit confusing. That this skin released as we went ahead and let everybody know that, okay, it's go time for the tournament. Start getting ready, get to these practice ranges, make sure you're getting yourself together to death matches. That's when the skin collection came out. So it's going to be the first time that almost like a premiere of this skin bundle inside of a tournament format, a 5v5 format. So every time we see that finisher, every time we see that skin just in general, you know that somebody's already invested $100 into the bundle, because there's no way you're not getting the entire thing. But you are getting the entire head of Kellen, who was the big factor in that last round to go ahead and create that stall and give yourself the catalyst, the kindle to the flame to actually win out that round. That's now gone. You're fighting for an 8-4, 9-3, whatever it may be. You got some leeway here, but you need to win this out once more if you're Yacht Club, and you've already lost 2 of your members.
Yeah, PPP is like, listen, the bull in the china shop, that's all cool and fun. We're going to grab it right by the horns and wrestle with the demon itself. And I like how they go right back to the troubling site that they faced, right? A re-attempt at getting it, and so far it's looking superb. A lot on Uriel's shoulders, and that's a big investment too. $4,700, and I'm sure they're not down on losing. I wouldn't be surprised if they play a little bit more passive here and throw this round out the way and save for the following.
I mean, yeah, I'm kind of with you there. I'm not going to lie. I mean, you're sitting in a really bad spot. You have a Hunter's Fury. You have a Nightfall to work with. Let's just go ahead and keep these guns. Let's try to keep everybody as one tapped as possible. But instead, a little bit more aggression to come through, some trades to come out. More importantly, Uriel on this operator, able to go ahead and get some results there towards the end and stay alive. That's going to be a really good result there. Getting a second one in the meantime. But, I mean, Triple P, I'm not worried about that. Look at the money in their pockets. They can buy up every single round. They can still buy an operator on the side just for, shits and gigs if they want to. That's the thing, though. You need to make sure, considering this is a stack up, you mentioned the chamber coming online. We need that chamber to be on the B side, or at least in the middle of the map. Be ready to help out in these exchanges, and it looks like that setup is going to line up exactly into their favor this time for Yacht Club, more specifically on this round. We have not seen too much of these operator plays coming out right off the get-go. Those operators have to get those initial picks, those first bloods, and if that's not going to be the result, if that gets robbed away from you, you're looking at them just for a retake. So get the result and a collect on top of it for a 2K. That's an outstanding start, and that's exactly what you needed.
Yeah, right back to it, and this is huge now. Can Kellen find one with this? No, but close proximity battles are about to unfold. Nanoswarm down, and the lockdown is going ahead and halting. Chrissy just tapping away, catches Uriel on that strafe out, and that's going to be the pick to get them onto site. L Buddy continuing to lock things down and get the control that they so well deserve. Down to Zach and Co. coming out through spawn. No real major control elsewhere, including main, so this historically has been troublesome for Yacht Club, but it may be different with this Nightfall to lead them through.
Most simply could be. I mean, all things considered, you see the decay coming into effect. You have to swing off of that. You have to your effect while it's actually there in play. We saw the first 2 bloods come out from that operator shot. There's been no blood yet until finally now on this retake. We are going 1 for 1 and Triple P coming on top once more to get that 10-2 half under their belt. That is really disappointing considering the Yacht Club, I mentioned the very definitive start they had. 2 people off 1 shot alone, and you don't find any exchange until 2 more people are dead on your squad in retaliation. Just uncontested, untraded, just no punishment, anything across the board. Yacht Club, they saved up for this half. They said, okay, well, we got to step things up for it. I sure hope they took themselves a nice little breather, and they're talking it through right now because they got a very long way to go just to get to a tie game.
Yeah, this is going to be a big set of pistols, and Nick, I mean, don't dismiss the 10-2. It is what it is sometimes. You kind of got to take it in stride and, you know, buckle up for the second half, but it's going to be a mega effort for Yacht Club here to come back. I'm just really keen on these first couple pistols to see how they can work their magic.
Well, it'd be a great place to start. We got to see the effect of that, though. Not too much of a weird split of like what we saw from the likes of Triple P, but instead a little bit more aggression towards the middle of the map, actually kind of resulting in some good spots for him, knowing that Zach's on 3K.
Mega patience with the classics, and down to Noble in a 4v1 here. Spike's making away. A bit of a friendly huck across the field for the plant, and if you and I can do some quick math here, Chief, a 4v1, it's a good odd here for Yacht Club to get on the board.
Most definitely is. Zach doesn't really have all that much health. Ariel does have a ghost in hand and gets just obliterated. But Noble there, prepared with a classic fully in hand to make work of that and get himself a free little upgrade. But the rotation around the map, you still have a turret to kind of give yourself some intel. You got to be ready for any utility to be thrown at your direction, and that recon dart will definitely be a problem. That turret didn't really sense too much out for it, and even then, you kind of are prepared, but knowing that they kind of set up on site, and that's the pistol round, you don't have too much of a definitive advantage to make these swings worth it and to have yourself the cross to actually win that out. So that's gonna be a pistol round going over to Yacht Club. It's the start they need, it's the start they want, and more importantly, they can make it a 3-0 to really get this, you know, momentum rolling into their favor.
Yeah, like there was the shots and patience with the classic that I saw. I believe that was Zach on the tail end of most of those, was so well executed. Like, that's nice, man. That tells you that there is, you know, fragility within these individuals, and if they have the chance to come together and now execute on the attack, maybe that is their strength. Maybe they just need to be on the delivering end of the blows versus taking the beating from PQ. But you can see just how much that tempo's changed after that first bit of aggression towards B. El Buddy and Co. with Becco and Chrissy ready to explode at a moment's notice here with Kellen around the bend. Oh boy. Plans foiled. How do they manage it?
Well, it's going to be a good question. They just back out. They still find themselves some blood. They still find themselves a pick, more importantly, and they go ahead and double down on it as well. So, I mean, they just got to keep on making these plays, work as a unit, make sure to play these things out, get these trades down. Zach, honestly, play towards the back. Let somebody else go first. JD needs to make this read, but Noble has the patience. Up an absolute tiger waiting in the bushes and can get one, but it's all about you can. So, attackers doing that round once more. Yacht Club get themselves 4 members standing at the rear end of this round, going into the bonus. This is about probably going to be the best shot, quite honestly. They have a Vandal to work with, 3 Spectres in the meantime. I think, honestly, they are looking at some good odds if we can see some initial bloods going their way.
Yeah, this is that kind of 50% energy type of moment for Yacht Club. If they can't show energy in this round against the lighter buys of PQ, then I fear for when there's a full gun round aplenty. I mean, that's not the deciding factor, but we know for a fact that these two teams have hinged heavily on their shots, and there's been good utility usage, but I've been seeing some nutty plays, especially with the pistol rounds to begin with. So let's see how far they can get out here. A lot of exchanges back and forth with Intel seeking utility. They don't find much of anything at this point. Slow and steady does it for what could be that, as you call it, that pinchy towards the A site.
They could definitely go into effect here, but I mean, we're seeing an attempt at it. But I gotta say, this aggression could definitely already work out for him if you saw any pressure go towards that A main. Because Chrissy just gets free real estate towards that tree right there on the other side of those arches. That it goes ahead and puts the favor towards these Vandals. You have to close these distances instantaneously. You have to do it as a group as well. You have to be almost like an army of ants stomping your way through the entire map, and we're not seeing that effect just yet. Everybody's kind of isolated. Lines are having to be drawn, but more importantly, cross replacements are on heads, and that's Triple P coming out with a round into retaliation here for the third in a flawless fashion.
Yeah, this is, take a quick moment here as we come back to this. Go ahead and thank our sponsors. Community Gaming, always keeping it real and supporting the prize pool for this event, along with many other Pit of Valors and that Pit of Valor 100. And of course, Drink Control. I dropped you a bit of a hook earlier on saying use that code GLG if you're interested. It does stack and it's very, very nice and very, very tasty. Quick little meal replacement on the go. So a big shout out again to those two for keeping it real and always supporting GLG. Back to the game though, man. 11-4. It's the pressure's surmounting, not a lot of gap left to work with. If Yacht Club want to make things happen, it's got to go down now.
Not much, but you do have that utility out there. You do hit that lineup. You know nobody's back there towards the rear end of sight, but you have a lot of smokes here to give yourself that backup as well. If there's no better time like right now to really press that W key, you can see you get your results on sight, but not for free. You do lose a player in the meantime. That Sova is now done and dusted for this retake to really go ahead and give yourself that post-play situation, and more importantly, those shock darts to give yourself that leeway and stall power. But what it comes down to is just talking about stalling. You got to make sure to find these kills. You got to make sure to find them at the right time. You can't be really cut out with your head on a swivel. And that's what we've already seen two of these players in the result in. You got to get this spray down if you're Zacking. You managed to getting yourself the even trade, but Triple P, Luca, right there ready with it once more. 1 for 1, but 2 for 1. That's Yacht Club coming up with one more, sitting at an 11-5. Now, line up for themselves. Looking better and better as they found themselves 3 for 1 in this half so far. But they got to keep these things rolling because, as I mentioned, it's not impossible, but it's a really long road, just a little bit shorter at this point.
Yeah, Mega. And, going ahead and talking about that round, when Uriel died towards short area, my heart absolutely sank. I'm like, oh no, this cannot be happening. They've lost the body. There's no support. Then Zach said, heck this, I'm going full send, pop, flash, swing. Like, maybe the solution has been for Yacht Club to really get in the faces of PQ. We've seen that on the opposing half before they switch, but with that flash, with that peek towards Tree Room, energy, and I see so much more vigor now. I'm hoping that same type of gameplay continues on the post plans.
Most definitely could. It all comes down once again to patience. These first bloods, those are the biggest thing honestly in the world, and we see players getting way too kind of, I want to say, over antsy for it. They really want these first bloods, but I mean, you can't just kind of blindside yourself of the trade-off, of the consequences if you don't find it. You need to make sure you're playing as a squad, that you're getting these double swings. We already saw that come out of the squadlies on that B main exchange. They said no matter what happens, if something falls through, we have a second player there to play off the trade, to make sure to get that aggression down, to land those shots, because even then we're getting double the firepower. Yacht Club hasn't been making those efforts yet. They haven't been checking those corners together as a pack. They haven't been moving necessarily as a team. They've been just winning here in the rear rounds. They had themselves earlier the gun a definitive advantage. And even that last one was kind of a clutch play coming up there towards that tree where you had the triple stack. So you can't let all your eggs be put into one basket here on the post play. You need to find some results right here, right now, during the pre-plant, and it just doesn't happen. Instead, Triple B beats you to the cut.
Triple P, like the way they played that overall B situation was straight retake mentality, and it's actually worked out quite well. JD does get Chrissy through that nebula, so in the end, it's kind of a 1-for-1 tit for tat, nothing major, but it's kind of speaking to what Triple P's gameplay is all about. They have a firm, concrete plan on what they want to do towards this B side, and it's been kind of wishy-washy, albeit we've landed in a land of 3v3, which let's see if L Buddy and Co can retake and make this happen. A desperate 12th round. I'm sure PQ wants it. It's well within reach.
It most definitely is. I mean, it's not even well within reach. Honestly, it's within smelling distance. It's right there within licking distance, but it's getting a little bit further away as we see a couple players here and there. But once again, it's secured just from the side of Triple B. They get themselves one more round the board. They're looking at match point guaranteed unless everybody's forward key kind of breaks, but you have enough time to remap that key to a click. And they can definitely click from the looks of it so far. Their mouse has not had any problems in this game whatsoever, and they just need one more round for it to be on point. And they have 3 ultimates to make it work as well. They can shut down, they can stall out the game, they can get aggressive for these retakes, making sure that it makes things very much easier for themselves, knowing that no flash is going to come their way, no nades, whatever it may be. And more importantly, they have the cherry on top, a nice little guarantee kill off that showstopper if you get close enough. And I mean, looking at their stats, looking at the scoreboard as a whole, they're not going to have a problem getting these kills on this retake. Yacht Club need to make sure to get enough results before that plant goes down for them to really get a definitive result and get themselves one more round. But they got to get a little more than that.
Oh my goodness, lockdown is here along with the nightfall to go on through, and I don't believe they're going to follow that up. Interesting. Actually, no, wait, maybe? What is happening here? They're going to go ahead and weight that down. Kind of shocked that they dumped that nightfall despite seeing that lockdown go down. So basically null and void. We still have that cosmic divide for Yacht Club as well, which could work out. Tempo. Complete halt here, Meg.
Most definitely is a little bit odd, I gotta say, but
Yeah.
still, I mean, honestly, Yacht Club, I kind of like this read. They're pulling it slow. They're expecting maybe somewhat of a rotation, but you gotta go ahead and think about prior experiences. Where were these players lurking about? What were they doing? You have flashes, get your kill up front. That could be the best move, considering that's with no duelist. That is your duelist. Go ahead and play off of that. Find yourself some initiative on the site. Get yourself a kill on the noble. Get yourself a plant, more importantly, down as well. And start playing out and looking for some nice little setups, some nice little nooks and crannies to make yourself at home with. And even then, find maybe a lurker. And that's exactly what you get in the market so far.
Beko and Luca just completely making magic happen. Betty Maru is just having a dandy old time in market. And unfortunately, all the spoiled fruit is just completely falling out of his hands. It's down to the one, and it's not going to happen here. Triple P, PQ, Pasquale's Pizza Posse, whatever you want to throw out there to get those P's out of your mouth are the winners of your first round here on Pit of Valor number 99.8.
There it is, man. Only one lonesome player alive towards the end, and more importantly, just one more to go ahead and get that defuse off. That's a 13-5 for your lineup there in the first matchup, and I mean, looking at the way that Triple P played that first half, we were kind of expecting along the lines of that lineup. We were expecting possibly what could be after a 10-2 to be maybe not 13-2. We were hoping a little bit of retaliation came to light there. At least one more round on the third if we did see them losing that pistol round, but that wasn't the case there. Triple P ended up losing that. Yacht Club found themselves a little bit of a bounce back, but I mean, when you look at the way they played the game out, when you look at the lurks across the map, when you look at the game plans not being nearly as solidified and kind of, I don't know, predestined compared to the Triple P's lineups, it just looks like it was kind of a lost cause there from the get-go unless their shots just absolutely came to life, which really wasn't the thing.
Yeah, whether it was attack or defense, looks like Triple P had a plan. I mean, they played that B for the retake style. They had a great set of solutions on the attack side, whether it was committing to a site, whether it was throwing a fake, whether it was splitting and just really working picks and going with the flow. And that's been their strength, I think. And I think their utility and how they kind of domino effect on top of each other, it speaks to that. So they have a great first round in their back pockets. They're well ready to, prepared and to get deeper and deeper into this bracket. Where they end up, that's TBD. Maybe we'll catch them later. But talking on some critical points before we go to this break, a big shout out to Community Gaming, of course, for supporting us and sponsoring this event among many others. And I mentioned that skin giveaway. Please take the time to enter that ! Giveaway. And Twitter and Discord, you all know the drill. ! Twitter, ! Discord. Please join us. That's a great way to stay in touch, catch some dope memes on the way, and most importantly, be up to date with the events to come, including that crispy Pit of Valor number 100. So, Mick, you and I are going to go to a very quick break as I'm completely time traveling into God knows where, and we're going to come back for round number 2. To our viewers, don't go so far, and take this time to enter some of those commands in chat and enter that giveaway especially. So, catch you on the flip side. Back to you shortly.
To the bank, like, laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type 5. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank, like, ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank, like, I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. I get it, I flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm a Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, and I take a piss. Laugh it to the bank, like, laugh it to the bank, like,
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate, I'm sick of it. Fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip is quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Owe this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important. And let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes, I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression. It's all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression. It's all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and down on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits, I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone in affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you taking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, Mosialis, flawless, broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bend dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he heffin'. Core with digits, give him estimates. Somersaults for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin, bitch, I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's Agora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina. I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit the 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her rub me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. If it's show, that was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No Miris, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I find other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on coming in. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on coming in. Time to run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex, I'm down that. Check. No drip, this wet. Time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Time to run it all. I wake up. Flex, thumb down that. Check. No drip, this wet. Time to run it all. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turn to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down that check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down that check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself, they getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down that check. No drip, this wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, Thumb down now, no drip, just tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might, but first I tell them run it up. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, don't play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Aim off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, can't play pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's
Feeling good. Blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your pit of valor, crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
And welcome back, all you beautiful people, here for round 2 of the Pit of Valor. We're now moving things on. We're going later on to the bracket, but good God, do we have ourselves a lineup, because from what I've seen so far, we're only in round 2. We're in round, what, it's like a 32 as it seems right now, or 64, whatever it may be. There's still a lot of teams remaining, and we got 2 absolute titans going at it from something that I would typically see in a grand final for any other week, and I wouldn't have it any other better way here at Breeze. But before we get there, obviously myself, Mick, joined by Strive once again, and we're here, baby. We're ready to go, and we're ready to get revved up once more.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be 2 teams, immensely notable ones at that. You hinted at it, Mick, and it is nothing short of the truth. So as we battle out for that $250 prize pot supported by Community Gaming & Co., it's going to be a real one. We get to change it up. We said Breeze the last game. We didn't get it. It's come back around full circle. So the Valorant gods have heard, and they have delivered the goods. You and I have a love-hate relationship with this map, but all in good nature at the end of the day. I'm primed to see what these two come in. We had an interesting showing on a set, right? We had a great map nonetheless, and it was a spicy one at that. We're going to call him Triple P for the sake of simplicity. They put on a great show. Pasquale & Co. delivered the goods and all the good pizzas at that. So yeah, let's get down into Breeze, and I'm keen to see what we got coming out for this map.
I'm just trying to go ahead and figure out where we have a love-hate relationship. I have nothing but love for this map whatsoever. It is outstanding. I love how open it is. I love how it starts to really go ahead and show these teams what they're made of. I usually like to go ahead and compare the likes of Ascent to the Mona Lisa of Valor maps. This Breeze is what I call just an empty canvas. It's nothing you can really make work of, but each team has their own different side of the canvas to work with. It's the same exact thing. They both paint their own picture, but sometimes the colors like to bleed over to the other side. It's an outstanding way to just really show and to really exemplify what these teams can do when you give them all these resources, give them all these agents, and as time's going to go along, there's definitely going to be more to work with, and say, what can you do with this? How can you set up this map? What agents are you going to choose this time around? We know Viper, she has the biggest brush out of the pack, so she's probably going to be a necessity. But in terms of everything else, it's a complete wild card, and Chamber may usually kind of throw itself into the fray as well.
Yeah, I mean, Viper does paint a lot of things green, but you got to appreciate some of the other picks as well. A lot of that entry potential with the Jet, of course, that Chamber is almost a staple selection. I feel a lot of good pick and roll potential as well. Initiator dependency is big on Breeze. It lends itself well to this map, and you need to hinge on those Sovas, hinge on those KOs. We've seen some Sky show up now and again, but I think the two staple picks of these Sova and Co has been great. We do have that difference between that fade as well, so keep your eyes peeled on Ian and Co. Nonetheless, everything is looking more or less run-of-the-mill, dare I say, in a way, with Alu bringing up that neon, which I think I have not seen in a hot minute on this map.
And I gotta say, I've seen it plenty of times on this map. Here, recently casting the Collegian scene, we've seen teams go ahead and bring out the neon because she feels the most standard, she feels the easiest to do, and I've even had discussions with these teams on what's better, the Jet setup or the neon setup on this map. And I've said 10 times out of 10, neon's gonna be your better selection. Not nearly as efficient for these save rounds, knowing that the overdrive doesn't have nearly as much efficiency in long-range combat as those knives do. But, I mean, let's be real. How many people are nailing knives and acting like yay across the entirety of the A side, just nailing players in K? That doesn't really happen too much. You want to make sure to close those gaps, get those spiked down, play for the team, work for the post plans, make sure this utility can really go ahead and have its own spotlight inside the ecosystem. But talk about the ecosystem, talk about the map, talk about the plays. We got to see one and see where maybe this first play comes through. And it's got to be towards this B side most likely, but still pressure coming up the middle of the map as Mikey's making his wraparound.
Mike getting aggressive. Henry looking for an escape method. Little pinched and little duck, and it's Mike capitalizing the end. That's a great opener, man. Good aggression down mid. You like to see that extension coming up from Valkyrie. Alu hears a lot of things happening, has some support with that friendly Viper nearby. So in the end, they get the capitalization onto Interlace. A lot of activity coming out from Spawn as well. The swing comes in. Mike shuts it, but we're getting the battle, the joust here, and the continued fight towards Spawn.
Most definitely, and even then already, Valkyrie really going ahead and taking the swing here. I mean, in a 3v1 situation, you got to make sure you play for the 2-on-1. You can't go for the 1x1s, or even then if you're going to do it, make sure there's a little bit of the dance involved where you're not really throwing yourself out in the fray too much. So there it is, Valkyrie going ahead and get themselves the first round of the board. And from last week at least, I don't know what kind of your perspective you had on these two squads, or at least more specifically on the likes of Valkyrie. Mike and Mikester were the two MVPs I noticed last week. I might even remember talking about how, you know, they're almost like my long-lost relatives, just much better. They're Mick, but with E for efficiency, because of how much better they play the game than a lot of the opponents they run into, just of how well they get these frags, how well they combinate their utility, because they usually run an Initiator Duelist combo. They really show what a team needs to do, and they really bring the highlight of how to play this attacking side, but they're not even on yet. They're playing this defense, still getting results.
Looking for something big here in round number 2. LR really leaning on that A side of the map. A lot of bodies, 4 to be exact, hinging over there. And LR and Co now advancing right up halls. It's going to be sticky here. Brace yourself, Jed. Oh, I'm just waiting for this explosion. Mike actually not going to meet anyone. Door opens here, and this could be the take on through. Mike gets the wand, swinging for more, gets another. The Marshal is singing at full tilt. A lot of value earned, but in the end, it's going to be enough to bring Valkyrie to that 3v1 advantage. Alu in a very sticky spot now.
And most definitely, and already when you see those Bulldog players getting shots taken onto them, you don't want to get aggressive there. You want to make sure to keep these guns, because the Bulldog will be your best shot besides that Marshal going into this next round. If there's any Spectres, drop them. Pick up these Marshals, pick up these Bulldogs. These will be your best bet going forward. You can see that that's the full force coming through. 3 players still stacked on top of that gun. Really need to go ahead and invest on that and kind of go ahead and cash in their next couple rounds with it as well, because that will definitely give you the results needed. But it all comes down also to where you take these sides, where you pick these fights. And I think, honestly, in a round like this, where you know the opponent has these rifles but doesn't have as good of a rifle for you to work with, you don't want to play for these close quarter combat situations. You want to make sure to keep yourself spread out, work for the long game. A would be a much better option, but instead it looks like Last Resistance, they want to get aggressive with it and push onto this B side.
Walking slow and patient. This solo position of interlace might be a mega problem to deal with if they choose to explode, but that Viper wall is going to do a great job at delaying the take if they want to make the moves. After this Hall's push, though, I think they've got a really good idea as to what's happening. It all hinges on what LR wants to do to flex off and maybe rotate away.
Yeah, I mean, these rotations are definitely going to take a while, but honestly, they don't even really have to happen, quite honestly. If Interlace gets more kills like that, especially having now a Vandal in hand, you can not really have too much of a concern, but still, the two Christ who come through Last Resistance get themselves a plant. It's a 3v4 situation, not really unexchanged, though. Still, that Chamber having a 50 HP, what I could say left remaining, and things aren't looking too good there. To be a one-shot on a Vandal or anything else, but still, you got to look at the shots raining down from this window onto site. That's to be Crone closing out one more. Maltreat needs to make sure to really clutch this things up, playing here from the middle, hoping to buy enough time, but that's just not the case. They get closed out immediately as well. So 3K for Crone, the first run of the board for Last Resistance, and a full buy coming through for Valkyrie in the next.
You know, you talked about painting on a blank canvas, and this map really is kind of that. I kind of understand where you're coming from, Nick. In that case, like, we saw Viper, we talked about Viper in the agent selection portion of this matchup, and to leave that agent solo on B for the side of Valkyrie is maybe troublesome. I think it's going to be a defining point. Now we see on the minimap that migration towards A, so I think they've learned that might be their pistol round setup, and they're kind of dealing with the woes of the initial first few rounds, and I like that little one-way orb as well. Gotta love it. So we'll see how they adapt here, having shifted that Viper away and left it up to Sova and Jet to hold this B.
Which, I mean, I can agree with the Viper quite anywhere. I mean, it works. I mean, just Viper is so good for this map. You can't sleep on her. She's essentially a requirement. But it comes down to where you play her and what kind of agents you have there to work with her. I mean, her Poison Cloud, it's going to have that effect. Her wall is going to be outstanding and immediately melt armor. But do you have players there to capitalize on that? Do you have damage to be done as an exchange to really manipulate that fact that they're going to be weak whenever they even step onto site? That's the biggest question. When you're having a Viper all by their lonesome, sure, you can have a fragger for a Viper, but you can't have an absolute hard carry. You can't have a player winning every single 1v5. I mean, that's just not going to be their job. That's nobody's job. But the job right now here on this B side is to hold things down, find yourself a first blood, and we've already seen Valkyrie secure that, and they're looking for a little bit more out of Mike, but that's just not going to be the case. A free side once more for that B, and a Viper spit to capitalize on top of it.
Off situation for Mike. They're caught in the middle of that fast lane. Alu has a great little spot up on half wall here with Mikester and co right behind this absolute messiness of green for the retake. Mike, nice jiggle, and a nice spam onto Alu. Talk about awareness. That's a shot and a half.
Absolutely ready for it. Just letting the shot drag out. So you know what? It's almost like a little bit of a connect the dots here. I got to find my first point, move to the second. I know where they all are, but a collateral coming through for Cade. It all comes down to a 2v1 situation where you see Crone just kind of go ahead, dipping out, going for the post plant, and realizing, okay, things aren't looking too good. The utility didn't really work out, and Maltreat didn't really want to have this round going to the side of Last Resistance. So that's going to be now a third one here on the board. 3 players remaining towards the rear end of that round, and they go ahead and keep this train rolling and chugging.
Here's a replay of the Mikester sauce and that spam. Alu must have been like, wait a minute, say what? Hello? And that's the kind of stuff that makes a difference. I mean, with Cade here as well, had a nice little lineup. I was expecting that third one to come through, but falling a smidgen short. You know, and the question remains, that Viper playing those lineups, was that just an accident, Mick, or was that intentional to go for the save?
I got to say it was probably accidental. Probably a little bit of a lap around, hoping that you can go ahead and buy the time while you can, make a little bit of an adjustment here on your post plant, but nothing that really kind of works. But already, Interlace going ahead saying, you're vulnerable. Don't go ahead and swing me. But instead, it's still going to be the result. You see a player going in and swinging around, but Ian is going to be the second one to make that lap and go ahead and actually find the results that you were expecting the first time around. But the retake has to come into effect here. The spike is down. You got players in the middle of the map going up against an operator in the hands of Mike. But, I mean, look at it, man. Now a null command on the field as well. Ultimates are just being invested here. I mean, just purely for a stall. It doesn't even matter, though, because Smalls is here to play.
My goodness, I was going to say, LR came out swinging. Felt like we're running a marathon, and now look at the difference. With Smalls for 3 consecutive picks like that, talk about retake made look easy. Chamber shining bright like a diamond. I was gonna say, man, with that neon leading through the energy and vigor that LR came with, I was like, oh my god, this is gonna be the site take and hold of the century. But very quickly, Valkyrie, nullification and denial. Gotta love it, dude. That was a play and a half.
Yeah, and I gotta say, honestly, I mean, looking at the kind of trends we're seeing on the board here right now, I mean, Last Resistance, sure, they found themselves one, and you can't really cash in on the fact of what that round had. Because the one thing you had was gun advantage, armor advantage, absolute, just definitive pocket swelled up comparative to your opponent. That's not going to be a luxury you can really work with anymore. We're seeing Valkyrie be able to buy again and again and again and again. They're going to have this fluff room. They're going to have this blade storm, this tour de force to work with. You need to make sure to work your way around the map. Find something more, because the post plants, you got to say, it's pretty obvious that they're not working. We've seen it again and again. That Last Resistance, they like to push for this B side. They get very early results there on the site, getting the plant down, but their post, ever since that clock starts ticking down, we see that spike going red on the map, it's almost like Valkyrie turns into bulls and they rush themselves right onto that site where it's taking place, and they win that every single time with their horns. You need to find a way to dilute that attention. You have to find a way to find these cutoffs, set these roadblocks off your controllers or any other lurker you may have. That role has not been fulfilled. Last Resistance doesn't have the strongest hold in the world. They have to find a way to spread out the attention, really find this way to connect across the map rather than just right in one big cluster.
Okay, but look at it now. 50 seconds on the clock. This map is absolutely gigantic for the rotate. You have full control of B main by that Viper. This is a dead sell on A. I mean, where else is LR going to go after this now 40-second timer is about to hit? Chambers like pinging. They're saying go, go, go. And the rotates are already present. So question remains, does LR decide to go full send? Yeah, they're going for it here. Valkyrie on that usual retake. And look at that Chamber out of the mess in a blink of an eye.
30 seconds left.
That's exactly what you need right then, right there. You have to make sure that even then the two operators there towards the back of the field are something going to be taken care of as well. And Crone is within that pipe to take care of that problem if it does start to come to light. But it's not even there or even in effect just yet. You have the flank once more at an interlace. There are lurkers in this map taking effect. And Valkyrie is also once again reigning true, finding kills in every single angle you can imagine. Smalls does fall, but it's a 2v1 situation. Will Mike to capitalize on top of it. A different result, or excuse me, no, a different site, but it's the same result. It's a little bit of a mix-up, a little bit of a differential, but still, at the end, Valkyrie are just looking so much better.
I love just replaying that round in my head, just kind of running it through step by step. Valkyrie leaving that chamber to be the anchor on that site with that rendezvous right to safety, like that was picturesque. I mean, you got so much intel, you played it so patiently, you got that B main control, said, heck it guys, we have awesome positioning, timing, it's kind of at that like tipping point, right? You don't expect them to necessarily make that full commitment and rotate all the way back, because that would be a dead nut sell and wouldn't give them enough time to execute even if they wanted to. And just shifting those bodies over, let Chamber get that intel, and from there the retake is almost like is easy come, easy go, and it hinged a lot on Smalls and Mike to deliver with the double op situation, or rather the op in the tour de force.
And even then, I mean, Valkyrie already has contingency plans ready to go. I mean, they have it just kind of revved up. Just, I mean, the car's already heated up there in the winter. All you got to do is just hop in and drive. I mean, they are just prepared for whatever comes at their way. And that's something that we have to see. Look, Last Resistance kind of go ahead and be prepared for it. They're not pushing it into the map. They're not guaranteeing these first bloods around the map. They're doing it on the site every single time to where you're looking at, okay, we haven't really checked off too many other boxes. That's a problem. You need to do that. And you go ahead and say Viper is still on this B side. What have you learned in the middle of the map? We saw a player earlier, but what about A, what we're rotating to? There is nothing we know. And if we find these kills, we know that even if we only found one, there's still two other players that we have not accounted for whatsoever.
And again, B main control is on lock. They're going to go ahead and drop that Viper wall, and that's going to be Small saying, listen, we got some trouble in this side of the map, and oh my goodness me, a tap or two is all it takes to connect onto one. That gets Ian out of the way. 40 seconds now on that ticker. We are nowhere near to comfort land just yet, unless Henry can wake up, and it does deliver with that tour de force. Big opening picks out of mid the previous. Now again with that tour de force, a lot hinges on Interlaced and Co for this pinch. Henry is maybe not aware of this Viper towards that mid area.
Well, we are sitting in 4v4. This is about as even numbers as get. But, I mean, with the preparation not being near and Interlace getting caught like timing with those shots to line up, and Small's still alive, who's been, I gotta say, the MVP for these past couple rounds. That makes everybody's job a little bit easier. You can rest assured that, I mean, you're in a 4v1 now. You get some nice little headshots out from Alou! Mike! But an operator says, no, sir! I'm not gonna miss that head if it's the biggest thing on my screen.
Holy cow, I virtually fell off my seat there. I was waiting for that last sheriff shot to the head to connect, and I would have sent it through the glass. That would have been it for me. See you later. Pit of Valor number 100. Say what? I wouldn't be here. But damn, replay. Give it to me. Alou going berserk. Close proximity. Oh my God, I'm just gonna hold on to my chair for a sec. 1, 2, it's a snack. It is a snack and a half there, Mick. What a series of picks.
Just wish they were a little faster, but I mean, hey, honestly, you can't. Beggars can't be choosers. Just situations like that, nonetheless. And even then, with the Reaver Sheriff, hearing that ring, hearing that bell go off, you know what you're getting into. But still, we now see that Last Resistance, they're kind of having to get an issue at the hand of what are we getting ourselves into? How can we play these rounds? I mean, if we can get a player to do something like that with the Sheriff, get 3 kills here on a retake scenario, say if we do that earlier, so if we haven't lost as many players in the meantime, then we can work on our numbers. But once again, we see it, 5v5, no real picks to happen just yet. You know Alert may be coming around the back because you do have that trademark there, but you have a Viper Spin as a backup as well. So this could be Last Resistance's best shot, knowing that they're getting these exchanges we're needing.
Alu is perspiring at the nth degree right now, getting so aggressive on that yellow container here. Mike shutting it down for the 1, going up high, doing another close proximity presence. Interlace coming out. Mike connecting to the head with a quick little flickeroni. That's going to be Alu shut down. Your Sheriff Demon is out of the equation now. This pit is going to be good. Crone just dancing around the edges of it, and with some support and a great setup for the post, they're on the board. And my goodness, it took a pit to do it, but they got that second round in their back pocket.
That's all that matters, man. I mean, sure, it took a little bit to get there, but so long as you get that rally, you say we have a win condition, we have something we can work on, we have something we can work towards, more importantly. And I mean, I would say get your Viper those ult orbs. That's the biggest thing that I'm taking away so far, is that Viper's pit, that's going to be your biggest help. And even then, just Viper util in general, cutting up the map, making sure you can isolate these players and find your crossfires to get those numbers to work with. Because again and again and again, we're seeing the Operator be a big threat to the likes of Last Resistance. It's getting a lot of value here from the side of Valkyrie. You have to make sure those kills don't rain off. You need to make sure somehow, I don't know how it's going to happen, kill Smalls. But that's not going to happen just yet. You do go ahead and get Mike off the board, which is a darn good start, and you pick off Mikester as well. The double M threat. M&M is now out of the game. You need to make sure that you can follow that thing up because you're in a 2v4. Smalls has been disgusting in this game so far, and that Viper is alive and well to control these sites.
I feel like I'm watching Alu Running Simulator sometimes, just really opening up so much opportunity for LR, and you can see just how well it's worked. On track to get their 3rd round. Smalls, not just yet here, but there's so much to offer for LR. A lot of ultimates available, and a spike plant towards this B site should be absolute gravy. Smalls is probably well fed too, so I'm expecting an attempt for the clutch.
I mean, why not? You got so much money inside in your back pocket. You've gotten 3Ks after 3Ks in the majority of these rounds. And I can say that honestly in a 1v3, you just gotta have the ice in your blood. Just stay cool in these moments to make sure you can check corner by corner instead of overextending. That's your problem. You finally do. You slip up a little bit, you get collapsed on. So there it is, another round on the board for Last Resistance. Get themselves up to a 3rd now here on the field, and they're making sure to keep this game as even as possible. You're going to make sure to have a final stand. It's going to be right here, right now in this half specifically, because you're going ahead and denying your opponent any guaranteed advantage going forward. That Valkyrie, they don't feel like they're going to have a guaranteed half no matter what. They have to fight tooth and nail for at least one more to make sure it's 7-5 to give themselves that leeway. But in the meantime, it's looking like it's going to be a very, very long trip just to make sure to get that last round to get there.
Setting up for what could be a great round number 4 for LR. Smalls, aggro, continuing to push towards elbow here. They don't really care whatsoever despite all this utility getting invested, and why not, man? It's a save round. Let's get aggro. Ian shuts down too, so we've exchanged some tit-for-tat situation. You can see LR's like, listen, there is probably way more around this corner, including some nasty shorties, and we don't want to battle with that. We're going to run away interlaced, just kissing the tips of the heads, but can't connect with that Sheriff at a distance. I like this. Good mobility, good decision making. The Viper wall at B might be able to do some delaying tactics at best, but they should have relatively good site control unless Interlace goes berserk with the Sheriff.
And all the util's still there, into a full effect. I mean, not too much gas used in the meantime. You hear all those footsteps kind of pounding across the field, but the one thing you got to look out for is the stall right there in the middle. I mentioned it, the roadblock. Alu, they're towards spawn. They don't need a duelist. They know the rotation was going to go through. They had such a large map to work with, such a big canvas to make way of, and it comes down to the Sheriff and this Vandal in the hand of these two players, or excuse me, the two Sheriffs instead. But, I mean, honestly, when you get yourself a kill like that, you have a Vandal now, or a Phantom. You got something to work with, makes things a lot more doable, and even then, once it's still, you have that Viper alive to get that damage off of, to cut off these sidelines, to make your job more doable. But when that wall goes down and Hendry as an operator, you just kind of, it's open season.
Yeah, open season, open round, and that's going to be a 3rd for LR. good establishing round. I was expecting that pistol to go completely sideways with that aggression coming out from A, but they played it well. They played it safe in the end, which I think it speaks for itself. They're on track for the potential 6-6, Mick, like you and I have talked about in the past. Like, it's nice to juggle some scenarios in your mind, because you can see on that board just how dominant Valkyrie was initially. It looks like some of their strats and plans are kind of getting foiled a little bit.
Yeah, and the thing honestly is because the clutch factor from a player-to-player basis on an individual level was there earlier. I mean, these players are looking like they were on fire, but I mean, they kind of maybe burn a little bit too much gas right off the start. But you do have one little guarantee right here, is that this Viper's pit will be up at least for a second, because Interlace will get absolutely rode down, but Maltry is there for the answer. Mikey has a very quick response to get the rotation onto the side, and Valkyrie's in a 2v3 scenario basically. Still could be a 2v2, but when you hear this kind of resurrection, the down but not out yet, it all comes down to Smalls, who has that tour de force, can take these shots, but quite honestly just won't do it.
Careful though, this is a tour de force and it knows how to deliver a punch. Also has a Vandal as well. With ample time, LR migrating off towards that A site. Smalls, you might as well pack the bags and start moving now, Chief. Tough one though in a 2v1, and given just how large Breeze is and just how much ground is there to cover, assuming that Crone may have a lineup or two, this could be that 5th round for LR on this post.
Most definitely could, considering the time you have. Spike's just gone down. You're still maneuvering to the middle of the map. But I mean, even then, Smalls has the right idea. Go right through the middle of the map. See if anybody's holding that roadblock. See if anybody's setting up a slow here. But you know the trademark is going to be in that spot. I mean, you're a chamber, right? You know the setup. And you know that something's going to be back there towards spawn. And you have to give it a tell. But you can see that Smalls is trying to isolate the amount of angles that's really going to be inflicting his view. I mean, if you go through the middle right there in double door, you have so many angles. Straight ahead, left, right, whatever it may be. But I mean, you have that tour de force and you have a Vandal. You need to make sure to swing the right spot at the right time, and you need to make sure to double down on where you're getting shot from, because Crone has a better idea to play around those pyramids to get those shots and get that round, because as we mentioned it earlier, it was 6-3 not too long ago. Well, it was 6-1 at some point in this game, but now it's really starting to get even.
Yeah, and I can see the decision from Smalls saying, listen, I got to go and tap this, because Crone's probably playing safe, probably playing a lineup. I'm just going to, send it to the spike. But I think Crone, mind gamed it just that much better. Right in the open, connected on that pick. Well played and well executed. That reliance on the shot over the util, me like to see. So on track, like you said, for that 6-6 now. And given how things were before, we've ended up in a great place. And look at the situation for LR as well. Running Simulator is about to unfold with Alu. Has ult in hand with the fast lane, sending it in. Nightfall to back things up, and they're going to get on the site here relatively unscathed.
Most definitely will. I mean, already looking at this aggressive push on the side, it all comes into these first bloods once again. And you see Henry actually managed to do that with Alu in the backup. So, I mean, this is a 2-for-1 exchange as Meister can make somewhat of a play here. But, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, Valkyrie has so many players at so many different times. That's a luxury that they don't have anymore. It all comes down to interlaced. And, I mean, these numbers are getting more and more and more to the advantage of last resistance in these post plants as this game goes on. And that results in a 6-6 half at the end of the day. This is the way they need to look to get themselves relevant in this fight. Damn it, they've done a good job at it.
Yeah, superb. We've landed, I think, in stalemate territory, and it seems like 2 white canvases have, in the end, resulted in 2 identical pictures. The chance of that, I mean, in real life, very much slim to none, but in Valorant, very, very viable. So, good, dude. I'm kind of at a loss at how that first couple rounds panned out, and now we ended up at a 6-6 is a treat, to say the least.
Most definitely is. I mean, you got to look at this game, how things are really starting to fold out. And I mean, even then on the opposite side of the field, we see not really the same picture, but we see a symmetrical, like just canvas to work with. Instead, we see both teams not having enough time to really paint on either side. So, I mean, we see the colors bleeding through, and at the end of the day, as you mentioned, that's where things start to even out. So it's a little bit different, but still, now we got another half to work with. This is where things really come down to. This is where we get the edge to actually work with, where the knife actually starts to get itself another opportunity to sharpen up. And more importantly, these teams to sharpen up, because I mean, we've seen it. Valkyrie kind of falling asleep at the wheel, but a new half, new opportunities, new lineups, new setups, and maybe a new day.
Henry needs help here, but Ian is lit. This could be in major trouble here in halls if they're not careful. They close that door for the fake potential, but again, a lot of investment, a lot of opportunity, and oh my goodness me, the crosshairs are so good as Maltreat gets a quick 2-piece combo, gets away right back to safety, and they should be A-okay to migrate over to that B side if they wish, and even explore this mid, but Crone has got great positioning at elbow to kind of hold off this B, as well as get intel towards the mid area as well.
Well, it really could depend, because if you're not ready for Alu already holding onto that double door, things are going to be problematic for you. And even then, another one, you know somebody's going to be towards cave. Somebody's going to be holding something around there. And if you're not ready for that, it can even prove even more problems. But it thankfully doesn't result in any kills for the side of Last Resistance until you finally had that preparation and Crone here on the double swing. It all comes down to a 1v2 here with Interlace, not having really any health to work with, and up against the likes of a Frenzy. You don't nail that right click right off the get-go, you lose that fight 9 times out of 10. And Last Resistance get themselves a 7-6.
Back at it. The momentum is there, and given the 6 consecutive or 5 consecutive in the previous half, we're looking mighty on sharp. Crone is feeling also really good. Gonna go ahead and sport that round 2 Phantom buy. Could be success or could be death, but regardless here, I'm just gonna go ahead and lean heavily on how Last Resistance manages this Viper. We saw just how difficult things were for Interlace in the opposing end in some cases, and to see Crone now having to solo that B site again, reminiscent of what Valkyrie delivered, just a little bit of a different flavor and potential approach here as to how supportive the rest of LR can be on that rotate.
Yeah, I like to see how these second rounds go more than anything on these maps of long range encounters, because you never really know what could spill out from this, because you know that teams, they don't just full rush, which I typically encourage on these second rounds on these big maps. Instead, they like to stay tricky. They like to get in the heads of their opposition. They like to still keep things on their toes, but those isolated gunfights sometimes end up really going ahead and spilling your own demise. You're putting yourself in these 1v1 encounters or handing guns over, but that hasn't been the case just yet, because Last Resistance did net themselves that first kill. Alu once again kind of prowling around and not being a piece of utility, but better yet, just being an outright weapon. Getting that first blood, making sure the numbers are in advantage. You've lost this Sova now, and you have a little bit of info off that KO, but not nearly the precision you need off that Sova.
Valkyrie could be the successful demon or absolutely eat dust. Oh, Alu catches just a corner of that robotic arm and is able to get that pick. So playing foiled, 1 body down, and Crone is going to go ahead and continue to capitalize with the advantage, getting Mike out of the way. In a 4v2 retake, Interlace spots the 1, but of course there is a left and right and forward presence from LR. No ground given as they bring home that round. Dude, the crossfire, every angle was locked on. There is no shot of Valkyrie getting anywhere near that spike.
Yeah, I liked it. It was almost a strategic clear. Every angle was covered. Every box was checked. I mean, they made sure that they could clear that thing out, and they breached back onto the site. They made sure to answer things back. But talking about answers, this is where Valkyries have to come onto the board. We haven't really seen too much light of them here in the second half, and even then for the latter end of that first half. So, and for the entire second quarter of this game so far, we haven't seen too much of them. And this is going to be their redemption arc. This is their time to start it if there is anywhere to do it. Because maybe if you go ahead and give a roll more round, it could be too little too late. You still have yourself a 3-round differential, but your money's going to be in the gutter at that point. You need to make your strike. You need to make your impact right now. And you did roll 1 gun away in that last round. So things are kind of doable, but not flawless by any manner. You need to make sure you get these kills, and more importantly, rob that Phantom away that was also bought in that second.
A different approach, but again, that same type of mid control that we saw from Valkyrie being exercised by Last Resistance with Neon and Sky, or rather Fade pushed up, sorry. Looking for elbow. The Viper Wall drop towards B is kind of a red flag if you're LR, knowing that they're kind of hinging on that side of the map, but it is a minute 6 on the clock here, Mick, and they can easily move out of the way, but have to be very, very careful, because there is, of course, a lovely Viper Wall to block off that A entrance, which, you know, could serve well for a bit of a delay tactic.
Most definitely could, and even then, unlike the raids here, they're going ahead, trying to go ahead and collapse in the middle of the map, you know, cut off these edges and say, where are these players at? Well, you got ahead and nailed it down to the middle of the map. You have to swing into Valkyrie eventually. You have to find the aggression on them. You have to hopefully get these kills. That just was not the result. But Henry's on site with the Vandal, able to go ahead and manage 1, but there are still 4 more players alive and well, having an idea of where you are, and once you get 2 more kills, they damn sure know where you are.
Just when that threat is looking thin, it's like Henry is just grasping on for dear life and is able to make that oh so thin thread sing, but it's insufficient. No bueno, as Valkyrie is able to really step up and get that mid control back. Here's one opportunity as well for us here to talk about some getting things back and getting into the swing of things with another Pit of Valor. It is going to be the sponsors of the event. Control, of course, bringing in the goods. The most fantastic meal replacement on the block here. Use that code GLG on that website if you are so keen on it. And of course, Community Gaming, the folks at CG, not only offering the platform upon which these events are hosted on, but providing prize money for this Pit of Valor, and of course that big $2,500 event coming up in the very near future, that number 100.
specifically could be. It's going to be crazy in its own right. But one thing right now is a little bit of a crazy, wacky, goofy play that's going on towards the B side. The Viper's pit going down and a possible push, trying to push onto it as well. Then honestly, we see that Owl Drone trying to make leeway through there, knowing that a judge is going to be amongst the midst of it because a player's already fallen to that. The Valkyrie have to reconsider their options, knowing that there's going to be Vandals scattered around the rest of the map, and you can't spend too much time in one place unless, as we mentioned earlier, you'll get pincered on. You will get absolutely closed up, and you'll get locked in your spawn, which is the last thing you want. So instead of lap around to the middle of the map towards the B side, I think quite honestly is the right play. Trap Viper within her own pit.
Well, this is good. This is a little bit different in that, you know, this orb could be the difference of, hey, are they going to nest? What's their plan? And Henry's looking to watch it, and they are going to look to get control, and actually leaves that site completely open. Be careful on that mini. Meister's got a good spot. Takes the hit, but that could be anywhere here, Chief.
Exactly. That's the thing about those KO knives. You play it slow and steady, you wait for it, but K does actually end up getting the read on that and from the kill through the crate. But we talk about a Viper's pit. There's another one on the field, except for it's going and setting up for a post plant instead. You see those shots kind of going down from heaven, but nobody even sees where they're coming from. You have nothing but audibles to work off of because you see nothing but green and that red at the top of your screen telling you, hey, there's a retake that needs to take place here, and blast resistance is sure as heck bringing it.
Getting down to it, riding the pit for as long as possible. Interlace here on the fringes. They're on that spike, and I think they know what's going on. Yeah, they've cleared basically everything but that last remaining corner, and the process of elimination is the process to winning rounds for LR here. Methodical, patient, and diligent. They're on that ninth, just about to kiss that 10th.
That's all it comes down to, man. Just finding yourself those double digits, getting in those last three to count down. And we talked about Valkyrie and their kind of redemption art they had to work with. And, I mean, look at their money now. I talked about it. If they didn't win that round in a very good fashion, even get themselves a follow-up, no matter what, when they fumble the ball, it was going to stay out of their hands for, I'd say, a couple more plays, a couple more rounds here specifically. And that's already resulting here in 2, and possibly a 3rd if momentum really starts to swing. We see more ultimates on the field, especially maybe another Viper's Pit, a Nightfall. There's going to be stuff to work with in Last Resistance hands. And you have to make sure to make that impact while it's not available. But talk about that impact. There it is, a possible collat going through the tube, but just a missed shot's going to be resulting in a little bit of an understatement. But a shot in the dark also results itself a kill as well. So Mikey can get one, Interlace can get another. But still, it's a 2v2 on the field. Things have evened out. Things have gotten interesting.
Yeah, Mike's definitely done a good job at bringing the spice, the twist to the plot. Ooh, Cade. No twist whatsoever. Just a straight up shot to the dome, making it real and simple for us. Kissing that 10th. A lot hinges on Mike. Has good, reasonable control, but love it. LR right behind each other like an absolute military regime, holding firm together and are able to bring that 10th together. Just, I love how united LR is, man. Whether it's going down mid and getting aggressive, they'll do it as a squad. If they fall, they fall. And even on that situation in 2v1, they're playing the angles together and they hold off that spike attempt pickup from Valkyrie.
Yeah, I mean, already Last Resistance we talked about. I mean, that was going to be a round that almost, I mean, as impressive as it was for Valkyrie, if they can get setups like that, get lurk, get kind of a little bit thrifty, get a little crazy with it on these rounds where they have these rifles, they can really make some impact. But I mean, they're going for the one-dimensional approach, or the two-dimensional approach, where they do find themselves in a lot of splits. They're not really lurking around too much, and they didn't expect the push to come through, but thankfully Smalls is ready for it, and kind of setting up that barricade towards spawn to say, look, there is a line, do not cross it, or you will find yourself 6 feet under.
Crossing a lot of lines, whether it's the virtual dividing lines of different site or choke points or Viper lines. It's been an entire adventure of who can get messier and really extend and do so differently and always keep the opposition on their toes. Now, we found ourselves at really the polar opposite of Unique, right back on this B site with the spike plant down. And luckily, there's no pit here, and we'll see what LR can do on that retake. They're making some moves over, but a little bit spread, to say the least, and not really united as a squad like we've seen before.
No command, creating a little bit of a stall. Going ahead and taking that into effect here, making sure that there's no knives, no darts, no haunts to really work off of. Instead, just pure covering your corners, checking your angles, and hitting your shots, which Crone has absolutely no problem with. We talked about that countdown. It starts at 3 at the double digits, but that's now down to 2. And more importantly, Valkyrie doesn't have much to work with, considering this was what could be their last buy round. But Lord knows, they have themselves a little bit more opportunity, but that kind of safety net, the rope is definitely starting to thin up a little bit.
Yeah, it's super thin. Very, very thin at that. And look at Crone on that board for a second here. 22 and 8, my goodness me. Backed up by Alu. Seeing just how independent and strong that Viper's been is a notable factor. Smalls, of course, has been delivering triples and doubles and quadruples like it's no one's business. So we have vigor, we have fight. It just feels like Valkyrie can't find that entrance. They can't find that opportunity, and they are suffering heavily on the post plant. So you can see 3 out of the 6 rounds have been defuses for them.
Let's play.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about. I mean, these post plants just aren't looking too good for either side. And I gotta say, with how thrifty Valkyrie can get to get just themselves on site, even in these missile rounds, we're not seeing that same effect on the rifle rounds. I mean, they think that you can just win out by pure force, but I mean, look at the ratio. Look at the rounds. That's not how this game is working. You need to still manage something for these post plants. Now, talk about it. It's the same thing the last Resistance had a problem with in that first very initial impression of this map. You need to scatter yourself. You need to be prepared for this, because this blunt force stuff isn't really working too much. But finally, Mike does manage a little bit of a play. There are 2 deaths already on the board for the side of the last Resistance. If there's going to be any last hope, it's going to be right here, right now.
Okay.
Hey, just shuts down any possible thoughts and hopes of that.
That's just mega. I mean, the round went from 0 to 2,000 in a blink of an eye with Cade delivering on those picks. Now it's down to Mikester making some moves. Henry also posted up for what could be that Mikester attempt to make move. But again, 39 on the clock. Who's waiting for what here, and what's the plan?
That's a darn good question. That I think there's going to be an answer to eventually. Mikester does have an idea of what's going on there, and Smalls can make the exchange. So this is that chamber v chamber lineup with Henry, just having an operator knowing where the spike is and having the advantage of blackmail over anything else, saying that, well, no matter what, you got to come get this spike, and I know you're going to swing into it. So, I mean, now sitting at 12-7, Valkyrie kind of cashed in a lot in that last round, knowing, okay, instead of going for a full buy or, you know, saving it completely and cashing in then again and again and again at the end, let's go for a half and a half. And sure, there'll be a little bit of leniency here and there, and we'll have Smalls to be able to buy once more, but we need to go for Guardians, we need to go for rifles, and even then Marshals have plenty of viability in this map as well. You need to make sure you have these long distance guns and that you're setting up for those in the post plant, because we're seeing so much aggression in the post plant that they're not setting up for that. They don't need to. That doesn't get you on site. The post plant needs to be the same thing as the engage, quite honestly. It needs to play from long, it needs to play from main, it needs to have that influence there, but we're seeing so much clusteredness on site, it makes things very difficult to really break down on a team level, and even then just for us as well.
It's interesting, and I'll just go ahead and comment on one thing. Henry, that's the second time I've seen a pick like that miss. Like, Henry is on him. I swear he's on him and clicking, but it just doesn't end up happening, and that is just hard for me to digest. And you can see now off of that, Valkyrie here have got Spike on its way. FedEx international priority, hopefully, but it's got to move a little bit faster as Cade and co are looking to stop it, and they do. Oh my god, Mike's again, so much value earned, and now with site control in their names, what is LR gonna do on the back end of the retake?
I mean, you gotta look at this map placement. Look at where the mini map is. Look at these colors, where they're shining, where they're taking these impacts. The Nightfall does come through, but you don't have that sniff on the chamber there towards the back. Meister can get one more in the meantime. Smalls goes ahead and makes some work of that, and you know that the last player set off that trademark. There's a knife to give you the intel that they're there. You get the swing, 4 players alive. That is what I could almost consider a thrifty round. It's darn near a little bit over that line for it to classify, but I mean, still, I would qualify for that enough on my own. I would say that counts as a thrifty, and even then, I mean, you're working with nothing but half shields. Where is this confidence coming from? Where are these plays coming from? Why are they happening on rounds where we're seeing sheriffs, guardians, half shields, but on these rifle rounds, they're not having the same effect? It's because Valkyrie's thinking. They're playing it slow. They're switching up the pacing. It was nothing but just, as I mentioned earlier at the very beginning, Bulls seeing the red at the top of their screen and rushing in with their horn. You can't do that anymore. You have to dilute this attention, and Valkyrie has been doing that, scaring up last resistance, making them check every corner, and when they're doing that, blindsiding them and shooting them in the back of the head or in their ear.
We diluted it now. I'm with you. They've thinned the herd. They've pulled some rotates on that minimap. You can see those colors, like you said, have made their way towards spawn, and LR was like, wait a minute. No, not just yet here. I wish that spike was posted up on A for the quick take, but now they've given up that cave control. Instead, Neon there on that minimap has got eyes peeled and probably hears that trademark around the corner. So it's basically a telltale opportunity here. Valkyrie have now indefinitely pigeonholed themselves towards its B side unless magic can happen in mid, and Cade is doing a great job at saying no way on my agenda.
And Mike did get some damage off there in the process, but I mean, no finished kill, no actual trait coming into effect. And even then you see that last resistance, they're on their toes. They're doing and going ahead and checking off every single box, not even just in terms of attendance, just in terms of the classroom, seeing whether everything's cleaned up. Because you saw when Ian was crossing over towards the back of side to get back into position on B, that poison cloud came right back up. Usually you want to save that for the push right here, right now, but it's down. This is the moment that Valkyrie take advantage of, but instead they just get absolutely mowed down. Can't find the results they want and get shut down 8-13. Here's last resistance closing in.
I mean, mega showing from last resistance. Just talking about that entire matchup as a whole, man. Looking at that last round, that to me was like the epitome of what that matchup was. Like they were just absolutely stuck. Like they had nowhere to go on that B side. They did the right thing, which is go elbow to mid and try and get some opportunity in nest. Try and get through connector. Do something different, because guess what? You're not going back the other way. You've given up full control. You had a body hanging out, but then he left. In the end, the take just kind of went, you know, they diluted it, but I think they thinned it out too much. Not in, you know, for the opposition, but for themselves. They left them with nothing to work with.
Yeah, and you saw the initiative. I mean, again and again and again. I mean, you saw it. It was good. But last resistance had much better initial push than the likes of Valkyrie, because it's that Jet versus Neon lineup I talked about. I say it again and again. Neon wins that lineup on Breeze. She's able to consistently close those gaps. It's not just a one-sided affair where you got to get kills afterwards. It's constantly regenning in your backpack. No matter what, you're able to close those distance. Make sure that your aggression onto site is always available. It's not an ability you're having to bait out or choose a window to utilize. It's something that's always there, and your fast lane will also serve just in case your Viper falls. It's contingency plans and whether or not you have those viabilities and those variables there to manipulate whenever you want. And I gotta say, I mean, as good of a team as Valkyrie is, the resources at hand were just too disposable. Once they were gone, they were gone. There is no refresh. There is no takesies backsies. There are no retries. Once you commit yourself, you commit yourself. And that was a problem in the post plan as well. They found themselves a lot of results in there and they got thrifty to get on the site. But once they got around to the post plan, they say, well, we used everything to get here and we don't have the best guns remaining anymore. Their shots were on point. They were looking good. They were clicking heads, but when you don't have the resources, once again, either in the guns or the utility, there was an overinvestment somewhere on either side, and that was really their downfall, considering that we saw them almost go the distance completely last week, and I was really impressed by it. It just isn't here today, and they also kind of got unfortunate going against last resistance so early here tonight.
And Valkyrie, I think, I think some of the most notable rounds for me for Valkyrie were the slow ones, where things went, you know, borderline pin drop silent, because you know they're brewing something. They're waiting for last resistance to make that first move to kind of extend, and then they go ahead and capitalize. Those were good ones, right? And I think some of that same thing could have been exercised. Leave some bodies out towards halls or A and go work some stuff at B, right? Look, just feel the opposition out, knowing that just how confident LR is, they may get aggressive. And on that last round, Neon getting pushy in cave might have been a kill for that chamber, had some exploration taking place. Who knows, right? There's just a lot of conversation to be had, but in the nature of conversation, we've talked a lot about Pit of Valor number 100, which is coming up after 99.9, so expect that next week, and then 100 to follow. Of course, a big shout out to CG for supporting, Drink Control for always keeping it real. $2,500 is on the line for POV number 100. That is a 10x of what is up for grabs today, $250. We are doing that giveaway. I've mentioned it. I don't see that many exclamation mark giveaways in chat. Either y'all have entered or I'm just blind. I'm pretty sure it's the first one. I hope. But please take the time, exclamation mark giveaway in chat to enter the giveaway for the 2 times the new skin bundles, as well, exclamation mark Twitter, exclamation mark Discord. Please, please, please continue to support. Oh, and by the way, we do have a TikTok and it is hella dope. So please check that out and support us on there as well. So Mick, let's go to a snappy quick break. Map number 3 is around the corner. Let's see where we land here. So to our viewers, don't go too far. Catch you on the flip side.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know I freedom. It's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a...
Feeling good. Blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Laugh it to the bank like laugh it to the bank like I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watching make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm type fine. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. I get it, I flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and I whip this quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keeping on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac feeling double Such salute they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, lil' baby she agree, she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, or maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LA BB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LA BB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you ask it. Don't gotta sell a Mosialis flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's an since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches humming in. Coming in, yeah. Flex. I just wanna win. Yeah. LABB, who we running with? Yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win. Yeah. LABB, who we running with? Yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bend dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB, been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of limits through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the fam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head out to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up with it, got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block of powder or a glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her rub me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure. That was never talk about money. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Eyes on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No mirrors, those foo-foo, I can see the tag. You can bet if I spending this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I found other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Turn a 10-piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Tell them run it all. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex, I'm down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up. Flex, thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. 9 out of 10 roll through my hands, I'm by my lonely. Turned to a savage, now my baby wants to hold me. I love my fans, don't need no friends, I got my homies. Thought I could trust you, I find out you tried to zone me. I'm number one up on that court, I'm Nick McGrady. The first one in, the last one out, can't call me lazy. Put in my hours, send the invoice and they pay me. I need 6 rings like MJ and Tom Brady. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. Y'all gon' make me take that trip way out to Europe. I call up Nigeria, come through in a hurry. Those London boys don't come to play, you should get worried. One false move, find yourself there getting buried. Dance with the devil, used to love playing those games. Made some bad decisions that brought my mama pain. I made a promise to her, swore that I would change. I'm on the come up, bet I live up to my name. I wake up, flex, I'm down now, check. No drip this, wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up. I wake up, flex, thumb down now, check. No drip this, wet. Tell them run it up. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it up.
Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I'm on my job, I get it done, but you should know that. Shine like a sun, a 101, you should know that. I get the front and in the back, you should know that. No need to stun, it's never cap, you should know that. All I know, 10 toes, never fold, bang roll, on the go, ice wall, ice wall, ice wall. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. Hit for my wins, I need my hands. This life is real, if they pretend. Came off the bench, I get it in, I get it in, I get it in. I miss my baby, so I hit them on the FaceTime. I need it all for them, so no, I cannot waste time. Facing these oceans, feel the water on my waistline. We trust the process, and I only know it takes time. You can get it, got no worries, I'm gon' make mine. Going global, I'ma get it out the
the state lines. Paying taxes at a more than what you make now. Different bracket eating off a different plate now. For my wins, I need my hands. This life is real. If they pretend, came off the bench. I get it in. I get it in. I get it in. For my wins, I need my hands. This life is real. If they pretend, came off the bench. I get it in. I get it in. I get it in.
All right, everybody, welcome back to the continuation of this week's Pit of Valor number 99.8. I am Strive, joined by Mick. I hope y'all entered that giveaway. It is looking mighty on good. That skin set looks absolutely slapping, but map number 3 here is ready to go. It's going to be G-Nod versus Last Resistance, and we continue our story on the land of Icebox. Mick, I am so happy we're getting a diverse selection here this evening.
Dude, tell me about it. I am so overseeing Haven 3 times in a row, maybe a little bind scattered here or there, whatever it may be. And even in Icebox, we kind of see that a lot, but it's a nice refresher knowing that we got over to the land of Breeze. We got heated up there for a little bit, but finally we get a chance to simmer things down, kind of cool off here for at least you and me in our last map here of the night. We get to go ahead and see a nice little diverse map that sees a lot of different plays, a lot of different compositions, that nothing really feels required, just things just look a lot more essential compared to others.
I'm ready to go. I mean, we've seen Last Resistance and what they can do on Breeze. Icebox, I don't want to say it's a similar type of map, but in terms of size and breadth and depth and diversification, it kind of feels that way. So I'm keen to see how they adapt, what kind of changes come out, and if they're going to have some struggles depending on what half or what side they start on to begin with. It's just interesting to see how a team can be so much more awake and alive once they switch things up. And it could be the map, but it could just be their playstyle and such that kind of come together in that. But getting down to Icebox, Agent Selection is going to start painting that picture, or at least picking the brushes for us, Mick, and then from there we'll see just what creation we can come out with. For our viewers, again, I want to remind you one more time, please enter that giveaway. Be sure to follow us on Discord, or get on Discord, and follow us on Twitter, and check out our TikTok. The socials mean the world to us. And as we do that Agent Selection here, that might be a good time for you to get down into it here. But so far, Mick, nothing too crazy or out of the ordinary for you and I. It looks like run-of-the-mill stuff here for G-Nod.
Yeah, quite honestly, I mean, sure, the Viper's going to be the one thing that I was kind of alluding to is to be quote-unquote essential, but not required. And then even then, that's where the twist-ups really start to take effect here. The one thing I'm looking at for Last Resistance, and I think honestly everybody's probably on the same page as I, is that we're seeing an Astra. We're not seeing an Astra or a Viper being employed right here, right now, which is kind of odd to see, but honestly is more than enough of a welcome change, at least from my arms and my embrace. Because I mean, I gotta say, Astra, she's been kind of going ahead, getting back in the meta a little bit. Players have been feeling her out. She's been looking good, at least on some maps. But I mean, so long as you know that agent, so long as you know how to utilize her, and even then, considering that, looking at the entire lineup and seeing these sages here as well, just much big different agent selections than what we're used to, then honestly this map is going to be a nice breath of fresh air.
Yeah, Mega, and you talked about Astra for me, that little bit of a dark horse, that unicorn that kind of peeps out every once in a while, but having found its way back into our Wednesdays makes me kind of wonder what's coming here. Like, is Riot maybe conjuring up some changes? Like, are we going to see Astra maybe get revitalized a little bit? I don't know, but it kind of feels that way. Like, it's kind of creeping back into the scene, and we'd like to see it. So, initial look, some intel gathered here with that KO outside of B, but LR playing super deep, expecting that, and maybe one or two got picked off, but nothing too major here. Just kind of making some moves, and again, diversifying as LR does best.
Yeah, already a little bit of the hit going over towards this B side, and as you mentioned, I mean, A is typically going to be the hit on these pistol rounds, considering how close all these lineups are going to be. You can get these classics, these right clicks are really coming to effect, and honestly, that may be still where we see this fight going. A little bit of influence towards the B side, trying to go ahead and bait out a little bit of a rotation, but still, we do not see G-Nod biting at this bait. They are holding strong. They're saying no matter what, it's a pistol round. We don't have to worry about retakes. We don't have to overinvest utility. Any bit of utility that's invested early that isn't regenerative, like we just saw with that knife, honestly, it's kind of a loss because last resistance, we saw him throw at that boom bot. That's 400 creds down the drain, a little bit of intel they're not going to have on the actual site they may be pushing for. But still, a double down possibly going towards B. No wall down just yet, but could be there just whenever you need B. And even then, the poison cloud is still in effect as well.
Yeah, but G-Nod here, like, straight up holding firm on their guts. Gorilla Song on top of the wall. It says, hey, Kate, how you doing? Some verticality, looking for more. Spike is dropped in an unfortunate position. Ian gets it, albeit a bit of a back and forth nonetheless. Spike now getting planted. Rotates are coming. But on that minimap, wait a minute, there is a hot Astra on the tails of the rotators of G-Nod.
Most definitely is. This flank could be absolutely massive considering the Astra. We talked about it. These controllers with the Angel utility can get these alerts down so efficiently. And then even then on the fifth side, you're trying to figure out where is this player at? Where could they be? Because we don't see them there in main. We're not really looking around. I'm trying to just worry about the spike. And I'm getting shot from the back to give Last Resistance their first round entirety of this map so far. So a first round of the board is going to be a good start. A little bit of a force to back things up. But a lot of Bulldogs I'm seeing here on the field, which I got to say, as a man from Georgia himself with plenty of family in the ties of UGA, we got to love them dogs.
Yeah, it's a great round 2 weapon, does a number and a half, and it's one that I lean on quite often just because it's comfortable. It's a great thing that can work for you on this round, and you don't feel like you're eating dust on the Vandal buy of the following to come, depending on how things go. So, yeah, all good in the hood, and although Crone's flank was, I'd say, a check in the box and not the determining factor, it's definitely a good contribution. I like that kind of stuff. Really just shows how mobile LR is going to be on these pistols. With Vroom now looking to extend out of tube, Cade and such are just very patient. And again, LR know they can kind of take a seat back and, like you said, Mick, let some of that utility sing and make some decisions from thereafter.
Most definitely. Slow and steady is going to be the name of the game, though, here, considering that we're in the second round. A little bit odd of a pacing, knowing that the Last Resistance does have this fire to power to back things up, but I usually say that rushing in the middle could be the right move, but I got to say, good read here on Last Resistance for saying that they are not going to bite at this bait whatsoever. There is so many players stacked up that honestly could have been an absolute nightmare to run into. A little bit of a clothesline that we see G-Not have set up, but instead the rotation does go around to the A site, and even then, no players are prepared whatsoever. It is open house. It's free real estate. Milk yourselves at home and get that spike down and say post plant. Get wherever you want to. Set up for whatever corner you need. We got guns, we got armor, and we got space at all the time in the world.
Yeah, Mega, just as quickly as things go slow, they definitely pick up some steam, and now with that wall down, utilizing that Sage to its fullest, you love to see it, but Yape is going to go ahead and clap Cade out of the equation. Good opening pick, and with that wall down, they've kind of forced themselves to play a little bit more in sight. Crone, yeah, does just that with the Bulldog, gets the one peek. Pinged out, but not too overly concerned as they are looking mighty good for the post and have tons of weapons to back it. But Gorilla Song from above, drop into below as Crone shuts that down quickly, and the crossfire from the team here, blocking off the one way. A lot onto Crone's backs. Khan back and forth. Mano y Mano Marshall is a 2v1 situation, and of course, the walls make it just that much harder to traverse the mess of ice boxes. LR pick up their second round.
Yeah, regardless of the result, there's still a very expensive round coming out from the likes of, Last Resistance. They've invested so much, and G-Non kind of invested as well, but they made sure to get that bonus as best they could. But honestly, still, that twist up may not be the best situation for them. I talk about the Bulldog and how much of an impactful gun it is. Knowing that headshot threshold is really high up there. Sure, it's not a one tap anywhere on the field, but if you have that half armor, it is everywhere on the field. So that's a big problem considering you got 3 players now running these Vandals and they have the potential to get one shot by a gun that is 900 creds less and can be invested for that armor to make sure they have that time to get those necessary shots off and even then play for these post plants that they need. So Last Resistance looking good with this prowl up the field, this kind of alert, this slow and steady feel, but it needs to be taken somewhere. And I think honestly with this mid influence and this wall going up, it's moving right on, chugging along to that B side.
Song, I think, caught the tail end of some oddball jump there as Henry picks it. Vroom is good for the trade, and Alu and co making moves. They have to be content with getting site control, but have to be cognizant that there is rotates present. I like how they've left that Astra to block off and collect some long picks on the way. Works out well. A lot of activity back and forth here, right down to that 3v2. G-Nod trying to retake, and they're doing a good job at it so far with Yape opening up 2 big picks. Leaves it down to Crone here, that Astra to hopefully drop some stars and bring home the win.
Most definitely, man. Already a little bit of a start that we needed for the side of G-Nod, considering that we saw last resistance with these buys to some extent, and G-Nod do need these rifles to hold on to, so if they keep the majority of their players, they're gonna have a really good look for these next couple rounds, knowing they have kind of an actual team to work off of. They need to make sure to fit these corners, have these lineups ready, and Ricky still a little bit late to the cut there, but still more than enough time to go ahead and take that shot, save that player, save that time, and spike, and get themselves around on the board to make sure they have somewhat of a fighting chance here in this game.
The kind of stuff you like to see, some round 3 life and vigor within them. It's all good though. LR going to shake it off here, move ahead with their Byron of their own. Thus far, I think one of the notable positions for me has been that Crone late flank on A. That's still kind of sticking in my memory. I want to see that same type of mobility, albeit it may not be a flank, but as we start to get deeper and deeper into these rounds where there's more money to throw around, utility starts to become a concern. And can LR thin that herd out enough and manage that utility? That's the question, especially if they can be patient enough and wait things out and keep that util for the late game.
Most definitely. That late game is definitely going to be a big factor here, but honestly, I mean, the early game just has much more importance to it in terms of just the kill factor of whether or not you can actually carry that utility into the late game. Make sure you have that viability, but we've already lost a player on both sides. It's not really going to have the biggest impact in the world, considering that last resistance only lost one, and it was their duelist, so they still have initiators to play with, or sorry, singular initiator, but against 2 players of the likes of G-Nod, they're definitely going to have more of a man advantage stacked up against their favor, and things are going to look much better, but you just can't swing out, you can't overextend, you can't get these free kills to Ian, because we've seen it once and once again over last resistance where they get these round clutches that just don't feel like they're necessary.
This is very tough now for Khan. Stuck as can be when it's spammed out. And when you got, what, 85, 90 out bullets, you might as well just send it on through the nebula, because guess what? Khan's there to receive the brunt of it. Gotta love the Barney wall, though. I mean, still shows the viability and strength of what Chrome can do. And leaning on that Astra, I don't want to say that the wall is the only strength of Astra, but part of me still feels that a lot of that agent's kit revolves around that ultimate. And it is 7 points, which is, better than many others out there, which, in some cases you can see require 8 points to grab up.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the way this game is kind of panning out last resistance, they obviously had themselves some initiative playing in their favor. I mean, this last game, they already looked good. They were kind of lacking that early game, but as time went on, they got stronger and stronger in the match. That's a really bad suit to look at when you consider that this game they're already starting 3-1 against G-Nod, and I mean obviously G-Nod were also looking like strong contenders last week when we saw them, so they can't let this game get out of control. They have to make sure to find some viability. This Viper's Pit will definitely slow things down, but it doesn't guarantee results. They have to make sure how to transition this across the map. Can they get themselves a Sage over towards the middle of the map, maybe get that wall down somewhere, create somewhat more of a stall, kind of really funnel last resistance into one spot where you can possibly have that Sova with those shock darts or any kind of other thing, that KO with the fragment nade. Whatever it is, it needs to come into effect here. Instead, we're just seeing free space being taken.
Yeah, I mean, you wanted a funnel, and I think you got it. It went right up the tube, and making some moves now towards the B side and such. Alu just going to go ahead and watch this beautiful drone run on by. Is it the solution for Khan? Sending it for the 1. Alu being so patient, not clicking a single bullet, and then getting the 1 and the 2. 27 hit points. Has to do with Khan up in the kitchen area here, but the rest of the team has got some footing and such for the post plant. They manage the real question. Khan's got to get out. It's got to happen now, and that's a way to do it with the shock dart.
It most definitely is. Another round coming into a little bit of a closure, but more importantly, I mean, you talked about the shock darts, you talked about the utility. I mean, it's got to be a lot more. There's definitely a lot more to work with, but when more and more players are dying, there's a lot less. You don't have that C's to work with anymore. You don't have these Prowlers because they're invested early. You have nothing but a haunt, and it's easy as it is to go ahead and cut off that thing. With 3 players alive, yeah, you don't have too much of a chance, too much of a shot. Even then, too much really of a leeway between these two teams as we now see that round differential only being at 1 once more and going ahead and keeping this game as close and steady as possible.
Yeah, we're keeping it tight, and that's what you like to see in these early couple rounds. G-Nod's, I think, figured out how to play the LR style, which is, be very, very patient, be diligent. I do appreciate the aggression towards Tube. It was very decisive and well thought out. It just felt like G-Nod was ready for it. They were super laid back, and played the time to their advantage and worked together for the retake nicely. It was also shocking to see how much LR invested on that post plant. We got the Nightfall to come out, and it didn't really give them any value, and that kind of stuff, that big investment is going to hurt you in the long run, especially.
Yeah, it most definitely will, but I mean, I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem right now. We're still in these early stages of the game. Sure, economy can go to one side or the other, but I mean, it could easily be switched up considering the momentum hasn't gone to one side or the other. So you have to make sure to grab this by the neck when you can. And Gabe will go ahead and find a double down on this round, at least for the side of Genon. They're making sure to even the odds and make sure this game can get to an even stage.
Yeah.
But even then, we see somewhat of a purchase coming out. We see somewhat of an initiative. We see somewhat of an investment from Last Resistance. They're not going to go down in this round just praying for kills. They're going to make sure to try to get that spike down. They're going to try to go for a post plant situation. They're going to try to find overwhelming numbers somewhere in the map where they can. They just know that right here, right now, B is not it.
And quiet it is, but okay, yeah, not for long. Henry going to go ahead and open up some opportunity towards mid. You can see on that minimap, both Sage and So are like, wait a minute, we got to be a little bit concerned now. They can make some moves up. The spike is coming, 30 on the clock. Cade's got to go big and start opening something on the site if it's going to happen now.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, that bell's got to ring eventually, but it's not going to really happen soon because when you see that spike go down and you know it's out there towards kitchen, over towards the back of the map, and it's in a 1v3 situation, all coming down to Henry. Henry's definitely a skilled player, but when you have nothing but your knife out and you're going ahead and getting peppered down with shots and only 12 on the clock remaining, it's not the best look here. So that's going to be another round on the board for Genon. And sure, the Tour de Force got invested, but you're not worried about that. Say you know you spent the money, you know you saved the guns, you know you have something to carry over, and you know you got a tie score on your hands saying, Last Resistance, we cut them off early, we're keeping this game even, we're keeping it close, we're making sure the pace stays slow enough to where we can really adapt across the map.
Pace is critical, and it's proven to be Genon's successing factor as they're just starting to build up that economy, continue to build up now 2 rounds consecutive in their name as well. Feels like LR now want a second crack at this A site, which was very notable on pistol, but Vroom getting super aggro with that op. Drops down a bit of a rendezvous as well, looking for a pick and does get one. Nice little flick transition with the rendezvous out to safety. And Yape, of course, has been notable and a half, getting a pick as well. That's the stuff that works in Genon's favor time in and time out. Just when you think that, okay, they're going to have to deal with a major push, nah, they're right on top of the hold.
I mean, already, you talk about it. They're almost setting a clothesline in the middle of the map. You really can't just make any impact anywhere. Over towards A, there wasn't that many players over there, but still they're spread across the map, and they're ready for whatever else comes in their direction. That wall right there towards mid also, they're making sure to lock down this map. And as I mentioned, funnel it in different ways, not the same way every single time, using the same utility in the same remarks and expecting the same kind of answer. You need to make sure to put your opponents on their feet, on their toes, and say, now this is what we're doing. Okay, now this is what we're doing. And then you're always saying it's something different. So that adaptation, that change up, that switch around, these ultimates now on the field present a new variable for anybody to really make work around. And even in these corners being held, especially by Henry, something you never really expect, could really turn the tides at any instant.
Henry playing immensely clutch here, being patient. The time will come to shine, we hope. As Crone continues to illuminate the spotlight on LR. Close plan it is. Yape. Good plant position, but this could be disaster in Icebox Town, and it is. As in the end, the numbers speak for Genon, and they're back on it again now. Dude, something fresh, something different. LR can't find success at this point, and that's what, three in a row now for them.
It most definitely is, and I think that's the biggest thing for them, considering that I talked about the pacing. You can't let Last Resistance really go ahead and take this game away. That, sure, well, you can find yourself a good start. That's really what it comes down to. You can't give away too much too early, and that's what we saw on Breeze out of the likes of Valkyrie. And that could be the same thing that results in Last Resistance demise. But they found themselves 3. The last thing they got to do is really just make sure this doesn't get out of control once more. I'm going to talk about control in this game. I'm going to talk about momentum. It can't go one way or the other. You can't let these pockets start to fill up where you have just so many safety nets to work off of. But Genon, because their rounds have been so successful, they kind of already have that given to them. They have that luxury to work with, because even if things do go south, even if they have to throw their life on the line and really play this game recklessly, they have the funds to do it, and you can't let that happen.
Yeah, you don't like that recklessness. That's not a great flavor. It's it makes things a little bit more troublesome to manage. We're diverging from the orthodox, I guess, regimented play style to now everyone just going absolutely bananas, because guess what? You can, like you said, you can buy and buy and buy and not be too worried, and that kind of stuff can be difficult to manage. So minute 6 now. Management has been the conversation point for Last Resistance. They've not been successful of holding a post plant. But is this that second attempt, or rather the third or fourth attempt on this B site and that potential hold?
Still, Well, has to happen in this round, but then more importantly for us to get to that point, we got to see this fight go down successfully. But with that Sage Wall in the way, it's going to provide more than enough time. We're going to see that snake bite possibly come to effect, but Daryl Song is really swinging out and going ahead, just saying, you know what, risk it for the biscuit. A 1v4 could be the result here, but instead you're just getting these players one at a time, really trying to engage on you, and it's kind of working out because G-Not, they are absolutely here to play. They're looking good. They're looking successful. They're getting these shots, and even with the showstopper turned into the mix. You find those kills so efficiently and easily. You get yourself some wraparounds as well. Contingency plans across the board. And more importantly, some extra rounds and extra cash here under the wing of G-Not as they found themselves a 5th to play off of. And they're just making sure this game gets much, much closer to their favor and really weighted their scale.
Yeah, and you talked about the notion of funneling. Crone literally had the gravity well, which is the epitome of a funnel. I mean, everyone's ending up at the same place, and there was still no opportunity, no picks that came through. Maybe there was one, but it's not there. It's not working at this point, Chief. So what do you do for LR, right? Do you want to go ahead and just go 5-man through mid, 5-man to A? Like what can you change at this point? It's starting to hurt, and it's not making me feel great inside.
There's still a little bit of hurt to be dished out, whether that be on the inside or the out. But I mean, honestly, looking at this game, there has to be something here. The game is staying close. At last resistance, they found themselves a pretty good anchor early on. I mean, sure, those pistol rounds are really saving their rear right now, because once these rifle rounds came to effect, things have not looked good for them. But they have to do these adaptations. They have to be ready for anything new. When you see these shots come out, and you find, once again, I talk about that funnel coming right through the middle, it has somewhat of an effect, and not too much of a switch up, but honestly, they're taking note of how many players are there. They're making sure that these lineups, and even then these missed shots, are really punished. So it's good enough on last resistance so far, but now the retake has to come into effect. It's a 2v4 scenario. They've already picked off so many players in the meantime that Khan is the last one standing, and it's almost near impossible to task as this could seem. You could still get some real results out of it.
Yeah, it's down to Khan here, swinging for the one. Can't get it, but that's a good kill. Talking about that round, let's dissect it a little bit. LR did what we've seen before. That's a typical mid, tube take, whatever it may be. This time they said, you know what? Forget kitchen. They didn't even bother contesting it. They said, let's get the bodies on site. We're continuing to fight really close to this drop area by kitchen, and it's biting us. Let's put those bodies where it really counts, where that spike is planted, and play a post together. And voila, a round is born. So this is the kind of stuff now LR, I think, may have found something that has been working. If that was the intent, then great. If not, then, I'll bite my tongue and move ahead. But they're back at it one more time, and we're looking at a very close half now.
Yeah, the biggest thing you got to start thinking about if you're on the side of G-Not as well, I mean, to keep this late, this is like, what's going on here? I mean, they've hit B again and again and again, and it's not working out, but yet for some reason, they're almost immediately ready for the say hit, and they find themselves the first initial pick off of it as well, lurking right through the middle of the map. So, I mean, that is going to be the result they're trying to find efficiently again and over, and just find some consistency in these first bloods, and that's what they've done. That's the one thing they didn't find in that last round was the first blood, which they have been very, very good in making sure to guarantee themselves so far. So, I mean, when you look at the map and how it's really paced themselves out, we talk about going under 2. We talk about this kick and control. We talk about how this entire map is being utilized, but not really being controlled, not really being checked too much. As you can see, once more, Rue manages to get another kill. You haven't even gotten on site. You haven't gotten a spike down, and you've already lost 3 bodies in the meantime.
Yeah, you're just getting picked apart here like it's no one's business. Now Cade pops that res as well, and they continue to siege onto the site. Close proximity. Cade gonna go ahead and catch Khan to the side of the head. It's a good pick now. After a mega back and forth and unexpected tide of events, we're right back to that 2v2 now. Ricky and Co gonna drop that fragment, albeit it's too little too late as the attackers have evacuated that close proximity and now playing that post. Ricky from above for the one. Alu here. Trouble. Whoa.
Good pick.
Absolutely. Is it enough though?
That's what you gotta think. I mean, even then, Brim is in a really sticky spot, trying to figure out where that lurk could be around, and you gotta consider, Lou didn't have that armor to work with because the resurrection came through, so it only gave him 100 health to play off of. So, I mean, that makes sure that even then on a rope, when you don't know what the factor may be, where the swing may be coming through, sometimes it's not a swing, it's a rope, and you'll find yourself much better chances at kills, considering you're gonna be moving that much faster. So that's now a guaranteed even half on the board for G-Not. 3 ultimates still to work with. We've seen last resistance go ahead and invest a lot just to get to this point of finding 4. So G-Not, I think honestly, if they can find themselves a huge investment just in this round alone, guarantee a round no matter what, they get themselves, regardless of what happens, a 2-round advantage going to the next half, and then gives them a little bit of fluff room to figure out what exactly is going on to make the adaptations necessary, because they've been very good in that mental game.
On again, going for that rinse and repeat, getting aggressive. Room on the brink of getting Alu. Actually, I think got the leg shot off as well, so tons of damage here. Meanwhile, this Raze looking to dance among the fringes. Thriller Song considering the push, but the Nightfall here might be what it takes to get him through. Snakebite delays, and it might be enough to buy them some time for the rotates to come around and actually even completely deny that push, but Vroom from below gets an all-important pick on that low HP Raze.
I mean, you do find that kill, the necessary kill onto that Viper's pit, shutting that down. But I mean, you're going to get a very, very quick, easy answer for this rotation when you see that Trey Martin go off towards Kitchen. You're saying, okay, it's not going to be a split. It's not going to be a flank. Nobody's really coming around. They are not dedicating themselves to this A site. But you do see it double down to the flank towards this A site coming through where nobody actually left. You know the rotations are going to follow out. You know these players of Last Resistance are now here to get this plant down, but it's only a 2v4, and it almost, if you play this fast enough, it could be a 2v3. This is your best shot. You have to be quick about it. You can't really dissect this game.
Enemy remaining.
Henry from above has to play super clutch and does indeed. Nice patience. Gonna go ahead and pick the battles with Ricky and Vroom, and that's what you like to see, man. Last round, 7-5, 6-6. Either way, the series of events from the last map to now has been nothing short of spectacular. We're on the brink of an even one, and it's going to be the really LR waking up after the 4 consecutive. They turned things around, Chief, and you got to appreciate that, just how well they adapted towards the latter end of this half.
I mean, they've sat there, they've kind of woken up a little bit. They definitely made themselves relevant. That's all they need, but we haven't really seen that aggression. We haven't seen that, more importantly, just them feeling comfortable. That's the thing we really have to see out of Last Resistance. Sure, they're getting a little bit unorthodox, and I think that's more just by design mid-match rather than actually kind of predetermining that. Really go ahead and making that game plan early on. So I think over the course of this game, we're going to have to see them get comfortable over time. And when you get a showstopper rip right out of your hands, that definitely doesn't make anybody comfortable. But when you make sure to shut down that null command, that's going to be into effect. You're going to see these other players around the map. You're going to see these shots coming out, and that's a little awkward, but still, you see Last Resistance able to win it. It's a little bit weird. It kind of doesn't seem to work too often, but still, it's finding them results, and that's what they need, and that's all they care about.
At this double swing as well, out of long. Look at this caboose of defense coming out. G-Nod as a duo. Go ahead and try and cover some ground. Of course, that Astra itself offering some coverage as one Nebula. Henry popping that ultimate at the most unfortunate time. Vroom goes ahead and wins that gun battle, but back and forth. Vroom has been mega so far now in this 2v1. Do we get that clutch, though? Do we get that defuse?
Only 6 bullets left in the magazine. You go ahead and almost get that timing of a lifetime going to these on rope. And once again, Vroom almost had the timing there with the paint shell in hand, but still, when you don't dedicate to these swings fully, I mean, it's a clutch situation. I get it. It's a tight little match, but you got to dedicate yourself to these shots sometimes and make sure to say, hey, let me just throw my life on the line. But regardless, I want to go ahead and give one more little chance here during our time on the desk to give a shout out to Community Gaming, bringing this entire thing offered, because we got a $250 prize pool available. And then Control as well. They're back. They're better than ever, and they're delicious at the same time. It gets everything you need done, and they also give themselves a little bit of a discount if you use GLG at your checkout, sticking on top of any other offer they have available. So, I mean, going ahead, we can break down the second half that we're coming into. Things are looking even. Things are looking good. We're seeing this game really start to tighten up a little bit, but I mean, sides have now switched. Players are now kind of feeling out of their element once more. They're going to make themselves home on different opposing ends of the site. And G-Nod, I want to see what they can do when they actually have the free room to roam around and get themselves, make themselves at home, and really dedicate themselves to a side of the map, or whether or not they're going to see to funnel down the middle like we saw Last Resistance do for what? Like 6 rounds in a row.
G-Nod, the Wanderers. We'll see how far they can wander away from the opposition of LR. Talk about a stack, though. Telegraphing this A take, 4 people on this site. Is this the play? Are they just that big brain, Mick?
Well, it comes down to whether or not they find success. I mean, isn't that it? The victors, right? You know, the victory, or was it history is written by the victors. So, I mean, even if something stupid, I mean, if it worked, it worked.
I like that, Mick. I'm going to keep that one near and dear to my heart as I manage the rest of my life. Whatever's left of it, at least. And whatever's left of this round is a 4v4. Alu, hopping on the pogo stick, goes over the wall and falls down to Khan. It's nice what you like to see here. As Genon now in that retake position. Yape continuing to do some work and offer some support toward the back end where you need it the most. As Crone now from above for the 1, for the 2, and a quick rendezvous right back at it, right beside Crone. Bit unexpected, but it works. And like you said, stupid or not, if it makes the round sing, then heck, we do it all day, every day.
And more importantly, if you get yourself this lead, I mean, we already talked about G-Nod trying to find themselves that 7-5 lead going into the second half, and that would go ahead and kind of, I would not say guarantee them 9, but I mean, more than likely they find themselves getting that number. But I mean, that's Last Resistance. They're the ones who find themselves getting the results. They're the ones who are switching things up. Or excuse me, I think it's that overlay kind of mixed up a little bit. G-Nod did end up winning that round. They did find themselves the initiative they needed. They did get that round to work with. They got the numbers. They got the guns. And they get themselves that 7th round first. That's what it comes down to. We talk about double digits, and honestly, an Icebox, it means more than anything, because this map, I gotta say, is probably one of the easier maps to actually finish out on. A lot of teams have problem closing on these maps, really finding that finish line and crossing over it. Icebox, the closer you get, honestly, I think the faster the game goes, quite honestly.
I feel you there. It's like you start really turning up the tempo and digging deep to just try and get things over with, but not in a bad way, but just the nature of it, you know, it's kind of a snowball effect. So yeah, with that Viper Wall intently or, you know, entirely committed to that A site now, they're not looking to hold that off. It may be the red flag to say, listen, LR is going to want to get on this site and we got to be careful, but they're flexible, they're mobile. Crone from above does get the 1, falls down, doesn't take any damage either. The site is the site that you like to see now. The take is good. Vroom's got backside control, and that's what you want to at least deal with for the time being. Hold them off and get that spike down with that wall.
Well, there we go. Getting the spike down, that's what you get to work with. And even then, more importantly, you got guns to some extent with these pistols and frenzies, but I mean, you don't have nearly the kind of arsenal if you do of like bulldogs and specters or whatever it may come down to. So you gotta play through these smokes, you gotta set things up, you gotta work off these sheriffs, and that's exactly what Last Resistance is doing. So I mean, G-Not, they had themselves a little bit of a position. They had the smokes to work off of for a second, but they just don't have the lineup. That's for Last Resistance, able to go ahead and rebound here in the second round of the half. Looking outstanding, getting a Thrifty to play off of, and it was all thanks to that Astra, who we saw really go ahead, not being too much of a popular pick, but being the saving grace for this situation.
You gotta love when that kind of comes to be, right? The agent that's kind of been neglected, not so much loved, now on top of the board. Clutch factor on fleek, and we're at that even score line of 7-7. Something interesting to talk about, though, is going to be how we start to differentiate from Last Resistance if you're Genon, right? We talked about the idea of them kind of being more fluid, more mobile, and I haven't really felt that. I really felt like they've just been, like you said, funneling, really sticking to one site, tried, true, and tested, and now, I mean, it is a save round, and with this wall down, I'm going to do an attempt at halting the push through, but there is, oh my god, an absolute fiesta of zombies just knifing away at that wall to get through.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward situation, definitely scary to listen to, but when you have so much smoke kind of surrounding you, you know that you don't have to look at the problem. So maybe it's not there. It's kind of like turning your car radio on when you hear maybe a wheel jiggling or something. If you just go ahead and suppress it as much as possible, is it really there? You just have to make sure it's not within sight, not within mind, and hopefully you can't hear it at the same time. But already looking at the setup, one thing that you can't really go ahead and deny is going to be that pressure going towards the B side. That's the thing that you can't really neglect, the one thing you're going to have to look out for. And you know that that trademark is going to go ahead and double down on the fact of what's going on. But that smoke there actually doesn't go off. Instead, it's a free little initiative. Daryl Song makes sure to go ahead and shut down that flank that possibly is going to be coming through from a Sage of all things. But regardless, the spike still isn't down, and a double back, 30 seconds left on the clock. You got to make up your mind right here, right now. Push in the middle, go through B once more, and you got to hit A, and A is the name of the game, and you have no other option.
I mean, that Viper wall was there, but there was a ton of stars as well. They perhaps saw what's going on. Henry gets the 1, Henry gets the 2, Henry looking for 3 and 4. Doesn't matter. Ian's here for the party and is able to hold that site down. 2 people against 5, like it's nobody's business. Rejection on that rotate. Part of me wishes, again, Genon, you had the setup, you had that Viper wall. Yes, there was some stars down. Yes, that could have been in Gravity Well. Could have been a Nebula. But nonetheless, you could have probably got some good ground. So stick to your guns. Utilize that utility that's down and really go through with it on that B side especially. And here's a replay of that Henry Fiesta, the complete denial. And yeah, look at that. Just like it's no one's business, man. These two just locked down that site.
So, I mean, 7-8 being the lineup here, Last Resistance able to go ahead and double down on that kind of resilience that we saw earlier in that second round of the half. And that's big for him, knowing that, I mean, that's kind of always a momentum switcher. It's always something that kind of takes your opponent by surprise. It's not something you exactly can sign up for or guarantee in terms of guns or arsenal. It's something that your brain can go ahead and nitpick and dissect for itself to really go ahead and set up the map, as we saw once again with that Astra kind of being the MVP in that scenario. And thankfully, that Astra is also the MVP for Last Resistance right now in terms of that kill department. So they're going to make their way around the map. They're going to work off themselves. They're going to create that success if they can't see it naturally. And talk about success, there's a lot of it in these hands of these players right now. Big rounds come out from rifle rounds, where it's even across the board, where you're seeing full round buys in terms of armor, in terms of weapons, that if you lose these rounds, you lose more than just the round. You lose your dignity. You lose somewhat of a backup plan. You lose a lot. You need to make sure that you can go ahead and set up, as I mentioned, these safety nets. When they say you need solid ground, you need to win these rounds definitively. And we see G-Nod having to look for that right here, right now, as things have not looked too good for him. But when they find the first two frags in exchange for just one and a resurrection and active as well, that could be huge for him.
Yeah, it could be. And I think thus far, if Yape can find that body, I mean, that's a long ways away. Not going to happen, as Henry is actually going to shut down that Sage. Get the one. Post plant now coming to fruition with Crone. It's down to Vroom, 4 HP and a Dream. Dropping down to safety, the half stick, the body blocking. It is good in the hood if you're Henry and co. LR, after a hot minute and a lot of deliberation back and forth, they get that 2-round gap, and it all came down to really just that United swing. I felt good about G-Nod on that post. It had good positioning, but it just didn't come to fruition as LR hit the most critical shots right when it was required.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, looking at the stance of this, and even then, finally, the first timeout that we've seen the entirety of the night coming out from G-Nod, this is a good use of time. This is what I've needed to see so far. I've needed to see these teams start to pace themselves and start to go ahead and really take the environment in, figure out what's going on, really make these adaptations, start saying, okay, I half the time don't even know what I'm saying. They are probably in a stage right here, right now, saying they're not really sure what they're doing. They're looking for these executions on site. They're getting the spike down, but the post plant isn't looking good. Where is that coming from? Why is that falling apart? Because the kills are coming through. They're looking successful. They're looking good. But there's always that one factor somehow that comes in, and every single time it's different, saying, this is the one ace up their sleeve, making these rounds come to a fault. We can't let that happen anymore. We need to make sure that we are looking solid on these post plants. That is our problem right now. And as I mentioned it earlier, one factor that a lot of teams aren't really utilizing that needs to be taken advantage of is look at the Angel utility. Chrome was looking disgusting, able to be an impact on the map while still lurking around because of those smokes you can have that are always going to be effect, and you don't need to be there. You don't need to physically look at it in order for it to be active. You need to honestly spread one of your controller out, or honestly just another initiator to kind of create this effect or this illusion on the map where pressure can be coming through. Something needs to be done, because once you just funnel through and you show that the entire heat map is taking place in one area, it really locks down your opposition to say, why not go ahead and find the retake? Why not just invest everything and take back what we need? Because that's exactly what Astra can do.
Whatever happened to the days of playing a post plant from really far away? Like planning in the open, utilizing some lineups. Like there's so much that can be done from belt, but instead they're choosing to sit dead nuts inside and take a whooping in the rear when LR comes up from above, below, and every other which way. So G-Nod have a lot more they can do. There's options. It's just a matter of exercising them and picking the right one. But Alu here is picking a 50-50 battle, dancing around the Owl drone, and ends up with 3 amazing picks now. Here's one more, frenzy in hand. I can smell it. Pick is near, and Ricky is oh so dear to the hearts of LR, getting absolutely shut down. So that's good. It's great. We take those all day, and again, the funnel effect, the full send on through for G-Nod is not the best result or the best solution, at least at this point, with the 10-7 ahead.
I mean, you just got to look at the game and what each team is really being handed right now. I mean, G-Nod, they're being given scraps every here and there. They're getting about themselves a meal a day. Meanwhile, I mean, Last Resistance, they're living lavishly. They're looking good. They have so much in their back pockets. They got the aspect of luxury to worry about. I mean, as I mentioned, that recklessness that can come through when you have money, that's something that you can't really adapt to. That's something that just really is a sleeping beast ready to be broken, because I mean, why not? You have nothing to lose. you have so much of a little bit of a round net. You can go ahead, just rush down the opponent, and that's something they never expect coming, considering how slow the game's been. And knowing that Last Resistance is also there for the retake, with 4 ultimates at their hands, they can throw everything but the kitchen sink at the problem, and something will happen. I mean, they will find themselves a net positive. You will lose a lot of money in the meantime. Something will happen there. But you have to dissect the map, make sure it slows down, and find that one secure spot in your place. Find that tornado shelter, stay inside there, and then wait for something to happen, and all that debris you need to scatter along stand.
Okay, now here we go. Brace yourself for literally everything, including the kitchen sink about to get thrown out here. LR don't have much to hold on to, and if they want this 11th especially, Ian coming around for the retake. Here's that Nightfall, so 1 of 3 to come. Tour de Force may not occur, but here is the divide as well to completely separate that long play from G-Nod. They're going to have to get aggro on yellow. It's kind of telegraphed, but can they do it? They can. Crone finds the right positioning and the one onto Vroom.
I mean, already big picks coming out from Last Resistance. We talked about it. These situations, they get the cosmic divide to work off of, and even then they're going to try to set up for that. And that's what they do. Just exchange blows, get aggressive as heck, hugging the wall for whatever reason. It's situations like these that you just can't really retaliate to. We saw G-Nod invest their own ultimates at the problem. They're trying to make these adjustments. They're trying to go ahead and fight. But, I mean, in scenarios like these, wait for the last second for a spike. Get only 2 players on that site to go for the plant. Make sure that Last Resistance has to check every single corner, because this is the recklessness you can take advantage of. But Gino, we saw it in Breeze earlier in that last map where we saw that Valkyrie, that Last Resistance, they were having to check every single angle. We have not seen that punishment in this game, and when you can just throw literally everything at the spike, a defuse is going to happen eventually, because that 4 key is something you're going to throw at it. And I mean, from Last Resistance and their kind of ratio they got going on right now and the rounds they've accumulated, they're looking good.
I'm with you on that. Super, super strong. Ian playing the aggro position, relying on the C's to get away, and actually doesn't even utilize that. So they still got a ton to give, and I never would have said that Astra would be the determining factor, but using that Nightfall for the sake of intel and backing that up with the Cosmic Divide, I mean, that was just, you know, chef's kiss. Really well executed. And on the back end of that round win and the segue to now, we are actually in the back foot for LR. There's still tons of potential, though, with that raise and such, so I'm not too concerned.
I mean, there's plenty of time. Got the resurrection to work with, and I'm not trying to root for Last Resistance here. I genuinely want this game to ring out. I want G-Nod to have themselves this potential. I want us to get to that overtime. I love overtimes. I just think nothing is more beautiful than that situation in Valorant. But G-Nod have to slow this game down, and they're doing exactly that. They're waiting for the last couple of seconds. A split is still in the map. You're in a 5v3 scenario. You had that Viper's Pit to go ahead and cut off these sight lines. You have the Resurrection to play off as well. This is a 5v5 situation, and you have a massive flank to work off of if you really want to find it. But instead, look at this map. Look at the cluster that is on that site. It is just so difficult to really hold things down, because if one big splash comes through, you're all done for.
Flash is there in the form of the showstopper. Henry and Ian are following up the tsunami with 2, but Ricky from somewhere in a different area code at yellow now cannot see a single thing, but all good in the hood. Dorilla Song running away for dear life. Playing lineups, question mark?
Yeah,
no.
Viper's Pit's gonna be up long enough to some extent.
Nope, it's gonna be the defuse.
No. That's just unfortunate.
Tough. Unfortunate, tough,
Match
and
point.
you heard the announcer loud and clear. It's gonna be the match point as well. Put it all on the table here, Chief. I mean, if you're gonna run with your, you know, I'm not gonna say it, but you get my point. If G-Nod want to go ahead and just bring this one to at least a closer matchup, this is the time to do it when it comes to something different. Dealing with this B take, I don't know. My heart's just, my heart can't find, or I can't pinpoint what it is. I just don't feel great.
That's
it's weird.
Thing. I've been at a loss of words, man. I genuinely have.
They just hit shots, dude. Like, we'll just leave it at that for all I care. Like, LR really knows how to flex on the guns. And look at that, Henry got a pick through the Viper's Pit last round. Now gets a great opener as well, and is right back to safety. I mean, you want to talk about one thing at least? Well, we just witnessed it again, is that early impact from that chamber.
But it's that recklessness, though, that, I mean, Genon, we talked about, doesn't have the luxury to do. They go ahead, push out, don't check their corners, and then, you know, they run into an operator. Now they see a wall. They don't really go ahead and play too much recon. They run into an Odin. It's these situations. They try to double down, run back. No utility in the flank to go ahead and cover that. You get killed on the flank. There's nothing really left to do, except if you're Ricky, clutch it up. And that's just not the result you're going to find. 7-13 is your lineup. Last resistance. They are carrying on an absolute reckoning against anybody they run into in this bracket here today.
Keep your eyes peeled for a very good reason. If the past 2 maps haven't told you something, well, guess what? 4, 5, and 6 very well may. They've put on a number on Icebox. They've delivered in our previous showing as well, and really, I think, have shown me what it means to be different and really stick to your guns. Like, we talked about some of the critical talking points, which was just LR being so good at their shots, but most importantly, it all boiled down to, I think, them playing their retake. In the previous map that we watched, their retakes were darn near beautiful. Like, they were so flexible and so patient, not really extending in places where they didn't need to be, taking pop shots and getting an opportunity sight unseen in many cases. And that's what set them apart, with Henry on the previous round getting a great opening pick with that operator, and then just before that into the Viper's pit. Like, that kind of stuff adds up and it hurts. And it is that recklessness that you talked about as well that I think LR has. They're not entirely reckless, but it's that, 15-20% of recklessness that keeps them just a little bit more difficult to gauge and judge.
And even then, I mean, looking at the matchup, I mean, the way they play the game, it's kind of like, think of almost you're just driving out on the open road. You're kind of running down the interstate. You're not going to be pedal to the metal the entire time. There's going to be a point where you set that thing on cruise control. You're going to try and save as much energy as possible, not really be behind the wheel to the fullest extent, but kind of let things ride out on its own. That's what LR does. They find the early game. They kind of work off of it. But, I mean, if they see that, okay, we're probably in a different area now, speed limit's looking a little bit higher here, I'm going to press the gas and go. And if you're not able to make those same adjustments, if you don't have the same gas in your tank, if you don't have the same mileage as they do, you don't have that same luxury to do that, because they're going to go right back to cruise control once it starts to simmer down again. Because every single time they find a very aggressive start, we talked about it during the entirety of that second half, they stepped it up and breezed. Then on that second half, they just kind of ride the waves at that point. No problem whatsoever. They set the tempo, and then they knew that, okay, our opponent's going to have to play catch up now. We just really let them drive themselves insane to the point to where we can just hold angles and they're going to throw everything at it. One piece of utility, if we had a brimstone, had an incendiary, we throw it at an angle, we'll probably get 3 or 4 kills, just because nobody's really checking stuff anymore. And they think they're smarter than us just by doing the same old, same old. Same thing happened on Icebox.
No, and that's the thing. And I was going to say, with LR, the one thing that I was most, pleasantly happy with was every person felt like they were playing their agent correctly. We saw Chaos, Sages, Astras, and Chambers all executing their kit the way that it should have been done. Utilizing a pop flash, utilizing the purple wall, utilizing the resurrection when it most valued the most. The wall, the Sage wall in itself, from the day one of Icebox until today, has been primarily important and has been a supplement to the Viper. They work hand in hand in tandem. And, I see the chamber extending, utilizing that rendezvous for Henry to get an opening pick. Like, this kind of stuff matters. And I think it really summarizes what LR is about. Individual shine, but of course, team synergy and unison delivering the round wins and of course the match wins.
Yeah, so I mean, with all that being said and done, I do want to go ahead, give one more shout out to the likes of Community Gaming for putting this entire thing on. We got ourselves a giveaway going on as well for 2 of those new bundles that have come out here. And production, if y'all don't get on those, we will. I'm telling you, I'm going to hop in the chat myself, become a viewer for a little bit and sign up myself, because if nobody else going to do it, I'm going to claim both of them. Why not? But I mean, I know it's not possible, but we'll give it our best shot. Still, regardless, a lot more here to do. Pit of Valor 100 come up here in 2 weeks. And if you want guaranteed entry into that, you can join the GLG Country Club. You can get yourself that membership for only $10 a month. It's only for 1 member of your team, and everybody gets those perks. I mean, I don't know what kind of value that could offer. I mean, we're giving out $2,500. If you're going to sign up, now is the time to do it more than anything else, because I can guarantee you a lot of people are going to be trying to hop in on that thing, and you want the early dibs, and we're giving it to you right here, right now, before we put that post on Twitter tomorrow. So make sure you line yourself up for that. And speaking of Twitter, why not go ahead and check out all the socials that we got, because we got ourselves a TikTok as well. We got the Twitter, just as you know. We got our Discord to hop into to go ahead and give you all the info of anything that happens. If you just do miss by any chance any of these commands to look out for, no matter what it is, we got you covered. We got all the exclamation points. Just find a command, type it in, and figure out what gets thrown your way.
Yeah, mega. And on that note here, Mick, I think you and I, our time has come to an end, at least for this Pit of Valor. We're going to go ahead and pass it off to some fantastic new faces, some fresh energy to come and bring you guys through the latter portion of this evening. So don't go too far. Becky and Endless are going to be replacing us on desk. Production and observers are keeping it frosty and keeping that ball rolling. Take this break to, again, like Mick said, check out that Country Club membership, check out the giveaway, get in all that socials and all that goodness, and give some gas to the team as well. Exclamation mark talent will tell you who's been running the show this evening. And of course, everyone appreciates the love and support. Y'all are an amazing bunch of peeps, and we truly, truly appreciate you. So don't go too far. 3 more matches to come for this evening, all the way to grand finals. On behalf of myself and Mick, thank you so much for sticking with us. Love you guys lots, and we'll catch you on the flip side.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1, Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's
Feeling blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
Laugh it to the bank like laugh it to the bank like I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. Laugh it to the bank like pedal to the floor, need no brake lights. In the dark, watch it make light. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm tight fine. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds. I get it, I flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like I'm metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm her Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, yeah, take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens, 20, 50, hundreds, tens,
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I play the long game with a serene scene and the whip is quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me, blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Oh, this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agree. She really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, well maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important. And let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it, won't line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe, and 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me, like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side? I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and dot on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. Full of pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits, I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it. I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell him, most Cialis flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in till she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2233, I'm on 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. True in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Bend dope with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Been Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. No, this isn't what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I
Welcome back, everyone, to this week's Pit of Valor. We are at officially 99.8, so just 2 away from our big 100th Pit of Valor. Joined with me is Becky, and we are here today to bring you the second half of today's Pit of Valor. And how are you feeling today, Becky?
Feeling pretty good, but I hope that our players are feeling even better than I do, because we're getting down into the nitty-gritty. We've been following a Last Resistance along their journey through today's pit, and we're going to see how they're going to do in this quarterfinals match.
Yeah, I'm excited. I mean, it is the map of Fracture. Every time that we don't have to cast the map of Ascent, it's always a little bit exciting, right? I mean, we're so used to seeing Ascent back and forth on Pit of Valors, but I'm liking the variety that we're starting to see.
I also am just like so excited every time I see Fracture. It gets a little bit different, that people start to bring in different agents, and we are finally at this point where Fracture has been out for around a year now. And we are starting to see a actual meta about it kind of really be solidified now. And people start to kind of pick this map over Breeze every once in a while, depending on if you want to go for some of those shorter skirmishes or if you want to go for some of those long range engages, then you pick that Breeze map. But otherwise, people end up going Fracture, and I think that those little skirmishes are a lot more fun to watch than somebody dying on an entire screen away. I know the killing somebody an entire screen away feels cooler, but to watch, I'd way rather watch Fracture. Oh my goodness, that was so difficult to say for some reason.
You know what, Becky? It is honestly one of those maps that is a lot more fast paced because the rotations are so fast, so the contact between the two teams are usually pretty quick. And like I was saying last week as well, I mean, we used to see a lot of people trying to ban Icebox and Breeze for that matter, let alone Fracture. But nowadays, I mean, it's been out for quite some time, like you mentioned, so people are starting to get a lot more comfortable on the map, and they're liking their play style on it. They're liking the adaptation to it, and maybe it's just a little bit of like a breath of fresh air for them to start picking these maps and playing other teams on them.
Yeah, and I hope that it's a breath of fresh air because it's a breath of fresh air to me. I know, as you were just saying, anytime we don't have to watch Ascent, it's a nice big just load off of our shoulders, and that's kind of how I feel too. Like, I love Ascent, don't get me wrong, and I think it is a great competitive map, but when you mostly cast best of ones, especially on the Pit of Valor, just ends up being Ascent over and over and over and over again. Or Haven. I guess Mick said he sees a lot of Haven. I feel like I see a lot of Ascent, but those are definitely the two that we see the most. And as a result, very excited to see Fracture be the first map of as we get in towards those finals. And what are you expecting to see as a result of us being on Fracture here, Endless?
Honestly, I haven't seen the team of Good Luck play yet. But as everyone has seen, we followed Last Resistance for the last couple of rounds, and they seem like a force to be reckoned with. And right now, you can already see Alu with that Neon pick, and along with Core. So Neon on this map, especially with it being so small, I love it. I love it. It looks like they're just looking to get down to the nitty and gritty right away, and they're not looking to hold back whatsoever.
Yeah, it actually looks like the only difference that we're really going to see between these two team compositions is going to be in the form of those two different initiators. So I'm going to highlight that a little bit. And having something like that Fade allows you to gather a lot of information. There's especially a lot of lineups on this map that allow for you to get a pretty high angle that's really difficult to interact with and shoot down. And as a result, you can get a lot more information than normal with that agent, as opposed to something like that KO that just has those extra flashes that you can work with along with the breach. Has a little bit of information gathering, but it isn't quite the same as something like the Fade that literally gets to illuminate where your enemies are. And then you have that way to shut down utility, but when the utility that's going to be coming out of a lot of your opposing players isn't something that's already down, sometimes I wonder if KO maybe isn't as useful as something like that Fade that's a little more reliable and packs a little bit more of a punch as far as ultimates are concerned with that breach.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And the thing with KO too on Fracture is KO was initially the meta of the initiator type of pick, right? It gets all that information that you want, but now that Fade is out and that ult is just covers so much area. I'm very curious to see which one will reign supreme on this map now. And you can see right away the Haunt going towards the Sands. And you can see Core already pushing through Sands and into sight with zero contest after they've completely smoked off drop. And just like that, Good Luck. I mean, I don't really think they need much luck here. They've just taken sight.
Yeah, and I mean, I do kind of respect the decision as far as defense is concerned to just hide until that bomb is down and the rest of your team is present. being able to pop in all together. Unfortunately, that drop makes it so difficult to land those shots, and so Core just kind of gets to spray down with that frenzy for free. Cade trying to do the same thing here and taking some high shots from that drop area as well, and just trying to gather information before coming in onto this site. But the turn around that corner from Basteg just a little bit too strong. Quick end to that first round, and a great job from Good Luck to get onto that site.
And Seabass did his job holding that site, and I mean, they're going to go ahead and claim this pistol round, only losing 2 members, so they're going to go a bonus up. And now, Last Resistance, I mean, I'm expecting them to play close, play together. I feel like they're going to be grouping up, as, I mean, you can see already 4 stacking towards this B site. And if Good Luck decides to test their luck towards this B to see how they play, this might be disastrous.
Certainly could be, and that knife gonna narrowly hit this breach and at least shut down some of those blinds that could be coming around the corner or those fault lines to the start of this round. But it looks like Good Luck kind of choosing to play this slow, especially compared to how quickly they blazed onto site last round.
You can see they are a lot more patient. They're waiting for any overcommitment here from Last Resistance, but they're playing relatively passive. They're allowing Good Luck to run into them, as they know they are on pistols and they're up against a bonus round, so they don't want to overextend at all. But right now, you can see Cade with the fault line charged, ready to unleash. And here comes the execute from Good Luck. They're going to go ahead, try to stun into sight, and get some sort of execute as Indica gets Alu, who comes on that flank. And that might be a little bit too premature, as now Good Luck looking to redirect their offense towards this A site.
Yeah, nice movement too, and Core gonna be the first to see the tip of that gun sticking out of that smoke. Finds a nice easy kill, and now is kind of prowling around for the next one. Information gathered, paired up nicely with that flash to come through, and now Core just getting to do the neon thing. Quickly reposition as the last 2 players for Last Resistance are gonna take their last stand over towards Dish and Drop here.
I mean, their goal, not having gotten any members from Good Luck down yet, is just to get at least 1 or 2, but right now they've been completely spotted. Good Luck, they're just gonna sit back, and Cade able to get Core, which is a good pick, but can he get another? No. The Stinger proves to be a little bit too much to handle, as Ladder Climber just jumps up towards Drop and says goodnight.
Yeah, difficult situation for sure, but gonna be a little bit nicer on this round. Get to go and buy up those guns. Even some of these players that maybe would struggle a little bit, yeah, definitely gonna be able to still buy those Phantoms, those Vandals, some light armor to boot, but hey, you can't complain with what you're able to pick up here. Last Resistance are going to be trying to hold down the fort a little bit stronger going into this round, since some of those Stingers may not pack as much of a punch for Good Luck this time.
And with Last Resistance being on somewhat of a broken buy because of the light armor, they have to play this very, very carefully, because one little head dink could end the round for them. And I mean, they have full guns. They have to understand that Good Luck is still on these bonus guns, and they only lost 1 member last time. But Core instantly getting Henry as he's isolated by himself towards Sands. No one else to help, as Indica gets another. And just like that, Last Resistance being on their bye. Riken finally able to get 1, but still down a man in a 3 versus 4 situation. This post plant from Good Luck, I mean, they're pretty well set up. Now all they have to do is wait.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to get on the site. Riken, unfortunately, makes that location known. Alu going to try and make something happen here, but that bomb is just starting to tick a little too fast. And we just can't beat that Bulldog in the end. So Good Luck really coming in strong and taking that save round and being able to convert it fully for them so that they get to hold on to this 3-0. And now, since their credits are looking pretty fine, we might as well ditch those sad old Stingers, make some upgrades here.
I mean, those are free upgrades for them. Losing 2 members only on the official buy round from Last Resistance, that seems like, I mean, the luck is definitely on their side. No pun intended, but I mean, right now, on a full buy, going against a complete eco from Last Resistance. As you can see, that group up once again towards this B site, but Henry first to fall yet again, and Alu as well. And all of a sudden, Ian there, able to get two with Cade as well. And just like that, Last Resistance somehow turned this round into their favor. Bomb is still in the hands of Neat, but
Enemy remaining.
oh, he's able to bring it down to a 1v1, and this is a very dicey round.
Yeah, this is a little bit spooky. I mean, Ian picking up those 3 kills, kind of insane, and 2 of them being just like Sheriff 1-2s. Extremely impressive for the side of Last Resistance, and now it is all left up to just this Brimstone for good luck and then deploy those sky smokes. Maybe try to create a little bit of diversion and actually end up doing a little bit of a bait and switch here and go towards this A site. Riken gonna have to be a little bit careful. Good luck. Just have a Neat go blazing all across. You know, Brimstone's feet pretty loud. Gonna be able to just stomp all across the map and still be able to get the bomb planted with plenty of time. And now it's all up to Riken.
See, this round for Last Resistance, I mean, they've gotten the job done, essentially, being only on pistols, getting 4 members of Good Luck down. But the issue is, Good Luck, most of these guns weren't even theirs. They just picked them up from the previous round, and Neat able to still hold on to this Vandal. And 4 rounds in, Good Luck, Neat has not died once, meaning none of his guns since the bonus round have been his. He's just picked them up.
And, I mean, on top of that, Ian's got to feel a little bit bad. It's like, I collected 3 kills, Riken, it was all up to you. Riken even, like, turned around that corner, like, saw, and then it was one of those moments where you, like, check a corner and you're like, oh, nobody's there, but then somebody was actually there and you can't correct yourself fast enough. So an unfortunate situation, but at least this time, kind of prepared for the aggression that's coming through. A lot of damage dealt to Core there and a ton of ultimates deployed here.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that Prowler chomp leaves Riken blinded and unable to see how close that 6 HP Neon really is.
I don't know if they planned that Prowler at the perfect time or not, but the second they were trying to push out a B main, Riken was hit by that Prowler, and I mean, there's nothing else left in the can. And now Ian down to a 1v1 against Neat, who has not yet died once. They both do have the mollies. It's a little bit of the molly game, but Neat has a little bit better placement, and Ian unfortunately just drops.
Yeah, Neat's doing a fantastic job of being in the right place for every single one of these post-plant positions. And even when Neat has just had to be the one to set it up for himself, it's been something that has just worked so swimmingly and says a lot to the reason that you're seeing Good Luck a lot of the time have these really aggressive takes onto site. They just want to get that bomb down, get themselves set up, because they have game plans for once that bomb is down and on the site. And they just need to get to that point. So maybe Last Resistance just really needs to get aggressive and try to stop the aggression really early on. They were almost able to do it onto Core last round, and it just barely didn't go their way.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder is active, but man, they just missed that pick by a sliver as Henry right now
Oh no,
gonna play towards tower, but the flash is a little bit too late as Core already sneaking up into sight. And now Seabass getting Alu as well. And I mean, right now, Good Luck just seems to have everything going, but Ian has always had something to say with that. Getting 2 for his own. Is known to be towards Canteen, is gonna get stunned,
no.
but there's a smoke there to protect him. Still a 3v2 situation, but there's Core with this ultimate and the dash. And oh my goodness, it almost seems like Ian is doing whatever he can at this point to help Last Resistance and literally be that Last Resistance for their team, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it's so heartbreaking. That's the 2nd round in a row that Ian's just been able to dome down 3 of them, and it just barely isn't enough. So Last Resistance gonna take this timeout down 0-6, and I mean, that was a spooky situation. Ian almost had brought it back, and then Core just went ahead, popped that overdrive, and was able to get so much done. And it's hard to win a gunfight when your headhunter isn't immediately just sniping somebody's head, and that little zappy neon just gets to keep buzzing at you.
Yeah, I mean, this timeout is really just to talk about what is going wrong. What can they fix? Because right now, it seems like at the worst times, they're not getting any value, but out of nowhere, Ian just comes in and gets 2 to 3 to his name. But again, I mean, good luck. They're just a little bit more disciplined. Neat finally going down for the first time this match so far last round. I mean, how long can he keep it up? So far, he's been playing extremely disciplined. He understands his role. He knows he's playing for the post plant most of the time, so he positions himself that way. But can Last Resistance, I mean, being on another eco, what can they do this round to really slow down this good luck team?
This is a hard situation. I still think that they should be kind of choking up a little bit and going a little bit further. We're going to see Alu do it here, throw out those relay bolts. I wish we would have just continued to go aggressive with that backup from that KO, but instead backed off. He's just trying to get some safe shots, not die too early. I understand trying to be safe, but even if you're just going in and getting a 1-for-1, that's better than you've been doing in all of these previous rounds. And I kind of wish we were just seeing Last Resistance full send on it, but I mean, this isn't exactly a defensive-sided map, so I understand that they're maybe just like, we'll see what we can get done when we move on to the attacking side, but it's going to be really difficult to win on the attacking side if you end this half 0-12.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, they're doing a good job dealing the initial damage, but it's about finishing those kills. As you can see, I believe Core is knocked down to 5 HP, and now they're just going to reconsider, regroup, figure out, you know what, there is a lot of noise towards this B site. Let's try out A as Indica. Oh my goodness, Alu gets taken out by Ladder Climber, and look at Indica. He peeks out and absolutely timings Riken, but Ian, luckily there again to save the team, able to get his second. Can he look for more? No, Seabass gonna go ahead swarm this site, and now it's all left down to Cade in a 1v3.
Cade in a 1v3, a Bucky and a Dream. That bomb is down. Gonna have to push past that Aftershock. No utility to work with. We might just be seeing a try to wait for exit picks thing. This seems like such an impossible situation, especially the moment that Seabass immediately shoots at you as you're trying to peek around that corner. Goes for the C's, but not able to line up with anything. I just don't even know what Cade can do here, unfortunately. Not able to really convert that timeout into a round for the side of Last Resistance. That fault line does come out, but the bait of Ladder Climber pushing forward allows for Seabass to find that final kill, and good luck continue to hold on at 7-0. And Last Resistance buy up once more, and we'll see if now they're going to be able to get something done. They do have that orbital strike ready, and I think they should just be trying to use that as quick. Again, I want to see them just use stuff as quickly as possible. Try to stop as much aggression as they can, because I feel like that's where we're just like not seeing a whole lot happen. Cade maybe just isn't in the right place to be able to fault line and stop anything the moment that they notice where the opponents are. Those relay bolts aren't really hitting anything from Alu, but I do like how aggressive we're getting and up in these corners, trying to make something cheeky happen. We are.
I mean, it's finally good to see that kind of aggression, but hey, this time Cade able to get that opening pick on the Indica, so that's a good sign. This is one of the few rounds that Last Resistance has gotten that opening pick. Make that 2 as Riken spots another towards this B main. Now he knows he could just fall off, but there is that orbital strike in favor for Neat. However, he contemplates, does he use it? As it seems, good luck, they're going to start rotating towards this B site, maybe for a pinch. And there's only Cade left in B, so this could be disastrous for them, as now the sound cues are coming in, and Cade, he knows they're close, but now the Prowler gets him, and that's all said and done. He's been taken care of. but good thing Alu is close by.
30 seconds left.
Can he delay them enough?
Oh, nice job from Alu. Good swerve on all of that utility. And we do finally get to see Last Resistance take down a round. Beautifully done. I liked the aggression from half of their players, the defense from the other half. Riken just waiting with that operator, being able to get those long-range kills. I mean, I hate to say it because I'm so irked by the existence of Chamber, but that is exactly what you pick Chamber to do. You pick Chamber to be able to pick off that first kill without anyone really having to do very much, just punishing people for even coming into your line of sight. And if Riken can continue to do that, that slows down Good Luck a lot.
Oh. Here comes this full B side execute, and I mean, Cade has been forced back completely. Core already in tower as Seabass gets the first onto Alu as well. And right now it leaves Cade still fighting towards this arcade, trying to fight underpass. Does get Seabass eventually. And here is the Rolling Thunder. He's just waiting for his teammates, waiting for that potential plant. And he's going to let it rip.
Comes out. A shot from Riken finds Indica as well. Nice turns back and forth. The orbital strike takes down that breach, but Core, the only one remaining for Good Luck, and is just trying to gather a little bit of information. Misses the headshot, goes for the spray, and that little bit of panic is enough for Ian to find that other kill. And 2 rounds now for Last Resistance, and will they be able to get themselves to a 7-5 here?
I mean, Becky, what our prod has just basically wrote to us is that 7 is all they get.
Prod Last Resistance fan?
So maybe they have some insider information that we don't know about, but maybe that was their goal. Maybe they wanted to give 7 rounds to Good Luck. Maybe 7 is that Good Luck number, as we all know. Maybe that's the end.
Prod also sad that we outed on stream. Sorry. Not sorry? All right, Alu. Ooh, zoom in out of that corner. Talk about a wide swing. Nobody wide swings like Neon, and Alu alongside that blind. Breaking necks over here.
I mean, this is what they want, right? Getting that opening pick. And I mean, do I like that they're necessarily still up close and trying to get more aggressive? Not really, but I mean, I'm sure they're starting to feel a little bit confident having 2 rounds behind them in a row. And right now you can see the fault line coming in. Alu still continuously peeking as a lot of the members of Good Luck, they're starting to rotate towards this B site. However, the rotations have not come in because of the amount of control Last Resistance has gotten. But right now they're hunting, finally getting Henry off of sight. But look at Riken coming in, and like we mentioned, as that chamber, with it being so broken and how fast the teleports are, it's almost guaranteed that you can always get that initial pick with that operator and just teleport away right away.
Yep, and it is gathered, collected, and Neat looking to do the same thing. Has that operator off the off battle, ends up going Neat's way. The headshot found from Ian, but it's not enough to take down Seabass. Get one of these ion operators back into the hands of the Good Luck squad. Hand it over to that chamber. And Good Luck, making sure that 7-5 is not going to be in the cards. Securing that 8th round. Have that breach ultimate ready to go into this one. And that's quite a good ultimate to open up a site.
And I mean, I don't want to say that Prod was wrong on this, but I mean, they got 8. They're locked in and there, and I believe it's going to continue going as look at Core already going towards this arcade. Riken gonna go ahead. Oh, doesn't actually get stunned, but stays patient. They have no idea he's there. Gets that opening pick along with Henry, which Henry gets his second. And all of a sudden, Good Luck down to just 2 members. And they are both stuck towards this underpass with no map control.
The buddy system.
Buddy system indeed. I mean, they didn't lose a single member. And there's Ian.
We got a new buddy.
The Guardian.
Trying to come around the corner. Bop actually ends up getting bopped by Ladder Climber, who, yep, has that Rolling Thunder. But do you use it here? Do you use the Rolling Thunder in a 1v4? Maybe it's for the best that we didn't. Riken coming in so whiffed from behind. 8-3. Collected that operator, even though we have the Tour de Force. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna use the Tour de Force instead of the op. Maybe do a little bit of a switch. Maybe seeing if somebody on the team wants the operator. Nah, nobody else on the team uses no agent uses an operator the same way Chamber does. So you might as well just keep it on the agent where it is safe to do so.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Riken understood and was calm to that Indica dropped an op underpass. So he had no hesitation to try to get aggressive and get on that flank because he wanted that op. Doesn't matter if he had the Tour de Force, he wanted more. And that's okay with that kind of greed, being down 3-8. And right now, look at Core again, getting aggressive in tower, and Henry just posted up. And Core overextends a little bit too much. Just like that, Riken gets another as Ian comes in as well. It's down to 0-5, actually. I thought it was going to be a 1 versus 5, but that quickly ended.
Switching sides.
Very quick. And 8-4, so last resistance not too far on the back foot as we're going to be going into the second half that is powered, as you can see there, by Community Gaming. Control also helping us out as a sponsor here. Phenomenal meal replacement. I will show for them any day. They taste phenomenal. If you're interested in something like that, check them out. Once again, Community Gaming, very helpful in providing prize pool for this event, as well as our 100th event that is coming up in 2 weeks. I believe a $2,500 prize pool. Holy smokes.
That is honestly incredible. And without Community Gaming, I mean, we wouldn't have been able to grow so quickly. And I mean, kudos to them. As here, join us for the second half as Alu gets that first pick on Indica. And now we're seeing that reverse aggression coming from Alu being the neon of the team. But Seabass quickly equalizes on the other side of the map.
Yeah, nice little pop shots from that Ghost. Doing absolutely amazing there. The defensive side of Good Luck. A lot further back than we were really seeing from last resistance, but makes sense. You're probably anticipating a very aggressive style to come out of last resistance based on how Good Luck just played against them. So playing a little bit safer definitely makes a lot of sense, especially now that you've lost both of those chambers. That's a lot of power to have down.
You can see, I mean, Good Luck being down to a 4v4, still not over-rotating, having a 2-2 setup. As I'm sure they could have heard Ian's iPad as well kind of launch, but do they know? Oh my goodness, that haunt just absolutely revealed Henry as he was trying to cross into sight, and just like that, Good Luck, they have this advantage, 3 versus 2. Ian getting stunned, but doesn't matter, has the frenzy, followed by the trade from Ladder. Down to a 1v2, and oh my goodness, what a shot from Ladder Climber.
Yeah, Good Luck might just be really good on these pistol rounds. Great understanding of where they need to be and just kind of turning around a lot of these corners and being able to quickly hit these headshots where they matter. Kind of taking a good quick moment to step down on a last resistance here, and once again going to be the team to buy up first with the Spectres and Stingers. A little bit of a different buy than what we were seeing in that first round. Actually, we saw a lot of them buy Stingers. We saw somebody buy a Bulldog. This time we're packing a lot of Spectre action.
Yeah, it looks like they're a little bit more conservative as well. Indica only buying the Headhunter from what I can see, with light armor, not looking to buy up any Spectre or even Stinger for that matter. As last resistance right now, they're looking to work towards this A split, having a bunch towards this dish. Are spotted, and here's Alu doing his duelist job, trying to get into that site, creating that space for his team. As Good Luck looking to scramble, and they're just going to go ahead and try this retake as Ian getting that first pick on the Ladder Climber, and Cade gets traded out as well. And everything is a bloodbath as Good Luck trying to wait for this retake. Last resistance not having a good time so far as the molly comes in from again. Such a well-placed molly. all down to Seabass. But look at this time. Last Resistance being on that eco, able to bring Good Luck down to just one member, which is a complete win for them.
Yeah, all things considered, I mean, you'd love to win the round, especially when you got that close. But if you're the only thing you're going to leave your opponent with is one Spectre, and then maybe they buy up Stingers into this round, does look like that is going to be their call. You got to be pretty happy with how that's going to stand up against this full Phantom and Vandal buy for the side of Last Resistance. And especially when you're all of a sudden in a place where you're on the attacking side, you're controlling the tempo of the game, being able to have the more powerful guns to go along with that is going to make a pretty big difference, and we'll see how they utilize it.
You can see that aggression towards A instantly gets taken out by Indica. And keep in mind, Alu had a full gun. Raikin able to even out the situation a little bit, but as of right now, all of them mainly trapped towards this B main, or A main for that matter. Ladder Climber comes in with a little bit of a dink on that Stinger. And Last Resistance, they have no choice. They're going to have to rethink. And oh my goodness, look at the sneaky play from Seabass. Come behind them, and they have no idea. Punishes too. And that trip was set a little bit too far. They didn't account for the ropes.
Yeah, and that's just a rough situation for them to be in. You hate to see it. Now you gotta move towards that other side of the map and hope that that trip is maybe gonna pick somebody else up. But, I mean, if they just rotate through spawn, it makes sense. That isn't something that they would run into. But thankfully, Raikin, ready, unfortunately, doesn't beat out the Headhunter from Indica. And we are leaving this KO in a 1v2 situation. And one of the players you have to fight down is Neat, but actually Indica proven very nicely that some of these shots can still be found. Really converting that round for Good Luck off the back of that Headhunter.
That is not what you want out of Last Resistance. I mean, after fighting so hard their previous save round to bring Good Luck down to one member and then losing all 5 members to eco guns, especially Stingers. I mean, you can't really blame them. Stingers are ridiculously powerful up close, but Seabass, I mean, has to be this MVP for that round. Look at this flank.
Yeah, the flank, very impressive, and really it is mostly Seabass with the Spectre picks up 2 kills, and then the Headhunter from Indica actually picked up the other 2. So really, most everyone died to peripheral guns, either a gun that was left over or somebody recently told me they were like, oh, Chambers Guardian, and I feel like that's a much more accurate description of Headhunter. And proving to still be hitting hard, finds 2 kills with that first shot, and is looking for this last one as well after Core falls, picking up 2 as well.
Yeah, Indica coming in huge this round, already getting 2 with that tour de force, make that 3. And I believe the first 2 was a collat as well, and I mean, right off the bat. Now, Good Luck being on match point. No more room for error for Last Resistance. What can they do?
Well, Last Resistance are going to have a long Last Resistance if they want to stay in this game and string together 8 rounds in a row. And Good Luck are simply going to tell them, well, we got this far, so good luck. Let's see what you have got.
And you can see their buy as well. I mean, only 1 full rifle. And look at the aggression coming in from Good Luck. Core catches Ian completely off guard. Alu finally taking out that trade, but I mean, with Ian out of the picture, can Last Resistance hold on? He has been their top performer this entire game. And right now, Last Resistance completely pinched towards this B site. Nowhere else to go, but Raikin holding this flank true.
Yeah, nice shot there. Unfortunately, Cade not checking from behind to see Ladder Climber and just heads being found all across the map. And unfortunately, this KO is going to fall. Not quite able to hop over here in time. And it is just up to Raikin with this tour de force in a 1v3 situation. Long rifle, looking at so little of the map. And it's just not going to be enough to face down those rifles and take down Good Luck, who are going to be shoring themselves up for the semi-finals.
I mean, we've seen Last Resistance play the last couple of games, and they've come out absolutely strong. But against Good Luck, I would say their luck has completely ran out. It's been completely sucked out of their souls. And Good Luck, I mean, they take this match 13-4 in a dominant fashion, and it just really never seemed like they ever lost control of any round for that matter, let alone the match.
Yeah, it feels like there were every once in a while, like a few players would die like here or there, but really, even the rounds that they lost were very impressive for the side of Good Luck. And Last Resistance only being able to pick out 4 rounds is a very different style than what we've usually seen from Last Resistance. For them to go down in the quarterfinals, I think that's some of the soonest I've ever seen Last Resistance get taken out in a Pit of Valor, and across some other tournaments that I've seen Last Resistance play in as well. So Good Luck, certainly a strong contender here on today's Pit of Valor, and somebody that we're going to have to be keeping an eye on to see if they can make it to the finals.
I mean, their performance throughout was just incredible. I mean, Core on that Neon just getting ridiculously aggressive, pushing areas that Last Resistance wasn't even expecting. For example, that last round, I mean, they pushed Dish right away. And because Last Resistance was trying to aim towards this arcade play, I mean, they tried to take their time a little bit, but I mean, taking your time against an opponent like Core, I don't know if that's a good idea because he punished them right away.
Certainly did punish them. But if you don't want to be punished for taking your time to sign up for our tournaments, you should check out the GLG Country Club membership. It's just $10 a month, and it gives you priority entrance into select events and free entry towards tournaments with that GLG membership. So if you want to make sure that you're involved in Pit of Valor and even all of our other tournaments, or a lot of our other tournaments, we also sometimes run Val and Chill on Saturdays. If you're interested in some more Valorant action, you should definitely check out that GLG Country Club membership. And if you're interested in chatting with us and getting to know the team at GLG a little bit more, you can check out our Discord or our Twitter, and you can do !Discord or !Twitter in the chat to be able to do those.
And honestly, I mean, if you guys are excited, I mean, this is only the quarters. Keep in mind, that was just the quarters. And I mean, I can only expect matches to get better and better after this. So if you guys are excited as we are, get some drinks, get some snacks for that matter, because there's a lot more action coming right after this break.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. That is when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning, and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a...
Feeling good. Blossom on a tree.
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
To the bank like she make like. I'm a star, got no stage fright. Please don't get me mad, I'm a nice guy. My baby say I'm cute, yeah, I'm tight fine. I be waking up when you go night-night. In a different zone with the time. Laugh it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. I get it up, flip it and continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a medal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm a Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, and take a pic. Laugh it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Ooh, go. Laugh it to the bank like. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip is quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raised in a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked. The master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got out the mother told my truth. I shake that fake shit. They praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Owe this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody raws us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex. When they pay to play my shit back. In a way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know nigga. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, or maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important. And let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me. I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it.
Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust you. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and down on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big been dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Strip it and dip it in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it, I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch. I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest. Do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. True in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Bendo with the switch again. Boy deliver like he happening. Core with digits, give him estimates. Summer sauce for my Benjamins. I got what you need, baby. Skirt the Chevy, make a scene, baby. LABB been the team, baby. Bim Papa, word the G, baby. Look, labs till I'm finished. Had a handful of lemons through the hand. Got a bag, now the hands in the business. For my hand, it's a ticket. Talking Mazda for the biggest. That's a comma and a comma and a comma. Gotta get it. I've been playing with the minutes that they been shoulda gave. And I'm flipping every digit that they been shoulda paid. Had to find a way to get it. Know the season what you made. If I ever wanna dip, then I'm brink with the blade. And I'm brinking a blink on the brink of some dumb shit. Watch how I move, cause I know the brink's coming. Watch for the blues, cause I know that they dumping. Nothing in my view, so it's hush on discussion. Hush on discussions, you know what you need to. I keep it in the pam to let you know that I don't need you. Y'all cats be see-through, head not to peace. You been king, I'm regal, got it in my Abisu. Came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. True in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell a peace. Love is love. Love is love. Hold up where they got my back on Pippin. I'm back in kitchens with the tray. Windows tinted like how black my skin is. Scoop the shorty in it from a J. Swish, she got vision just like any women giving me the kitten. Way before the riches, nothing more to mention. I could light a block up high the aura glisten. Foreign on my body, that's a Gora linen. I came through tripping Aquafina, I'm sipping 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business. Stack chicken like what it's gon' be. True in the cut, hey, you want us red run when I tell her peace. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios. Love is love. Love is love. Adios.
I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Yeah. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Okay, I'ma hit for 20 off a laptop. In a Zoom meeting, making money is my backdrop. Ballpoint base hit harder than a slap shot. Flew out my baby, told her around me like I'm Epcot. Whoa, whoa, I've been doing road on the go. Get a bag and flip it, that's for sure. Yeah, for sure, show. That was never talk about nothing. Turn it down and go get you some money. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing it. I was on the money, my brothers got my back. Streets moving funny, so I been holding strap. Not playing defense, we been on the attack. Plotting and scheming, how we gon' get it back. Designer all on you, but you can't buy the swag. No mirrors, those foo-foo, I see the tag. You can bet if I spend in this, cause I get it back. I'm 5G, your dollar, I can see the lag. All I ever wanted was to have it all. Got close, never froze, had to risk it all. As a little boy, I wish I was a little tall. Never made the league, I found other ways to let me ball. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Turn a 10 piece to a 20 quick. I got money busting out the money clip. Make a call and hit another lick. Someone get the money counter, I can keep on thumbing in. Tell them run it on. I wake up. Yeah. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it on. No sleep, no rest. Might crash, might wreck. But first I stretch. Tell them run it on. I wake up. Flex. Thumb down now. Check. No drip this. Wet. Tell them run it on.
Welcome back, everyone. And I mean, if you guys missed the last match up against Last Resistance and Good Luck, I mean, you missed out on a pretty good one because there's a lot of action. And I'm only expecting that kind of action, Becky. I mean, Good Luck here up against Berserkers, but unfortunately, it's the map of Ascent. I mean, we talked about it last game. I mean, before last game. It was a map that we were hoping that we could avoid, but doesn't seem like the case this time.
Yeah, it kind of ends up that way sometimes. And Ascent is kind of the fun police of Valorant. They have all these other fun maps, and then everyone just picks Ascent. So it's fine. We'll go. We'll see who will come out on top. It'll be interesting to see. Good luck, who we, as you just mentioned, played against Last Resistance, a kind of fan favorite over here at GLG that we get to see quite often. Get taken down pretty swiftly in a 13-4. So good luck. As we mentioned, a team that we're very interested in seeing how they continue to compete, and we're going to be able to do just that as we're going to follow their journey through the semifinals here, as you mentioned, against Berserk. Another team that I've actually seen quite a few times between this as well as some other tournaments around the bend. And so this is going to be quite interesting, and maybe good luck will still have to, have as aggressive as strategies as they did on Fracture, or if we're going to see them maybe tone it down a little bit. You got to be a little bit scared if your opponents are called Berserk.
Yeah, exactly. And it really depends. Do they have anything left in the tank? Because, I mean, their performance just now on Fracture was relatively unbelievable. And unfortunately, again, moving to Ascent, it is a little bit of a bigger map compared to Fracture. So I guess the action won't be that jam-packed right off the bat. Right off the beginning of the rounds, but needless to say, we've seen Core get aggressive on that duelist, and I mean, with that Jet now, I can only imagine a bunch of smoke and dashes into sites to create that space for his team. And luckily, Berserkers, they don't have to worry about that yet. They're on that defensive side. I mean, they're on that attacking side, and they get to basically initiate with that aggression, but it looks as if they're gonna run no duelist.
I mean, that's not locked for Berserkers quite yet. I immediately had to be like, is the Cypher locked? I had to confirm with Prod because I was excited and I didn't want to run away with talking about Cypher so much. So it is not locked in. The only two things locked in for the side of Berserkers are the Omen and that Fade. So in the meantime, gonna look at Good Luck's array here. Much more stock. That Sage is being locked and the KO being locked for Berserk. And Cypher does actually get locked in. So speaking, actually gonna go no duelist, gonna go 2 Sentinels. And I mean, they're starting off on attack. So how do you feel about this decision?
I don't know. I mean, they do have the double initiator, so they can run relatively good fakes, I would like to say. Getting good information before they execute on sites. But I don't know about this Cypher pick. Cypher has been out of the meta on Ascent for quite some time. But at the same time, I feel like Killjoy has kind of been out of the meta. A lot of the people are choosing to play Chamber. I mean, Chamber is that one Sentinel that really isn't a Sentinel. He's more so a duelist that can TP out, get those opening picks quick, and just catch you off guard a lot of the times. But I think that will be a major difference in this matchup with just the teleportability coming from this Chamber compared to a Cypher.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see. I'm actually kind of anticipating that we get to see this Cypher play a big lurk game. Because especially if you're starting off on attack, like what are you going to try and be doing? You're going to try and have those initiators dedicated very much to being kind of faux duelists. Probably trying to go for some big blinds coming out from that Omen and that KO. And then just gathering a little bit of information with this camera, being able to go along a bunch of different places and play a little bit of a pesky game on this Cypher as already being pesky, already being annoying to that Chamber, and maybe just gonna try and keep some attention there while the rest of the team goes elsewhere.
And on top of that, Berserkers, they're running a double Sentinel setup as well, and the Sage on top of that Cypher. So is it absolutely necessary? I mean, Sage does a good job in terms of delaying with that wall. The slows, I don't really want to put that into factor because it doesn't change too much as Indica, like we mentioned, Headhunter in hand, gets that opening pick and is able to TP to safety right away.
Ooh, and Juice trades off core, but ladder climber, buddy system coming in strong. That bird doing a lot of blinding, but Mood nicely able to keep somebody safe. Melia onto the site, but is going to be, in a rough place trying to jump up onto heaven. The rest of the squad is there, is laying in wait and collects those kills. Good luck. Just kind of pistol demons. And I think a lot of it is off the back of Indica just being extremely proficient with that headhunter.
On top of that, Becky, they got a team ace. Every single player on the side of Good Luck got theirs. And the economy right now is booming. Right now, it just seems like Berserkers, they're trying to get something going that round, trying to get some sort of information, but Good Luck has just done such a good job playing passive and disciplined. They're not giving Berserkers anything to work with. And this time around, you can see the no command coming towards this A site, doesn't get control of anyone, so they have no idea who's playing in this A site yet. And you can see they're going to try to take this mid control, and look how far back Need is playing.
Neat. Gonna be able to gather a lot of information. Does get blocked off by that Sage Wall as the rest of that team trying to decide exactly where they're going. They actually blast through their own Sage Wall to go into spawn, where Ladder Climber just guns them all down. Picks up 3 before Mood has anything to say about it, and the wide swing is more than enough for Seabass to clean that up as well. And once again, we're seeing Good Luck off to a great start in this game.
Well, Becky, it doesn't seem like they've run out of gas at all, and it looks like their foot is still on that gas pedal, trying to push this lead even further. And we saw what they got to do last time to Last Resistance on this bonus. I wonder if they can repeat it again.
I mean, they're gonna have to try their best, but I mean, they're sitting pretty off of those first 2 rounds, and you can't be too upset if you pick up the first 2 and then just aren't able to convert that third one. That's how most of these games end up going. And a nice bit of information gathered from that haunt to start the round off. You know that Cypher is kind of hanging out in that same place every single time. Once again, okay, I already said it once this game, but Indica, yeah, the Headhunter, so strong, and is more like a Guardian than a Sheriff, especially at that range. Come on.
And let's keep in mind, Indica took a little bit to kind of get up to speed last map, and it doesn't seem like he's cooled off ever since. And with this being Ascent, the angles are a little bit further and longer distance, and I mean, he has that Guardian in hand basically, and that one tap never fails to get that opening pick for him. And again, he still also had that TP, but look at Neat. Berserker's trying to lurk into this beast site. Ooh, Woody spots him, gets that pick. Melia gets another as well, and just like that, Berserkers, they've eliminated the Good Luck squad on this B site. And now they're going to get this bomb down and play this post plant.
Indica prowling with that Headhunter is going to wait for that bird to go off and gather a little bit of vocal information from that Sky. Just blazing around those corners with that Stinger. Finds one, but the Sky, the only player remaining for the side of Good Luck, facing down 3 members of Berserkers, and the information from Melia taking the L is going to be more than enough for Mood to be able to go for that trade-off, and Berserkers finding themselves a round win, but lost a lot of gunpowder in that round.
Yeah, they lost 3 members, Becky, and I mean, 3 members looking to have the light armor and buy, even a, well, they're going to be able to buy guns, but light armor for the fact. But Woody looking to opt up into the Guardian with full armor. Still not ideal, but look at the side of Good Luck. 2 operators in hand, both on light armor, and both able to get away at an extremely fast pace. But Core, that Prowler is going to give up the information, but surprising enough, Berserkers, they're looking to back up.
Back up, but maybe not fast enough, as Indica is able to find the first one, and somehow Juice with the crouch gonna be the first to find Indica's head and the first not to get absolutely smoked by that chamber in this game.
My goodness, usually they say don't crouch peek a corner, but I mean, in that case, hey, all to you. You got that opening pick, and on top of that, Juice goes over to that B site, gets Neat as well. And all of a sudden, you find a 3v4 situation for Good Luck on this defensive side. Seabass, no idea where Berserkers are going to end up going as they've completely cut noise. But there are noise cues coming towards this A site. The paranoia coming in. Ladder climber gonna go ahead, jump in. Does get walled off in terms of the door, but Juice gonna go ahead, finally get wall climber. And right now, down to a 2v3.
Oh no.
Core posted up with that op, but he is spotted towards that right side of heaven. Oh, this is gonna be a tough round.
Oh, certainly Mood. A lot to do. Nice peek out of that corner, and there's that flanking, lurking Cypher that we were anticipating. Comes down from heaven, answers that operator that was going to be a thorn in Mood's side, and converts Berserkers to that second round in their favor.
Man, that round was kind of just all over the place. A lot of back and forth, but Berserkers able to hold strong, win up that round in which was their full buy round for Good Luck, and forces them on this eco here. And this time around, I'm expecting them to get aggressive. Same thing as what they've been doing on Fracture. But you can see right away, Neat pushed up close to this corner. Will they expect him? Lights gonna go ahead and jiggle. Prowler's being sent out. Has some information as to being a lot of members towards this B main, and all of a sudden, Good Luck looking to just fall off.
Yeah, they're deciding that we've heard enough from Core that we want to go ahead and follow over towards that side of the map. And this wall off is going to make it very difficult for Seabass to be able to find anyone as Melia finds Ladder Climber. Juice unknowingly peeks into two, but at least goes 1 for 1. And now Indica, the only player remaining. Melia also crouch peeking. We're just a big fan of crouch peeking around a lot of these corners and smokes here on the Berserker side. But hey, again, if it ain't broken, if you're not getting punished for it, if it's working out, might as well keep rolling with it. Indica.
I mean, if you look at how they're kind of using this attack side right now, the Fade is doing so much work, getting so much information, and putting them into horrible positions. As you saw last round when Core playing up close towards Catwalk, he gets instantly sent by a Prowler, and he has no choice but to dash backwards. And with a Stinger at long range, there's not much else he could do. He was hoping for at least one, but unable to connect. And they just took Tree Room by storm.
And so far, Berserkers nicely being able to navigate across this map using a lot of their different agents to gather different amounts of information and kind of keep the side of Good Luck guessing and rotating. But that's the kind of aggression that you need to see. Those are the first picks that Indica needs to get. Taking Juice off the map and allowing for them to not have that Sage barrier when they push onto site is going to be huge. A lot of shots and damage through the smoke as Berserkers push onto site, but are just getting kind of whomped by Indica on the way in. Thankfully, Woody's able to pick up 2 as well. But only 2 players remain after all is said and done here for Berserkers. They're onto the site. They just need to get that bomb down, but they're not given any breathing room by Good Luck.
Oh, down to a 2v2, and all of a sudden, Mood comes in clutch. Able to send Good Luck back home for that round, and oh my goodness, 4-2 as Berserkers put Good Luck yet on another weird buy. I mean, they have the Tour de Force, they have the Blade Storms active, and it looks like they're just gonna end up actually saving. I think they debated at one point maybe just buying up and having the Blade Storm and Tour de Force active, but looks like they're looking to play it a little bit safe because this can get out of hand relatively quick.
Well, Prowler to gather information as to players on a site. Anticipating that a little bit. Tries to go for the blades, but Juice sitting in prepared. Sticking now the one in an unpredictable spot. Oh, nice pop flash from Woody to keep the rest of the team safe.
Keep the Tour de Force active. They did activate that Blaze Storm early on as well from Core, but he got taken out quick. And right now, Ladder Climber gets taken out as well, and Berserkers looking to make a move fast towards this A site as Woody taking in Tree Room. All left down to Neat in sight, trying to fight this down and delay for his teammate for that rotation, but I mean, only getting 2 dinks Woody as well, but not enough as down to a 1 versus 4 with that res coming in. Seabass with a Sheriff and a Dream. We've seen it happen, but Juice has other things in mind.
Yeah, gonna collect those sheriffs off of the saving bodies of Good Luck members. Go further into this game, 5-2, and all 5 of those wins strung together across these last 5 rounds from the Berserkers. And their economy continuing to hold strong and really just kind of sending Good Luck into a ping pong state here. They do have 2 ultimates at the ready, the Nightfall and the Orbital Strike, 2 very potent ultimates to try and go for retakes or pinch situations.
I also want to bring out that Lights is currently 1-3 on the side of Berserkers. That's not even that bad of a score. That just also means that he really hasn't even gotten the opportunity to see many of his opponents. As the rest of his team, they're just taking care of them. As you can see, Woody this time around lurking up towards this market. And just like that, they're going to go ahead and get full market control as the Fade ult's going to run in. Bunch of ults actually being used as Neat able to get that opening pick. Make that 2. Make that 3 with that spray through the smoke. He's going to fall off a little bit. Finally gets taken out by Juice. As Juice trapped towards Switch. Nowhere to go. Melia down to their lonesome. And Indica quickly eliminates that.
Teleport's ready.
Quickly eliminates, and that round makes you think that they wouldn't be losing this many in a row. A lot back into their favor there and able to hold on to those guns, really start to stabilize that economy and push themselves a bit more forward. And that really was that round all off the back of Neat, once again being able to pick up multi-kills. And that's something that we really got to see from Good Luck in that last game against Last Resistance as well. Neat is just such a phenomenal fragger and has great game sense that he really kind of holds down the fort for Good Luck. So every time Berserkers is able to pick off somebody like Neat or Indica, some of those people who's getting a lot of action at the start of these rounds taken out, it kind of seems like Good Luck just starts to fall apart.
Yeah, and he did an excellent job with that orbital strike as well. And Indica getting that opening pick like they're used to getting. As Melia falls right off the bat. But Mood, there to trade out Indica as well. So down back to a 4 versus 4. Mood still working his way towards this A site, trying to get some information. Sending a Prowler, trying to get a lock on 1. But, oh, Seabass did get to see Woody walking in towards, along with Lights. Oh my goodness. They don't expect it at all.
A very nice positioning, catches a lot of players from Berserkers off guard, but a quick recovery from them allows a strong push through Tree. 2 players remaining, but hey, Neat's gonna go ahead and say only 2 remaining for you as well. Reposition to stay safe from that haunt. Footsteps all around, but the shots are good to collect. Find 1 and puts Juice into a 1-for-1 situation. Has the bomb, but isn't putting it down just yet. 13 seconds core with the advantage here. Oh, we just saw the end of the ponytail of that Sage. And it's enough for Core to just continue that track and win that gunfight swiftly as Good Luck catch themselves up in this game.
I mean, so far, Good Luck, they've done a good job getting those opening picks, but it's what comes after. And I do want to bring something, I don't know if you've noticed it, but so far we've seen Neat be an absolute catalyst for Berserkers. Aside from one member, Juice. Juice seems to have the absolute answer for Neat every single time, and it just seems like Juice is Neat's kryptonite. So far, that's how it's been playing out, but Neat has done an excellent job time and time again, just holding off the sights for them and delaying it for the rotation of their teammates. But, I mean, Berserkers, they just haven't really found an answer for him yet.
Yeah, it does seem like it all kind of rides on the back of mood and Juice being able to pick up those kills, and it's harder when you have a lot less action to work with on the lack of a duelist. Hard to get around some of those corners. And it just allows for Core to be able to pick one up, reposition. Will Juice be able to find one? Nice high ground positioning allows for Juice to pick up two. That KO is down. Resurrection to come through, bring back mood. When you're picking up kills, those resurrections come around the corner quickly, and Woody still with a little bit of time to be rezzed, but it's being watched by that operator. The orbital strike comes through, narrowly escaping for Juice. Forced into that corner and taken down. The pinch maneuvers working out wonderfully for Good Luck, and Mood is just trying to keep the rest of them interested and in the wrong place to look. And it's not going to be enough. Melia tries to just go for it full send in the 1v3. What else are you going to do? It's just not enough. Good Luck find themselves getting to a 5-5.
Yeah, Good Luck has honestly started picking it up again, and I mean 3 rounds back to back on the back of Neat on top of that. So I can only imagine Berserkers, they took that B site that round, no problem. But then they found out, oh man, Neat is still alive. How do we deal with this? And with Juice being stuck in B main with an incredible wall boost, getting 2 to get those entries onto site. After that res, I mean, Juice was kind of just stuck there. The reinforcements came in from Good Luck. They were all towards spawn, spamming towards this B main. It didn't really allow Juice to move anywhere. And then on top of that, the orbital strike came in from Neat. And oh my goodness, Core getting so far into mid, getting that opening pick. The Prowler are going to get Juice. They do know one is close up towards mid, but can they punish him?
To hope that you are able to, because we can't keep losing players this way. Indica finds another one. That's the 2 initiators for Berserkers down. It's down to a controller and a sentinel. And I mean, what do you do from this point? Like, if you're facing 2 operators, finding good places to smoke just gets so much more difficult.
Yeah, on top of that, when you're peeking, as we saw a Core punish early on with just a peek of an elbow, but Seabass holding down mid. Mid is not for sale, and he is intending on keeping complete control as it was all left down to Melia and Ladder Climber. I mean, they can smell blood. They're going to continue pushing and getting aggressive.
I mean, all things considered, if Berserks don't get this last round, which they're going to take a bit of a timeout to see if there's a way that they can get to an even 6-6, you take a look at their team composition, and they have quite a strong team composition for the defensive side. So this could be kind of an interesting situation where we get to see them even be on the back foot, but go to the defensive side and actually still have a very potent strategy and team composition that gets to just give them a little bit of a leg up.
Yeah, they're both pretty even in terms of their comp, aside from the fact that they chose to run a double sentinel instead of having 1 duelist. But on top of that, now that you mention, having 5 rounds without a duelist is pretty impressive. There is no agent on their roster right now that can really gain that kind of spacing for their teammates. Instead, they're all going in at the same time. They're trying to do what they can. And hey, 5 rounds, if they can secure this 6th, Good Luck is going to have a more difficult time on this attack with those double sentinels set up.
Yeah, I'm trying not to get too ahead of myself. I'm definitely excited to get to that point. But in the meantime, we still have one more attacking side around for this no duelist composition that Berserks are running. And let's see if that timeout is enough to give them a strategy. And it looks like the strategy is hope that nobody's A. Quick run A, just block those off with smokes. We can't get opt if we quickly get onto site and just get a post-plant setup that's in close, tight corners.
Oh my goodness, Berserkers, they did not look back or hesitate one bit. They just took this A site by storm. And oh my goodness, Core trying to make a play happen, but Juice again with the wall. just being at a higher angle that is not ever expected as he's continuing to hold this door. Ladder climber might know the jig is up, but oh my goodness, the Prowler's gonna come in, gonna blind him. And he completely forgot that Juice is up top as Juice comes in huge with a 4K to secure their 6th round.
Switching sides.
6 rounds. Wonderfully completed with the no duelist composition the moment that they figured out how to manage those operators. And if you're looking to manage how you're consuming calories throughout the day, Control meal replacement makes it a lot easier. You don't have to worry about cooking stuff either. I'm a big shill for them. Love their stuff as well. And I'll shill for Community Gaming as well. They are sponsoring this tournament, the next tournament, and our big 100th Pit of Valor that is coming up as well. And it's the platform that we run these tournaments on. So big thanks to Community Gaming and Control for being our big sponsors for today and our big sponsors for that 100th Pit of Valor that is going to have a sweet $2,500 prize pool.
And now the roles and tides have switched. It's completely even, but good luck now on this attacking side. And like we were talking about earlier, Berserkers, they have a double Sentinel setup in the Sage and Cypher, so they can cause a big delay. But right now you can see Juice again playing on this wall. No one expecting it. The flash does come in, does catch Ladder, but he's able to get away with his life.
Yeah, good luck. Indica looking a little bit worse for wear on that HP bar, but not to worry. At least you're still alive and able to work with the rest of your team here. We're actually going to see Berserks have a lurking Sage be the call here. As everyone pushes off the side, but a beautiful Cyber Cage blocks everything off, and the Haunt allows for the shots to be found. That is one of the many strengths of this Fade. A beautiful combination converts Berserks to take a pistol round off of Good Luck, who previously have gone 3 for 0 on those pistol rounds.
Becky, what Lights did there, was that on purpose?
Yeah, it has to be. And it has to be for that combination. You wouldn't play those two on the same site and set something up like that not to do that, right?
Yeah, but he actually killed 2 of them through the cage without even spotting them.
I mean, they were revealed by the Haunt from Moon.
But I don't think the crosshair, I don't know. It just looked like he was shooting in the same spot and somehow got another headshot. It might have
they could
been
have
recoil.
just walked into the shots as well. If you're all coming in from tree, you're all funneling in the same direction.
Maybe that's the case. Maybe I was just focused on the mini map. Let's just leave it at that, I guess. I wasn't fully paying attention to the reveal. But like you said, Berserkers, they finally take Good Luck out of a pistol round. And I mean, we've seen them basically flawless. 3 pistol rounds out of the 4 played. And I mean, that's still a good stat.
Ooh, speaking of a good strat, you know, just blazing in Spectre in hand. That Spectre is going to go over to a member of Good Luck based on that 1-for-1 trade. The buy-up of that Stinger certainly is stinging as Lights finds another kill, but Indica just is unstoppable with that. Well, okay, I spoke a little too soon. Woody with that Bulldog bites a little bit harder as well. And Ladder Climber, 18 HP, just trying to spray at whoever shows up, but it's not going to be enough. Mood finds that kill. Berserkers get to hold on to their lead. And, you know, we're starting to see the importance of the Cypher to this team composition, and I am here for it.
Honestly, the Cypher is excellent on this defensive side. There's so many weird tripwires that you can put up just to catch your opponents off guard. And, I mean, Cypher's one of those agents, right? Especially being a Sentinel, you can place the weirdest angles of tripwires. And as long as you're placing it in those angles where you know they're not going to be walking anymore, they're going to be fully running and trying to get control, you can catch so many people off guard and they're going to get annoyed real quick.
Speaking of being annoyed real quick, we'll see if Good Luck can find themselves unbothered and unannoyed now that they're able to buy up these full guns. Melia, just a ghost, so certainly a big difference compared to that Phantom. Shrouded Step to just move away. from that Prowler. Does actually manage to nullify it, but the Seekers are going to try and gather information despite. And a nice flash to come through, but unfortunately it's not going to be enough. The shots are just everywhere surrounding the Berserker members. And trying to even push in through smokes. Lights, nice little trade back, but as the only player remaining, where do you go with this Cypher? Yeah, you know, what else? What else are you going to do?
At that point, he knew he had to die to the bomb, or at least die that round. And I mean, he's trapped in sight. There's nowhere else he could have gone. Might as well just jump in the smoke where they're all shooting.
I mean, that's just, you know, I get it. That's a mood.
I mean, there's no other choice there, right? I mean, being down to a 1 versus 5, only having a classic, and a big dream. Sometimes dreams don't come true. As sad as it is, it's reality, right?
It's true. I'm not here crying in the pit of valor over my dreams not coming true. Just like Core, not being able to have that dream come true of the perfect entry from that duelist, and Juice almost going for that, just isn't able to make it happen. And ooh, Seabass just swimming upstream here and gunning through Berserker members. 3v3 now. Well, okay, I swear every time I go to say numbers, somebody on these teams just gets to go ahead and stop it. Neat, nicely able to take care of that door and that tripwire, and they get to set up for this bit of a post-plant situation as they get the bomb down on A site. 2 Berserker players that remain have to figure out how they're getting onto this site, and it hopefully starts with Lights not getting those arms taken off.
I mean, Lights has little to no health, and I mean, we've seen Neat in these situations in the past. Yes, it's a 2 versus 3 for Berserkers for this retake, but it's more than that because Neat, he loves to play this post plant. He probably has these lineups for mollies. They are both revealed towards main, but as of right now, no one's sticking bomb. They're playing passive, and Neat! What did we say?
Yeah. And we get to see it once again. Honestly, a valiant effort from Berserkers. I love how they decided, you know what? This is going to be too difficult. If they're both here, we're not going to be able to have one of us stick the bomb. They're going to swing at the same time. We might as well just go for it and hope that us each, like, facing a different direction, we just both win our shots. It didn't end up going their way, but I respect the play. I respect the aggression. They are forced on to save round here, but at an even point in this game, this is showing up to be a treat.
And Ascent has been one of those maps where we always see, you know, a big 10-2 lead or even at times 11-1 lead on the half. And then once the teams swap to the other side, the reverse sweep comes in. And right now, I mean, I'm kind of happy that we're not seeing that in either matchup so far. It's been a lot of back and forth. 6-6 the first half. Now they've each respectively won their 2 rounds this half as Ladder Climber runs in completely blind through cages and finds Lights somehow. And Berserkers left all down to 1. And I don't want to say this is near impossible, but Neat is still alive.
Neat is still alive. Melia, the only player for Berserkers, though, with a stinger in hand. And I bet the game plan is... Oh, well, I was going to say, just try to go for jump peaks, try to see if you can entice anybody, and then just spray them as they come around the corner. But unfortunately, sometimes you do get caught on that jump peak. And that takedown is more than enough there. Slight lead now for the side of Good Luck. The rebuttal is going to come out from Berserkers, who once again have this very strong defensive side team comp and have a good way to shut down utility in the form of that KO ultimate, as well as this Fade ultimate at the ready here as well. So a great retake scenario is on the board for the side of Berserkers.
And for Good Luck, I feel like they know that Lights is kind of floating between that A and B site, so they're never sure what site he's going to be at, which is a good kind of question to have. But what they're doing right now is they're really just using the dog to really get some more information. As you can see now, there's a trip towards this mid as Core trying to maybe reevaluate the situation. Not sure what he wants to do, but good luck. Just staying passive, trying to work something together as Berserker's not really overextending in any way. Juice hears some noise towards his catwalk, but knows they still have no access to it as he still has full control of it.
I see he's leaving a little bit of a leash to the ladder climber there, but the patience that is happening, understanding that that one way is just a little bit too difficult to move into despite having that seize down. Heads up play that does keep everyone from Berserkers alive. They're moving up towards Market, trying to make a push onto this B site. Melia and Light's gonna have their work cut out for them, and Melia says, maybe I'm just gonna teleport to a safer spot. Unfortunately, going towards that camera was a bad decision. Takes Lights down, and now Core running with that bomb to find a safe place to plant as Juice gets onto site.
Woody, I mean, getting the heal luckily, but only at 74 health. As that ult comes out, Woody gets that opening pick, which is absolutely huge for Berserkers. And now he's getting overwhelmed. Seabass down to a 1v1 and clutches it. As Woody has no idea he was going to wide swing that side of the door.
Yeah, that's a rough situation too. It feels like there's a large part of... Okay, I'm going to speak to my own experience here. I'm not going to say that this is exactly how these players felt, but there's a kind of a part of your brain that just like shuts off the moment that you can't hear in Valorant. And all of a sudden it feels like you have no idea where anyone is, even if there is a literal trail running to where Seabass is. Because just like there's a trail from the location of the haunt to the person, there is a trail from the Nightfall that locates from Fade to the opponent. So there's literally a trail back to Fade. You could see exactly where that Nightfall was cast from. But we're just a little bit too in the moment, a little bit too spooked. We can't hear that bomb ticking. You can't hear utility being used. You can't hear those footsteps. And all of a sudden it feels like your options are so limited.
On top of that, Becky, I almost feel like when you can't hear, your concentration just goes to a different level. You're so zeroed in on what you're looking at rather than what logically would make sense that you no longer expect the expected, right? And everything just becomes completely different. As you can see, at this time, Berserkers, I mean, Light's just sitting towards this A main as they've given up the entirety of sight, but the sound cues are here.
So weird.
Ladder climber.
Oh my gosh.
Go ahead, flash in. Spots one, knows there's a second, but is full blind.
Oh my
It doesn't matter. Juice unable to take out that classic and punish him while he's blind, but hey.
That's a heartbreaker.
It really is, but look at this positioning. Indica sitting towards mid, and because Berserkers are on an eco this round, it just seemed like they gave up the entirety of every area of the map. They didn't hold anything.
Yeah, that was kind of rough. It felt, yeah, I like that you're saying they gave up a lot of space. If you're condemning yourself to that boathouse corner on B, I don't want to say you're funneling yourself. You've already funneled yourself, but you've funneled yourself into literally like a teaspoon. Which at that point, why would you use a funnel? Just go somewhere else.
Exactly. And yeah, like why would you sit in a spot where, especially if you're not overstacking with only 2 members and classics, it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, hold it crossfire towards garage, or I also wish that would have been played just like a little bit differently. Like I liked how far up Lights was. Lights was also trying to gather information. Has a little bit of a way to like see a bit further and be able to back off should that end up being the call. So the rest of the team just doesn't, and yeah, you're kind of sitting ducks in the back of boathouse. And also props to Ladder Climber for just some reason being like, this is a little bit suspicious that nobody's on B side. Just to be safe, I'm gonna go ahead and flash this boathouse, and then ends up finding 2 despite being blinded. And to top it all off, good luck, 1 point away from match point and 4 ultimates ready. So honestly, if they play this with any amount of precision, it should be pretty easy for them to lock up.
Yeah, and another thing to bring up too, because Lights was so aggressive towards A main, wouldn't they have rotated over and understood that it's most likely going to be a B play? Because the Trips could have been watching Catwalk, right? And then on top of that, he was watching A main aggressively. But no one was really like they gave up B completely. They allowed everyone to just walk in. They stacked towards Boathouse. They didn't really play towards mid. And right now, I mean, their backs are really against the wall because, again, you're right. Good Luck has 4 ultimates on hand.
Find you.
2 in which they probably won't even use this round because they're on full guns. So which means if they lose this round, it's basically over.
Not the place that you want to be, and we'll see if they can bring themselves up out of it. Playing a little bit safer for the side of Good Luck, which again, I like the decision to play with a little bit more precision this time around. You have all those ultimates and you're using those Seekers, you're finding a lot of information and clearing out a lot of these areas and very quickly onto site. And with Mood down, that is a top fragger for Berserkers. And so that's a lot of space gained in that fade. It's not going to be able to reveal a lot of those areas that would normally be very useful for that squad 2v2 situation, but Ladder Climber is trying to just take everyone down a 1-by-1, and they managed to do so. Beautiful execution using those ultimates. And, you know, just in case they lost that one, we still have that Tour de Force and the Blade Storm ready here. But really, this is kind of like, just look at the KDAs of the Good Luck members who are at the top. Neat. I mean, we expected this from Neat based on that last game. But Ladder Climber and Seabass, they're also just stars. I mean, normally you're used to seeing the Chamber and the Jet at the top of the board, but I gotta give props to those initiators and that controller who are just really showing up and making it all to come together for the side of Good Luck.
Yeah, and also to keep in mind, I mean, they have the Blade Storm and Tour de Force, like you mentioned. But if you focus on their economy, they really didn't even need to use it this round. But they're using it for that extra collateral damage just to make sure they secure this round. So they're going to try to make some plays happen, as it looks as if Core, along with Ladder Climber, going to try to work their way towards mid, try to get some more control that they didn't have already. As Berserkers, they're still playing it pretty far back. They're playing it a little bit more scared because their backs are against the wall. They have nothing to really work with, and they have to play it relatively safe.
Yeah, but I wish we were seeing a little more crossfire action happening. Instead, we're seeing pretty spread out from both of these teams. Just not able to get a whole lot as Core prowls up far enough to find Mood once again. Is going to be able to extend that dash over the top of that boathouse, and Lights gets taken down. At least that Sky is down, but Berserker's on the back foot. This is a rough spot to be in with Good Luck on match point.
Spike planted.
Oh, Indica. They heard the TP drop, so they know he's close. But now that the TP has been used, do they know where he had TP to? The Tour de Force gonna get negated here. But Indica still logs able to get one, and Core swinging out properly. And who else to end this and send Berserkers home than the man, the wonder named Neat?
That's pretty neat that Good Luck were able to win that game and get themselves into the finals. Berserkers put up a pretty good fight, but in the end, Good Luck just had the execution and the answers to that double Sentinel no duelist composition that they brought to the table, and were able to bring it to a very swift end. And big props to them, because they keep coming in swiftly, taking down some names that we're used to seeing here on Pit of Valor, and giving people a run for their money, and they will have a shot at some of that money and that prize pool. $250 for this week as a big thank you to that help in that prize pool going to Community Gaming, who is the host for these tournaments and a big helper in that sponsorship for our Pit of Valor number 100 that is going to be in 2 weeks with a $2,500 prize pool. So check out Community Gaming for being the homies and always helping us out and keep these tournaments going.
And honestly, kudos to Berserkers. I mean, compared to last Resistance, they were able to get another additional 4 rounds against Good Luck. And on top of that, Becky, like you mentioned, they beat Good Luck in a pistol round, which is something we haven't seen on stream here today until then. And I mean, Good Luck, they deserve it. They're going to the grand finals for today's Pit of Valor, 99.8. And if you guys are, again, as excited as we are, go get hydrated again, get some more snacks, because this next one is going to be a banger, and we'll be right back after this break.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opping, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's a
And there we have it, your Pit of Valor crown champions.
It's a day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good.
To the bank, like, ha 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 ha. Go, laugh it to the bank, like, ha 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 ha. I got in it 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s. Laugh it to the bank, like, pedal to the floor, need no brake lights.
20, 50, hundreds.
Enough of the code switching. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. Yeah, alright, okay. We get it. No contest. Wait. Surf's up, nigga. The world been dying, days is number, check the climate. I'm sick of it, fuck the harebrained scheme to get the riches quick. I played a long game with serene scene and the whip is quick. From the back room to the hearts, I'm in the thick of it. I grind too hard for y'all not to see me a star, bitch. I'm raising a bar like they really pay me to talk. My life been in shambles, but I got handles. I'm finishing at the rim. I remind you time and again that I'm really him. Oh, you ain't know? This shit not just for the show, but bet you entertain. Anybody not for me is below me. Blow me, you in the way. I live my dreams, I got it locked, the master keep it on me. Back in the field, running audibles with the team. Everything I got off the mother, told my truth. I shake that fake shit, they praise you, then minimize you behind you. Just know I notice you. Stay woke, no joke, it really be the ones you closest to. Had to stop sleeping on myself like I ain't know the truth. Owe this to me like it's really nobody code is this. And if you disagree, then you jaws and your claim get audited. Who you know do the beating and talking and write the harmonies. I'm really convinced there's nobody out here going hard as me. Wish well the dog that claimed belief in me so he could use me. Look at me now, you chose your route, I know you sick to see it. You talk a lot, all that flop, but that shit not harming us. Capping your status, we back, ain't nobody bras us. To the ones that held me down for the count, look at what growth will do. I'm the kid from the cul-de-sac, feeling double sex with loot they pay to play my shit back. Ain't no way I'm going back until I'm fossil fuel to the flame, just like I'm supposed to do. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. Been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me, want you to glow with me. I've been on a job, trying to take it far. I need that ROI, shit I done paid the cost. I'm all in on me, little baby she agrees she really been here through the fall. She the only thing I need. I wanna be free, I know that they want me for my ideas so they can line their pockets. Don't hit me to tell me that you give a fuck about me. You don't even know nothing about me, trying to force me on your timeline. You know you need to stop it, I live for more than attention. Might not be your trending topic, put my worth in analytics. I admit that took a toll, I got addicted to scrolling. We know well that get toxic, I got caught comparing me to people I don't even know. They say it's lonely at the top, or maybe then I'll focus on things that's more important and let whoever think whatever and just keep it moving. These niggas won't work on themselves, they'd rather see you losing. You'll never see me losing. Enough of the code switching, been hitting my soul, been on the ropes. I'm ready to grow, so get to know niggas. Keep your head up, I want you to grow with me. See this gold on me. Want you to grow with me.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why are you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side, I don't know if you thinking I'm blind. Cross on my crosses and doubt on my eyes. Done with your efforts, I'm dealing with pressures. I know it's a lesson, that's word of the wise. Dubbing the mixes I'm mixing, I know I've been missing. I needed some personal time. All the pictures, dimensions, I don't with your digits. I mean it, I'm staying inside. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause check out problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage, I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again, yeah. State your name, big dope on flame. I just switched the lanes. Damn, he did it again. I just flipped the pain. Stripping and dipping in bass, slab on everything. Swimming, you sinking away, cause I got big racks coming. I put my low racks on it. I ain't skip past losses, I had to get back off it. See the fit lab on it until they whip my coffin. Money clip, I tossed it. I heard it's big bags on big bags on big bags coming. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Pump up the action. I'm active. If he never heard of Ben Dope, he just napping. Jackson's off the rapping. Keep it on my body, bitch, I'm broke if you asking. Don't gotta sell it, most of y'all is flawless. Broken whips as long as it is foreign. Heard you want it cause the yam's enormous. What's in since she isn't gorgeous? Live my life, last name of Morgan Freeman. Trying to touch a forest, do not know when knocking on the door is. Came in, I came in, I came in. Did it like the Porsches coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10 again. Okay, alright. Coming in, yeah. Flex, I just wanna win, yeah. LABB, who we running with, yeah. 2, 2, 3, 3, I'm on 10, 10, 10, yeah. Trippin' Aquafina, I'm sippin' 15, kept a weapon on me. Flow make digits, I'm on my business, stack chicken like what it's gon' be. Crew in the cut, hey, you want us, red run when I tell a peace, love is love.
Welcome back, everyone, and we are officially at the end of the night, the grand finals. And again, we're gonna see that team, good luck, against Above All Else. And Becky, what are your thoughts? I mean, they didn't want to ban any single map, so they all agreed, I guess, on Bind, and they're just going straight on to it, I guess.
I mean, I'm kind of here for it. I think the Bind is a lot of fun. I think it's a great map, and have we gone to almost every map tonight? We had an Icebox match earlier when we weren't casting. We did Fracture and Ascent. They probably did Ascent earlier, but I appreciate that we're getting a large variety of maps on the night. It is great for us as casters. I'm sure it's nice as players too. You end up playing a lot of the same maps over and over again, so getting a little bit of variety has got to feel nice as well. And Bind to be the one that we're going to wrap it all up on makes me pretty happy, and I'm pretty ready to go right down into it because, I mean, what else are you going to say about something like this?
Honestly, I'm just grateful, like you said. It's not Ascent. We didn't have to cast 2 maps that we've already casted before. It's not a map that we've casted at all tonight. So, you know, whenever we get that variety, I'm all for it. And to see two teams like this. I mean, again, we haven't gotten to see the root of Above All Else to get on how they got to the finals, but we've gotten to see Good Luck in 2 matches already. So now being the third, I don't want to say that I'm a little bit biased towards their game style and gameplay, but I mean, they've been performing really well.
They have been performing well, and we'll see if they continue to perform well. Only 1 game stands between them and that a larger portion of the prize pool. So let's see if they're going to be able to get it all done. They're going to be facing down Above All Else. And on Bind, this is going to be an interesting final one. You get to see some fun team compositions here, but it looks like for the side of Good Luck, we're going to be seeing some definite, at least based on how I feel from what we've seen from them, comfort picks. Seabass, gonna go ahead and stick to something like that Fade. We've seen Neat rock that Brimstone already. Indica continuing to hold on to that Chamber, but we are getting to see Core go for a new little switch up in Duelists here, going for that Raise, and then Lighter Climber going onto that Sky, like we've seen from that previous Ascent map.
I mean, Above All Else, going with Brim and a Viper, 2 controllers, is something that I rarely see on Bind. But surely they have a reasoning for it. They both are super confident on this map that they both just agreed, right? They just both agreed to play Bind. There has to be a reason for that, and I'm just curious to see how this Viper and Brimstone play is going to line up. But needless to say, when they're moving on to this attacking side, they're going to have no issues with coverage.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. I actually think that having something like the Viper instead of another information initiator like that Fade, which is the only difference between these 2 team compositions, kind of really comes down to Above All Else starting out in defense. Having something like that Viper that just does such a good job of denying a lot of push potential from a team is so important. And I think that it's really gonna make Good Luck have to be very careful about how they push onto a lot of sites and try to just stay away from that Viper as much as possible.
Yeah, and even on this attacking side, I mean, they're going to have to worry about the amount of delaying factors that Above All Else has. I mean, they got those 2 smokes, but Core, again, let's not forget how good Good Luck is on this pistol round. And right now, Flower left to their lonesome in this site, trying to get one, does tag him up quite a bit, but that Prowler comes in, and Core there to finish the job.
Core on site in this corner, posted up, moisturized in his lane. I mean, speaking of being in your lanes, Huevos taking a quick end to Indica there, who's on the prowl for a little bit more damage. That Joust and dodging, bobbing, and weaving going in Indica's favor as T-Dump's the only player remaining trying to peek around these corners and find at least a kill. And it's not in the cards as Good Luck. You know, we've seen it before. We'll see it again. A pistol round demons.
Did you see the health on Core there? I think he had like 2 HP or something. His health bar was invisible on that top bar there. And 3 of the Good Luck members, extremely low health, but none of them fall. That pistol round, I mean,
unkillable
again,
demons.
It's true, right? With the Prowlers coming from Seabass, and then on top of that, Core getting 2 kills, maybe shooting 4 bullets out of a classic. I mean, that's just incredible.
Sand positioning very spread out for the attacking side of Good Luck here. And this is kind of an interesting decision. I like when you have the better guns that you're just like, all right, let's spread out. Let's split up. They're Scooby-Dooing it. And just saying, all right, whoever gets a pick, that's who we're going to end up following. And we're all trying to look for a ghost here. We're trying to just gather information and move off of what we can find. But I appreciate that Above All Else hasn't given them any of those picks, hasn't given any of them that information. And so quick rejoin and push is going to be the call here. And a quick end to Deets.
And that's what we like to see. Core, again, now being on Raze. I mean, we've seen him on 3 different duelist agents this tournament alone. And the beauty of it is we get to see how he creates that space for his team. And this time, he's just sashing in to U-Haul, getting that flank kill right away. And they didn't expect it whatsoever. Good luck. They're just going to go ahead and get this bomb down. And all 5 members up. This post plant is going to be extremely hard, especially with this man, Neat, just sitting there, getting 2, all down to T-Dumps yet again.
Oh, he tries to peek out and once again gets taken down. Indica continuing to be a menace for the team of Good Luck. Bulldogs to bring into this round don't line up super horribly against Phantoms and Vandals, but you do have to be quite precise with them. I actually think that the Bulldogs get a lot better on a map like Bind, where you're doing kind of some of these closer range back and forth, so you definitely don't have to worry about that extra long range oomph nearly as much. And so we'll see if that ends up being something that helps them still get to go in strong. We've seen them win some of these anti-buy-up rounds before. See if they can do it again. But the stingers on 2 of the members maybe gonna make it a little difficult.
And so far, Good Luck, they haven't had any issues entering these sites, despite having those 2 controllers on the side of Above All Else. They aren't able to delay them long enough, and right now you can see Flower. They're up close towards this cat, trying to see if there's any sort of information, anyone trying to leak through these smokes, but right now, Good Luck, they're just not having any noise shown. So the hesitation is there. Above all else, you can see Diets looking to start to shift, but now Core beginning that execute, getting that opening pick. Again, keep in mind, this is their bonus. And they're still bonusing, and they've got that opening pick.
Good opening pick, as you mentioned. Above all else, gonna have to try and come back from this situation. A nice little trade back, taking down Core. Not in a rough spot yet. Unfortunately, that quick turn from Seabass and Indica could be more than enough to keep Good Luck in high spirits and pick up better guns, which is the scary part for these 2 remaining Above All Else players. Except for the Zeal, nice pick up there. That bird not gonna be able to blind Seabass. Fish barely use their eyes, don't you know?
Oh, no. T-Dumps able to get the 1, but right now, Seabass unable to punish them. I almost thought for sure Ladder Climber was going to be able to stealth kill 1, as he stayed so patient towards the showers, did not peek whatsoever, and they had no idea. As you can see, when Above All Else took that site, you had T-Dumps trying to stick the bomb. Meanwhile, his teammate just pushing towards Cat. And not sure where that 1 is, and they know there was 1 in U-Haul, but I mean, it did work out in their favor. Above all else, although an expensive round, finally able to secure their first.
Oh, and Zeal not even able to get a shot off. Oh, does get a shot off, actually. Okay. Just didn't look like it. The animation that you get to kind of mess with as a result of snapping your fingers and teleporting a million miles away sometimes goes faster than my eyes can blink, as Core fighting with an enemy that he can't even see. Sometimes those are some of the best fights. We all deal with those fights daily.
You can see Core trying to get the upper ground, holding a tight angle towards spawn. But now it just looks like they're going to group up, try to get some control there. Ladder Climber able to get that trade onto T-Dumps. And now Zeal down to 1 health. As Core continuing his barrage onto site, and it's all left down to the lonesome of the Brimstone, who is still towards this A site looking to rotate over.
Is the Viper pick worth not having the Fade, Raise, Seize, Nade combo? Oh, we are. Okay, those first 3 shots were just like Seabass's left ear, Seabass's right ear, not quite hitting the head. In the end, Flower will die to Ladder Climber, and good luck will be able to find themselves that third round. All fine and dandy, and all things considered, being able to get the kill at that range with a classic, still pretty impressive from Flower.
What's odd is that round seemed completely in favor of above all else. I mean, they had 3 members sticking towards this B site, and within a span of a couple of seconds, all 3 of those members dropped without a single trade. I mean, T-Dumps, they got that opening pick, but ever since that, I mean, everyone just fell, which kind of just left one to flank, and I mean, a little bit too late. And this time around, you can see that aggression coming again. Showstopper activated, doesn't connect, but it did create that space for the side of Good Luck, and they have that site control. That nade does come in from Core, gets Diets, and it's a 4v5 retake coming from above all else.
Oh, and just like that, you raise nade, combo one person, you basically get that nade right back and get to wreak havoc continuously onto your opponents. Above all else, have the agent advantage here. But Good Luck postured very aggressively towards this side, but it's just too many peeking all at once. If your name isn't Neat, you'd be in a great spot. Unfortunately, that nade gonna be able to deal that last few points of damage, and like less than 20% HP is all that final remaining player from above all else needs to convert that one right into a win.
Becky, I'm a little bit afraid to ask what would have happened if Zuevos didn't throw that nade towards Neat. I feel like he would have won that.
I think Neat wins, yeah.
Yeah.
Based on how the night has gone, strictly based on how the night has gone, strictly based on how Neat played the last 2 games, Neat wins those.
And on top of that, I don't think Zeal had much health at all. I think he had 12 health. So like,
Let's play.
it would have been a much easier transition coming from Neat, but I mean, that nade, well timed and well placed. Zeal this time around getting the difference of the 2 chambers with the Tour de Force active. Gonna continue to repeat here, but does he get punished? No, Ladder Climber gets taken out as well. And above all else, up a 2-man advantage. Now they can just turtle up and just wait.
Narrowly avoiding that shot. Seabass trying to just do a little bit of a back and forth there, but it will be the call to not walk into the Tour de Force. Instead, go and try to hit a different site. Only 3 players remaining from Good Luck. A lot of work cut out for them.
Oh my goodness. Seabass, honestly, I have to say, has had such good support as that initiator, throwing the Haunt at the perfect times, and along with the Prowlers, just to get his teammates some control of certain areas of the map. But look at Zuevos, he's pushed through showers. He's on the flank already. They're pinched towards this site. They need to deal with him fast, otherwise they're pretty much pinched up.
Ooh. And there's a shot from Zuevos, and that Rocket Zeal also following up with a 3rd one on the round. Core, the only player remaining, isolates one, but only for a moment. And then Zuevos nicely able to collect some kills, get on the board along with above all else, evening this match up to a 3v3.
I mean, this is exactly what we expect, right, Becky? It's going to go the long haul. It is the grand finals, and both of these teams respectively made their way through a series of matches to get here. And I don't picture any of them trying to give up anytime soon, as they're not going to go down without a fight.
Wouldn't expect anything less. And on a save round now for Good Luck. The economy is still not looking too great, even if above all else lose this one, they would struggle on a lot of those players to be able to continue to buy up. So if Good Luck are able to get lucky enough to take this one down, they could be looking at a great position. But Flower, despite being blinded, does manage to take 4 down. Neat with a nice little trade back, but that orbital strike gonna force Neat to be a little bit less aggressive as T-Dumps with that high ground does manage to find the head of that chamber. And unfortunately for Ladder Climber, this B site is not as empty as you would like to believe that it is.
Yeah, Zeal stayed extremely patient. They must have had the comms that there was no full commitment, no bomb plant, and Zeal did not decide to move whatsoever. But now Neat in a 1v4 with a Stinger. I wouldn't say there's much of a dream, but he's just looking to deal some damage at this point. Looking to maybe even recover a gun, in which he does spot one, but T-Dump's looking right at it, not allowing any sort of control. As Neat still able to get this gun, however. Tried to make something happen, but no, T-Dumps is still ready for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, that combo of the Viper Orb alongside that positioning does make it a little bit difficult for Neat to be able to peek around those corners. So we do see that quickly picked up. And now, with good luck on a little bit of a back foot, we are going to be seeing a timeout from the side of Good Luck, who are starting to really fall off. And if you're looking to not fall off, then you should pick up some control. It's a nice little meal replacement that allows for you to not have to worry about having to cook anything and still be able to keep your energy up. And speaking of energy, tournaments with some great energy do come from Community Gaming, as they are where we are hosting all of the tournaments put on by GLG right now, and they're both big helpers in providing the big prize pools that you're seeing from our little Wednesday tournament here at GLG.
And honestly, I mean, this timeout just kind of goes to show that Good Luck, despite already winning 3 rounds, they've lost 3 straight. They need to figure things out before it gets out of hand. And with this being their bye round, I like it. I like the timeout because it's the best time to kind of go over this kind of information, figure out what's wrong, figure out what they can do to kind of get together and string along a couple more rounds, because it is still slightly a little bit more defensive sided. And keep in mind, because they have 2 controllers, it's going to be tough for them on both halves.
I mean, you've already been able to see that Good Luck is just completely avoiding the site and the direction that the Viper is being utilized on. It's not worth to them to even push through it. So the Viper is doing its job, and Seabass not looking in the right place. Allows for ZL as the chamber to do his job of picking up that first blood. Narrowly avoiding that nade and able to save some damage. This peek into literally 4 people. Core not able to get anything done. Ladder Climber just trying to save something here, but it's not going to be enough as Deets finds that lurking brimstone question mark.
Well, I mean, Core was just trying to peek through garden, clearing angle by angle, but every single angle he peeked, there was another opponent, and there just seemed to be more and more. But because he knew they were too close up in garden, he couldn't really commit to the people on site. But every single angle he peeked, he saw another.
And continue to see opponents get taken down. It's hard when you're in a 1v4 situation, but above all else, holding on strong here. And ZL, strong at the top of that board as well, has found a lot of kills, and a lot of them being those first bloods has been absolutely instrumental in keeping the side of Good Luck from being able to post up with a lot of aggression and push through a lot of this controller energy. And it does seem like they're continuing to try and just go to B side, like they're so afraid of this Viper. Makes sense, but I feel like you have to understand the first time, well, it's probably been twice now that they've seen 4 players on that B site and still are saying, yeah, we'd rather fight a 5v4.
Oh no. Good Luck. They already lost 4 members through smokes. They didn't even get up. They just all got taken out at the bottom corner. Only 1 member, I believe, got a little bit further, but instantly got shut down. And I mean, yes, it was their save round, but they were taken out of the round before they even knew it.
And that's kind of how it goes when you go for those save rounds and you all just kind of ball up and push one site. You're either going to be the ones to get lucky and find some kills and upgrade some guns, or you're going to be the ones to very quickly be shut down. And unfortunately, that was just getting yourself very quickly shut down for the side of Good Luck. But now they're able to buy once again. They have some ultimates at the ready, and now they're ready to go ahead and try to contest towards this A site, go for a little bit of a different strategy. Unfortunately, though, above all else, making some great adaptations and kind of anticipating this confidence.
You can see the side of Good Luck. They're hesitating everything they do. And look at the positioning that even Zeal has gotten, but unfortunately doesn't make it back to his teleport in time as Core punishing him for that. But look at the control that they got early on. Now, Flower, by his lonesome, just sitting towards sight, doesn't get spotted by Core. Actually gets taken out. And Flower continuing to reign supreme. There's now only 2 members left of Good Luck. Reevaluating the situation, gonna shift towards this A site. But they've already lost 3 members. And this is gonna be extremely difficult. But I will never count them out because Neat is still up.
And we mentioned Neat has been a very instrumental player for Good Luck on the day. That dog is going to give away some information. Neat trying to just move and rotate after every single one of these kills. And every single time it's just not enough. The advantages that above all else are able to get and hold on to are just converting them so many rounds in a row.
It's just been extremely difficult, and the way above all else has conditioned Good Luck. I mean, they're kind of afraid to peek any angle at this point. They're unsure as to what will actually work for them. But they do need these last 2 rounds. They need to get a grip on this streak because 6 rounds in a row, the momentum has completely shifted and it's going to start building. And if you allow them to build it into that attacking half, things could get quite dangerous.
Zeal prowling with this operator once again. Playing this chamber game as the Seekers come out. Indica thinks it's safe to peek and immediately gets shut down by that long arm. Seekers out. Seekers trying to reveal alongside that Nightfall, but Deets is just laying and waiting, able to collect those kills. Ladder Climber and Neat also just trying to hold it down. Finds one, isn't able to make that spray transfer. Oh my, it's the end of the night. We're all just rolling everything together. That's how I feel too, Deets. Just the spamming of the bomb defuse. That's my mental state right now.
I mean, here's the benefit of the way above all else has been playing.
In the half.
They have been able to get the opening pick. On top of that, they fall off of site and just wait for everyone for that retake. No one tries to play hero. Everyone is patient. They're holding angles to prevent Good Luck from pushing into more aggressive positions onto that site. And now they're just isolating that they could only be in U-Haul or in site. No one could be in showers, or maybe late showers, if anything. But they can't get any control towards close spawn, which is a huge factor on this A-take. And as long as they retake the site as a team, they have that numbers advantage. They have that buddy system, which will work really well. As you can see, the Orbital Strike coming in towards this A site. And Core running in with a Judge and a Dream, and he's going to go ahead, take care of Diets and that Viper's Pit.
Very nice shot. Maybe we should have been picking up a Judge earlier in this game, but better late than never. Trying to collect this last round in Good Luck's favor. Collect that gun as well. Suevos trying to get onto site, finds one, but a quick trade back from the squad of Good Luck, just trying to hold on to their advantage now that this bomb is down for as long as possible.
And you can see this round has been shaping so far so different because Good Luck, they were able to get that opening pick this time around. And now they have that numbers advantage, but T-Dumps has something to say about that. Neat, still alive, still a catalyst. And Core is going to clean it up, and luckily they secure their 4th round.
8-4. 8-4 definitely more doable. I know they call it the 9-3 curse, but I feel like I would much rather be at 8-4, and I would much rather be playing tournaments on the Community Gaming website. So if you're interested in finding tournaments, not just for Valorant, but for any other game, check out communitygaming.io, who are the sponsors for this tournament, the next tournament, and the 100th Pit of Valor. And if you're interested as well in something like a meal replacement, maybe you don't like cooking for yourself in the morning. I know I sure don't. I am so grumpy in the morning. I don't want to deal with anything, especially not cooking. So get yourself some Control. It's a lovely meal replacement, very easy to make, and gets your day started right.
Toxins going up.
And realistically, this is the round that Good Luck really needs. They've been winning all the pistol rounds so far tonight, aside from one. Can they do it again? And if they do, they can very well just pull themselves back into this 8-4 scoreline to start the second half. You could see, above all else, I mean, they must know. Good Luck. They're good on pistols. I mean, they've experienced it once. You can see there's a little bit of hesitation, but they're not really overextending yet. They're waiting to see if Good Luck gets overly aggressive to be able to punish them, but so far, nothing. Looks like they're going to group up, start working a little bit closer towards this A site. As you can see, Zuevos up close towards the short boxes here. Not looking to overextend, but that Haunt is going to give up his positioning, and now they're going to look to execute.
Yeah, need to throw towards that default plant area. Not able to find anybody. Fights a little bit with Neat for making a little bit of a rotation alongside with the rest of the team, and actually utilizing that teleporter. So is going to give away a lot of information on that audio. Beautiful bird. Unfortunately, they have a few too many players. The moment the ladder climber goes for that peek out and is not able to capitalize or even find damage. The rest of the squad just not even able to come out of this sky smoke without being immediately punished. Seabass finds one, but it is not enough. And above all else, off to a great start picking up that pistol round.
On top of that, Becky, I feel like that molly that Flower threw down towards spawn in that smoke dealt a severe amount of damage, because most of those Good Luck members, before even running into sight, lost a bunch of health. And I mean, it was well placed. They realized that they're all grouped up there. And at that point, I think there's a little bit of miscommunication as to whether they commit to that retake right off the bat or to delay it a little bit. And because they're all body blocking each other, taking damage, they just had to run in.
Indica previously has proven to be quite a menace with that headhunter, and if there's a time for that to be the case, Good Luck better be hoping that it is now, as well as Neat, the first to fall.
Oh. Surprisingly, it looks like T-Dumps did not upgrade. Still has a Ghost in hand. Not looking to spend too much on the economy. I mean, they got that numbers advantage already, so now they're grouping up again, taking this B site. That satchel coming in. Zuevos raining into that B site, getting Indica. And just like that, they have no choice. Give up the bomb plant.
They give it up, but they also give up 2 of their 3 remaining players. Corb, the only one left. Sheriff in hand, 1v5. Heck it, just go in. Just go crazy. Go nuts. Finds one. Nice headshot, but isn't able to convert another one. Not too terribly surprised at that, as double digits gets reached by Above All Else, who are certainly above in this game. Good Luck at 4 below. Certainly going to be looking to pick up a few rounds here as they're going into their buy-up. Light armors across the board, but just hoping it'll be enough to find them that extra bit of firepower to convert some wins.
That's extremely scary. Light armor, full guns, and I mean, they don't really have a choice at this point. Their backs are almost against the wall, down 4-10. And you can see, above all else, they're looking to get aggressive towards the showers to make this noise, but it's a free orb for them.
Default sprays, trying to find some amount of damage should anyone be hiding in those areas. Thankfully for the side of Good Luck, nobody is home, at least not at the top of those boxes. A very slow start. Core prowling up on that flank. Can hear that trademark. is just waiting for time to actually move past it. Suevo's pushing on to Lamps, able to find a kill onto Indica, and finds another onto Ladder Climber with the help of that rocket.
Bring them down.
2v4.
Player standing.
Not much else they could do. Zeal takes out Seabass right off the bat. All left down to core. But Zeal has a bit more to say, and that was their buy round. And that's exactly what you didn't want happening. Them to just all die because they had light armor. And when you have light armor, even a sheriff one tap in the head would take you out. So, I mean, it's just not a very good positioning or idea to go for, but they didn't manage their economy well enough in the first 2 rounds, and I mean, they had no choice.
Yeah, I mean, you only have so many choices, and now they're trying to decide, do we go for a buy-up, do we go for a save? When our opponent is going to be getting themselves to match point, if we go for a complete save, is it really worth it? And now they're on this strange kind of half buy, a judge, a guardian, pulled in so many different directions, and just trying to see what's going to give them the best shot of staying in this game.
See a little bit of a poking around coming towards this B site, not making any noise yet. They hear Ladder running out, and they punish him completely, and here comes that execute. All left down to core, or no, they're gonna actually delay. Do they know core's up close with a judge? This could be dangerous for them. Oh, the trigger discipline. He's able to get one, gets the second. Flower finally able to take him out, but still, it is a 3v3 situation.
Gun here.
And they still have not fully committed to site, but the question is, do they continue on as Diets gets that pick towards A?
Enemy remaining.
And Zuevo's getting neat as well, and the sound cues are stating otherwise. They're rotating back towards this A site.
Yeah, rough situation. Core making it all seem doable, and then quickly gets shut down. Indica's gonna lose that rendezvous point. Isn't expecting the high ground. Gets taken down. Solidified match point by Zuevos is above all else. We're really giving good luck the team that we've followed through the quarterfinals, through the semifinals to get to this point. A run for their money. Beautiful trigger discipline from Core. Unfortunately, it's just not enough to bring that one home and keep Core in this game a little bit longer with a little bit less sweat on their brows.
I mean, look at Zeal's score right now, 18-8. Being that chamber, I mean, your goal is to try to get those opening picks, especially on that defensive side, which he did on the first half. And this time around, their whole team has just been doing an excellent job working together, getting those trades that are necessary, putting themselves up numbers, and then just grouping up and taking a site by swarm. But all of a sudden, Seabass, that's not the haunt you want to miss.
An unfortunate haunt to miss, but a good shot from Indica to draw first blood in this game. Take out that Viper. And that is going to stop some of that pesky controller utility from being a problem for the side of good luck, as Indica finds another one. That back and forth, not quite able to allow for his Huevos to find a kill there, as Flower gets a nice little trade back, and Core, based on some previous lurks, is being very patient over towards this A site.
And I mean, they're not done yet. It seems like they have a little bit of fight left in them. Good luck. They're not looking to give up. They have that numbers advantage right now, but all of a sudden, above all else, they've cut noise completely. Do they know that they've started to shift, or do they think they're still there, which they are? But the question is, there's only one member in core sitting towards that A site. Here's that orbital strike. It forces one outside and far back of sight, but Seabass still holding strong. Actually neat. A little bit of a friendly fire, but Indica doesn't matter. Indica really popped off that round.
And thank God for Indica in both ways. And keeping this game going for the side of good luck just a little bit longer here. Keeping that squad all together. We see that showstopper is ready, as well as Indica having that tour de force. So a little bit extra power, a little bit of extra damage could be another big part of keeping them in this for a little bit longer.
I mean, if Good Luck's able to win this round, I mean, it's starting to actually affect above all else's economy. So they need to get as many members down early as possible so that they can just play this retake together. But so far, we've seen Good Luck get overly aggressive. They get punished for it. But here comes that showstopper. Doesn't connect to anyone. And Flower getting neat right off the bat. And Ladder, although being able to trade, gets traded out instantly. And Flower getting another. Diet's getting another. And now all down to Seabass in a 1 versus 3. And Diets comes in strong. And above all else, ladies and gentlemen, are this week's Pit of Valor champions.
Congratulations to Above All Else for taking down Good Luck, who maybe just needed a little more luck to take down that game. Congratulations, as Endless just said. And thanks for being a part of 99.8 Pit of Valor. If you're interested in more Pit of Valor action, it's GLJ's tournament. We run it every Wednesday night. We've been running for, I guess, if you're new here, you're like, why 99.8? Because we wanted to do something very special for number 100. And we did indeed find just that. Our little Wednesday tournament is going to have a $2,500 prize pool as a big thanks to Control and Community Gaming for helping that become a reality and helping us have that very big tournament. So if you want to make sure that you're involved in GLG's Pit of Valors, make sure that you have yourself a GLG Country Club membership. It's just $10 a month, and it gets you priority entrance into select events and free entry to tournaments with that membership itself. So get yourself a part of that. Make sure that you are in it to win it and a part of some of these tournaments as they get bigger and bigger.
And on top of that, I mean, registrations are open for next week already. So if you haven't signed up already, this is the perfect time to do so because, again, Pit of Valors, although people might think they're small tournaments, whatnot, it's a great atmosphere to practice. As you can see, there are quality teams that attend. And every single time you can put your team in that team environment in a tournament setting, there's no downfall from it. You will only get better and you will only enjoy the game even more. And again, it's been a blast at the desk here, taking you guys to the grand finals. And again, congratulations to Above All Else. And I mean, is there anything else that you want to mention, Becky?
Once again, congratulations to Above All Else. We hope that we will get to see them compete in more Pit of Valors down the line. And we hope that you all come back to see those Pit of Valors. If you want to make sure that you're up to date with all of those tournaments that we are running, either become a part of them or just see when we go live, ! Discord or ! Twitter. Follow us, join our community, and make sure that you are involved with everything that we have to offer.
And until next time, I mean, we'll see you guys next week.
Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. Rivers running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on the tree, you know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. And I'm feeling, and I'm feeling, and I'm feeling good. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me.
Now to take it down to the 1v1.